Chapter 16-17. While the little black snake in human form was talking to the other two elders about the endless mountains and the recent situation, Yun Nuoxing was speechless. He retreated to the side with Ji Shuiyan. He was cursing in his heart, even though that guy was telling the truth, and he was indeed stabbed in the back during his hibernation. He was being too straightforward. Couldn't he be a little more elegant? Since it was still the time for the test, the Green Mountain Man was nowhere to be seen. While the little black snake was still talking about the academy, they could only wait at the cloud-dispelling platform and observe their surroundings. After crossing the cloud-dispelling platform, they were already in the inner area of the Buyun Academy. What they could see from the high wall was a very spacious field. There were spatial laws and glyph formations in the field, which seemed to have the effect of expanding the space. However, it was not as exaggerated as the endless mountains. Their line of sight was not obstructed by anything. The cloud-dispelling platform was a huge, 3-level flight of stairs. The top of the stairs was the top of the cloud-dispelling platform. They were currently at the top of the second level of the 3-level flight of stairs. This place was the same level as the endless mountains outside the cloud-dispelling platform. The training ground that the little black snake mentioned was the platform on the first level and the platform on the second level. Other than the top of the cloud-dispelling platform, the other 2 levels of the platforms had spatial laws and glyph formations. It was said that they could accommodate 10 million people, the little angel secretly added in his heart. Yun Nuoxing spat out a mouthful of saliva. The battle area in the spacious space would constantly expand according to the situation of the battle. There was no need to talk about the specifics for the time being. He felt that there was no need to use this function, so he was too lazy to understand it. To put it bluntly, it was a place for those little brats in Union Academy to fight. At this moment, there were also many people gathered here. Some were looking at the endless mountains, some were looking at them intentionally or unintentionally with flickering eyes. There were also some who were fighting there as he wanted. Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked around. From the top of the cloud-dispelling platform to the small platform that extended from the wall to the top, there were many people wearing the Buyun Academy's uniform. They should be students, a group of elementary deity tier brats. They were whispering about the endless mountain range. Perhaps they were originally planning to go to the endless mountain range, but something strange suddenly happened, and they were stopped here. Perhaps they thought that they could solve the problem in a short time, so they hid here? I actually found someone cultivating the power of the stars. This incomplete world doesn't even have stars. How did they cultivate it? Yun Nuoxing's eyes suddenly stopped when he noticed something that caught his attention. He looked at a certain place with a little surprise. Before his eyes met it, he casually looked away. He could not help but say in his heart, "Wow, that's amazing. This power of the stars doesn't seem to be the same as the power of the stars that we know. It feels limited." Yun Nuoxing's eyes shone with a golden light. The little angel looked through his eyes and realized that it was different from the power of the stars that he usually used. After all, as you said, this is indeed an incomplete world. Perhaps there are some differences in the understanding of the stars that are created under this law. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and looked around the Buyun Academy. He was about to take a good look at the academy and look for the boxing pavilion when the little black snake finally finished talking with the 2 people. He walked over to Yun Nuoxing and the others and said, "Oh, right. I remember that you 2 still have something to do with the test. I almost forgot about it." Yun Nuoxing and Ji Shuiyan nodded. If they were not afraid of scaring the others, they would have already arrived at the cloud-dispelling platform a few hours ago. The little black snake seemed to know what the 2 were thinking. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, Then follow me. You two are probably the first new students to arrive at the cloud dispelling platform. The people around them were shocked by his words. They looked at Yun Nuoshing and the other person with strange expressions. New students? Didn't the test to delay the enrollment start today? Did we not know that the time was changed? That can't be right. I saw Elder Qingshan heading to Ascending Cloud City this morning. It should be today. I was planning to walk around the boundless mountain range and come back half a month later to watch the fun. These two kids have that kind of speed. That's impossible. That's impossible. The red-haired elder was stunned at first. However, he seemed to understand something when he glanced at Ji Shuiyan. He calmly accepted the result and said, "Ah, it's these two kids. I saw that they were halfway there. They arrived at the cloud dispelling platform earlier than expected. It seems like I have to inform Qingshan." The little black snake seemed to have a lot of authority in the academy. Even if some people were suspicious, they did not rush up to Yun Nuoshing and the other person. Even if they wanted to, they did not have the chance to do so. The little black snake nodded and dragged the two people away. The people on the cloud dispelling platform looked at each other. They felt like something was missing. Usually, something would have happened at this time. However, these two freaks had arrived too quickly and caught everyone off guard. The boundless mountain range has been unsealed. However, there might be hidden dangers beyond our knowledge. Don't go too deep into it, for now. The red-haired elder looked at the students on the cloud dispelling platform and shouted, "That's enough. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Do whatever you need to do. If you have nothing better to do, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." The group of students trembled as they hurriedly retracted their gazes. They were so frightened that their bodies trembled as they directly rushed into the endless mountains, not daring to stay here for even a second. If they really met each other's eyes and got caught, they would be done for. After the little black snake left the cloud dispelling platform, he turned back into a small snake and coiled around Yun Nuoshing's left hand. He continued to drag the two people forward. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and said, "That's right. Does this count as successfully entering the academy?" "Of course. Once you obtain the medallion and arrive at the cloud dispelling platform, you are considered a member of the Cloud Dispelling Academy. In the future, you will rely on the medallion to move around the academy. The medallion is divided into two parts. The medallion in your hand is the mother. The other medallion will be placed in an important place in the academy. It will leave a record, such as what cultivation level you have reached or what you have done recently. Apart from that, nothing else will be recorded." The little black snake straightened up and looked at Yun Nuoshing. He said jokingly, "Your record is a little troublesome. However, I'll go take care of it later." Yun Nuoshing sweated. If the medallion in the mother medallion suddenly showed a cultivation level at the pinnacle of origin, it would probably alarm the higher-ups of the academy. Something big would happen. You should already know about the cloud dispelling medallion, so there's no need to mention it. Is there anywhere in particular that you want to go? Yun Nuoshing nodded. "The Star Pacing Pavilion. There's something I care about." The little black snake was stunned. "There's something in the Star Pacing Pavilion that even you care about? Well, to me, it's something that's useless to you and everyone in the Cloud Continent. Not only is it useless, it's also an extremely dangerous ticking time bomb. If we go back hundreds of millions of years, there have been major incidents related to this bomb. Furthermore, this thing is placed in the Star Pacing Pavilion. If we don't pay attention and something happens, the Cloud Dispelling Academy will be reduced to ruins before the energy underground explodes." Yun Nuoshing said nonchalantly, "Please don't tell me the details. You can deal with it yourselves. Don't tell me." The little black snake's scales faded. However, the star-pacing pavilion is not under my control, so I can't provide you with any convenience. If you want to take a look at the seal, you can tell me. The little black snake turned around to look at him. In the past, Buyun Academy has also invited outsiders to look at the seal. It's not something that can't be said. However, the first thing we need to confirm is that the person who comes must know about this. Your words shouldn't be a problem. Don't worry about that. For the time being, I've seen the seal. Although I only saw it from afar, the situation is still good, so there's no need to worry about it. I have to get the things in the boxing pavilion first, Yun Nuoxing said. All right, I'll take you guys to deal with some related matters first. Yun Nuoxing was being led around in the sky. He suddenly remembered that back at Long Light Academy. It seemed like every time he entered the academy, he had to deal with a lot of things. Reporting, tests, finding a place to live, testing, what. In short, there were a lot of things to deal with. The thing that stood between him and the origin relic in the boxing pavilion was a lot of troublesome registration matters. Logically speaking, he was only here for the candlestick. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Just as he was grumbling in his heart, the little black snake dragged the two of them to the front of a spacious, tall, and quaint building that resembled the frame of a temple. At this moment, there were countless students coming and going outside this great hall. The noise was like a heavy demonic sound crashing into one's eardrums, causing Yun Nuoxing to feel dizzy. If he observed and listened carefully, the topics he heard seemed to be related to missions, magical beasts, bounties, and so on. Moreover, the students coming and going here were more or less filled with fighting spirit. Some of the people who seemed to have returned from outside were still stained with fresh blood. There are still many people in the battle pavilion as usual. Well, after all, it's the main source of the cloud boarding tokens. That group of children love to come here the most. The little black snake turned into his human form with a bang. He turned around and grinned at Yun Nuoxing, and Yun Nuoxing. He shook his head and walked inside. Come. I'll bring you guys to deal with your matters first. There were many people, but it was not to the point that they were crowded shoulder to shoulder and had oil all over their heads. Moreover, after the little black snake turned into his human form, a group of students hurriedly retreated when they saw him. They looked at the former with respect and fear. At the same time, they also looked at the two little girls who were brought away by him. The discussions inevitably floated out again. The northern part of the battle pavilion is a trading area. It's not very formal, but it's just convenient. Most of the stalls are set up by the students. The elders will also sit here occasionally. After all, sometimes the students who often go outside may get something that the elders need. However, under normal circumstances, there won't be anything particularly good, let alone you cough. The east side is the place where a group of mission maniacs reside. Speaking of which, there's a fun place in the northwest side of the academy. You guys can go there and play when you're free. You can also get a lot of cloud boarding tokens there. It's the exclusive place for battle maniacs. As for now, follow me. The little black snake turned around and led the way. The three of them went around the crowd and turned a corner under the surprised gazes of the surrounding people. The passageway in front of them suddenly became much more pleasing to the eye. There were not many people, and it was spacious and empty. When they turned around and looked behind them, there was a group of people, and it was crowded. When they turned around and looked again, it was spacious, and there was no one. It was as if they were in a different world. The little black snake led the two of them into the passageway. He found a room and pushed the door open. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Lao Xiong, come out and do something." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing heard the sound of another heavy object falling to the ground, accompanied by the sound effect of paper flying all over the sky. The white light in front of them was like snowflakes falling down. Both he and the little girl were dumbfounded. This was a rather spacious and quiet room. It seemed that there was a talisman array to block out the noisy sound effect. The bustling noise outside the passageway almost did not come in at all. At this moment, in this spacious room, a brawny man with brown hair and a beard wearing tight black clothes was sitting on the ground and scratching his head blankly. It seemed that he had rolled down from the sofa and knocked over all the papers piled up on the table. He woke up slightly when he heard the footsteps. When he turned around, he saw the shiny black hair with a metallic luster in his eyes. The blue veins on his forehead instantly exploded. "You stinky snake, how many times have I told you not to yell and scream in my room? Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you hibernating? Why did you run out? Because of the Earth's activity." The brawny man who was as strong as a bear complained to the little black snake. He waved his hand and collected all the yellow papers flying in the air. "Hey, there was a little accident. I won't be hibernating this year. And this damned weather. It's almost halfway through the twilight season, and it's still so hot. I don't have the heart to hibernate." The little black snake swung his arms and sat on the sofa in front of the brawny man. He turned around and looked at Yun Nuoxing and grinned. "Come and sit. Oh, it's almost halfway through the twilight season." The brawny man was a little surprised when he heard that. He nodded. "That's a little strange. In the past, we should be able to see the scene of everything losing their vitality at this time. It's a little strange this year, but since I've been sleeping all this time, I don't know what's going on." "Why? Are you hibernating too? Why can't I hibernate?" Yun Nuoxing and Ji Shuyan were speechless. The brawny man's true form seemed to be a bear. It was hard to tell what kind of bear it was. He was an Empyrean god of origin, similar to the little black snake. If that was the case, the brawny man should be an ancient guardian of the Buyun Academy. Speaking of which, there were two Empyrean gods of origin. Although one was a snake and the other was a bear, they still had to hibernate. The mighty Empyrean god of origin actually lost to the habits of living things. This was simply, well, he often slept lazily on the clouds. He had no right to criticize others. "Let's get down to business. You didn't come here just to disturb my afternoon nap." The brawny man yawned. He tidied up the messy table that was full of books and scrolls. He looked across the small mountain at Yun Nuoxing and Ji Shuyan. "Two new students? You brought them here for examination? New students are indeed new students. However, they are not ordinary new students. I brought them here as a formality." The little black snake squinted his eyes and laughed. He then turned to look at Yun Nuoxing and pointed at the brawny man. "This guy is Xionggang. As you can probably tell, his true form is that of a stupid bear. He is the person in charge of the Experience Battle Pavilion. If you want to accept missions and earn cloud boarding tokens, you have to first rank your tokens here. This includes the place in the northwest. Although it looks very troublesome, that is all. Safety measures. I understand." Yun Nuoxing shrugged nonchalantly. After all, it wasn't like she was going to do such a thing. The stupid bear called Xionggang was about to flip out because of this name. His huge eyes suddenly glanced at Yun Nuoxing. He couldn't help but shrink back slightly. He glared at the little black snake. What the hell? Someone of this level came to our Buyun Academy to be a new student. You brought a helper in, right? Hey, he's not a helper. He has something to do. He didn't really come to the academy to study. Once he's done, he'll leave. That's why I said he was just going through the motions. The little black snake curled his lips and waved his hand. All right, let's not talk about this. I'll tell you the details later. For now, you just have to settle this matter first. Even if you let me settle this matter. Xiong Gang glared at Yun Nuoshing, then lowered his head to look at the table. He then looked at the table next to him. His thoughts seemed to have short-circuited. He couldn't react for a while. What should I do for him? Even the stupid dragon won't be able to settle this. Why don't I just ask the dean to do it? Yun Nuoshing quickly shook her head. Just do it as usual. I'll just go through the motions as usual. Anyway, it's just a rank or something. It's not like I have to do anything big. Xiong Gang stared at her in a daze. After a long silence, he stood up from the ground. All right, come with me. With an extremely strange expression, Xiong Gang walked towards a door at the end of the room. Yun Nuoshing didn't hesitate. She yawned and followed him. The two disappeared through the door together. With a muffled sound, the door was tightly shut. The room even flashed with energy light. It seemed that all the defensive talisman arrays had lit up. Ji Shuiyin couldn't sit still after a while. She tugged at the little black snake's sleeve and shook it. What's this test for? Hitting wooden stakes. Of course, it's a special wooden stake. It tests one's attacking power. Then one's being hit by the wooden stake, then one's defensive power, and so on. After a rough overall evaluation, one can go to the east of the Experience Battle Pavilion to accept missions. One can also obtain the qualification to go to the northwest. Just as you said, it's a safety measure. It's to prevent some students who think they're very powerful from accepting missions beyond their ability to handle and getting killed. Such things have happened until now. And then, bang! Before the little black snake finished speaking, the entire room suddenly shook violently. The energy light that lit up the room dimmed violently. The little black snake was speechless. Then you didn't use your full strength, did you? The main defensive talisman array of the Experience Battle Pavilion almost broke. I'm not that reckless. If I used my full strength, would Buyun Academy still exist? The little black snake and Ji Shuiyin were both stunned. They turned around and saw the door that had been closed for less than a minute slowly open. There were still surging energy waves coming from inside, causing the defensive talisman arrays in the room to brighten even more. It was obvious that the room had been hit by an energy wave. A brawny man with long brown hair slowly walked out of the room, his face covered in dust. When he saw the little black snake and Ji Shuiyin's dumbfounded expressions, he slowly blew out a smoke ring. Burp, the little black snake. The brawny man knew what the little black snake wanted to ask, so he directly said, he destroyed all the wooden dummies in one move, including the defensive dummies. Yun Nuoshing calmly sat beside Ji Shuiyin. He glanced at the little girl and said, so I'm the only one who needs to do the test. The little black snake was quickly adjusting his facial expression. He glanced at the little girl and said, oh, right. There's one more. Old Xiong, help this little girl deal with it. Ji Shuiyin giggled and jumped down from the sofa. She skipped and ran to the door. Xiong Gang saw this and quickly followed. He brought the little girl into the room and closed the door with a bang. Yun Nuoshing walked to the window and looked around. Just when he thought that the little girl would take some time to do the test, the tightly shut door slowly opened with a slight creak in less than 5 minutes. Ji Shuiyin giggled and jumped out. She found Yun Nuoshing's position and hung herself on his body. Oh, I'm done too. Xiong Gang came out again, although he was not in a sorry state, and there were no ripples looking at his conflicted expression. He seemed to have suffered some other impact. He looked at the curious little black snake and dragged him to the side. "What's up with these two?" One of them suppressed his strength and sent all the wooden dummies in the test room flying with a punch. "Let's not talk about him first. That little girl is only a beginner god. How can she be so ridiculous?" She copied him and sent all the wooden dummies flying. "Do you know how hard it was for me to rebuild those wooden dummies? In the past, a dummy could withstand tens of thousands of beatings. She destroyed more than 10 dummies in such a short time. Don't ask me. I don't know." The little black snake shook his head vigorously. He only knew about Yun Nuoshing, but he really didn't know about Ji Shuiyan's background. Therefore, when he learned that this little girl was also very special, he was a little confused. But no matter how confused he was, as long as he connected her to Yun Nuoshing, he didn't feel that there was any problem. The results were already registered in the room, so there was no need to bother with anything else. As for the results, Yun Nuoshing didn't think it was a big deal, even if he didn't see it. He didn't care about it for now, and hurried to the eastern part of the Battle Experience Pavilion to take a look. "Then I'll leave first. I'll explain everything to you later. Oh, right, call Stupid Dragon and Stupid Bird. Let's have a gathering tonight." The little black snake slipped away with the two of them like the wind, leaving Xiong sitting there with a doubtful look on his face and scratching his head. Chapter 16:18. The sudden tremor in the Battle Experience Pavilion startled everyone in the pavilion. However, the tremor only lasted for a moment, and they didn't see the familiar big elder come out to take care of things, so they assumed that nothing fatal had happened. The commotion lasted for a while before it ended. However, they could still hear people whispering about the strange things that had just happened. "The commotion you caused just now was really big. The aftermath hasn't completely subsided yet." The little black snake couldn't help but look at the culprit next to him as he listened to the many students in the Battle Experience Pavilion discussing what had just happened. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. He had tried his best to control his power, but even if he suppressed it to the level of a beginner god, it was still far from a true beginner god. Even if the amount of energy used was the same, it was still not at the same level of power. Now, is there anything else that needs to be done? There's nothing else. The basic things are over. You can enjoy your life in the Buyun Academy as much as you want. Don't make too much of a fuss. I don't want to deal with something as trivial as a new student on the first day of school beating up a senior student and making him unable to take care of himself. The little black snake lowered his head and stared at Yun Nuoshing as he said this. This guy was definitely an extremely dangerous person. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Also, based on the results of your tests, although Lao Xiong didn't say anything, I have a general idea of the results. With the rating power that you two have shown, it won't be a problem for you to deal with all the tasks that are hanging in the Battle Experience Pavilion's Eastern District. There won't be any restrictions. However, with your status as new students, accepting too many high-level tasks at once may provoke that group of kids. If you provoke them, it might cause a little trouble for you too. However, with your current situation, it shouldn't be a problem for you to deal with it well. Just be careful. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but mutter. To put it bluntly, it's the problem of being too conspicuous. TSK, the little ones in the academy, are all proud and arrogant. They are the kind that will not submit to anyone. That's the only thing that matters. They are different from you guys who came here with a special purpose. They came to the academy to grow and show their talents. The little black snake said with a smile. The emotion in its eyes was the joy of witnessing groups of children slowly growing up and growing up. Yun Nuoshing expressed that she could understand. After all, she was a figure whose age could not be discussed in detail. If she had lived in the academy for so many years and watched the passage of time and the changes of everything in the world, What she gained the most from living here was probably the joy of nurturing and observing growth. Yun Nuashing put her hands behind her head and sighed. When was the last time you felt joy because of a little bit of growth? To us, it might be tens of billions of years or even longer. Ha! The little black snake laughed heartily, attracting the attention of the students. When they saw him, they all cupped their hands and respectfully greeted him. Elder Sure, I thought you were hiding underground, and no one knew? How can that be? When school starts, we old guards have to show our faces and let the new elders and students get to know each other. And then go back to hibernate. Hee. Because they had been by the side of this guy who seemed to be well known, the two little girls naturally received a lot of attention. Suddenly, the discussion about the shock in the battle pavilion changed direction and began to talk about the two of them. The most talked about was their identities, as if that was the only thing that everyone cared about. As for the rest, they seemed to be reduced to an existence not worth mentioning. They were already used to this feeling. They roughly walked around the Eastern District, mainly because the little black snake brought the two of them to show their faces in front of some people. After that, they left the battle pavilion and went all the way to the place in the northwest that he had been talking about. As for the place, he was still keeping them in suspense. For now, it doesn't seem to be much different from the academies that I know of. Coming and going seems to be the same. Yun Nuashing muttered to the little angel in her soul. At the same time, she cast her gaze to other places. So, have you found any other abnormalities? The center of the seal is located in the north of the entire Buyun Academy. Most of the energy between heaven and earth also goes there. Other than that, I don't feel anything too special. The little angel shook her head lightly. After all, it was a place that was set up for students who worked hard to grow up in this world. Aside from the fact that the Buyun Academy itself was a seal, there shouldn't be too many strange places. Hey, little brother, look over there. Ji Shuiyin pulled his hand and shook it a few times to bring him back to his senses. He looked up and saw that in the sky to his right, there was a building looming in the clouds like a mirage. The whole building was green in color, and it was a simple and magnificent hall. It stretched to the left and right, and the clouds and the surrounding stars were faintly discernible with it. It was very mysterious, especially after flying for a while. They realized that they had lost track of it. Oh, you saw it. The little black snake turned around and saw the place they were looking at. He couldn't help but chuckle. That's the boxing pavilion, the most important place in the Academy's reward system. There are a total of 7 floors. The first, second, and third floors are open all day without restrictions. The fourth, fifth, and sixth floors require a token of a certain level, and they are only open once every 2 or 3 days. As for the 7th floor, it's only open on special occasions. If you want to go to the boxing pavilion, you can easily see it if you go north. However, there's a broken tower in the northernmost area. That's a forbidden area. Don't go there. The little black snake was slightly stunned as he spoke. He patted his forehead. The main thing is that I'm afraid that ordinary students will bump into the power of the seal there. However, you shouldn't be affected. I just want to remind you not to go there if there's nothing important. As they headed towards the northwest, Yun Nuashing gradually sensed a strange aura floating between heaven and earth. It was the aura of a huge monster. It was very diluted in the air, but it wasn't so diluted that it could be easily eliminated. The existence of this aura seemed to make the sky slightly dim. It's the aura of the mirror dimension. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed, and some energy surged in his eyes as he looked at the place where the aura came from in advance. In front of him, he saw a castle-like building made of gray stones, and that place was covered by a layer of powerful energy barrier. However, that barrier was not used to defend the castle, but rather it was like a cage that covered the castle to prevent the things inside from escaping. As for what was inside, he had already said it. Aren't you afraid of getting burned by playing with fire by putting this thing here? Yun Nuoshing's expression suddenly became strange. Oh, we did mention this problem back then. The existence of the psychedelic dimension is indeed a little risky. After all, it does sound a little stupid to put a dimension that creates monsters in its stomach in one's own backyard. The little black snake looked as if he had expected his reaction. He couldn't help but laugh. However, from the long-term benefits that it can generate, this little risk seems negligible. In fact, it seems to be the case. After some time, those who talked about it in the beginning stopped talking about it. They just let it stay here and didn't destroy it. Well, now it's just a place for combative students to practice and battle. It's very popular. It seems that even though it's dangerous, it's still safer than accepting missions outside the academy. The missions related to the psychedelic dimension are here. There will be periodic missions for students to enter the deeper layers of the psychedelic dimension to clear out the accumulated psychedelic beasts. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Raising venomous insects, the kind that is raised to the point of death. Ji Shuyan also saw the gray building at this time. Her green eyes flickered. I heard that there are many places that have similar practices. Because not everyone is lucky enough to find a psychedelic dimension that just happens to be in their own territory, they will occasionally bring people to some psychedelic dimensions that have existed for a very long time to fight. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered. It seems that this kind of mirror dimension that exists on the Cloud Continent has become a local specialty. Even now, it seems that he still hasn't figured out the exact reason for the birth of this kind of mirror dimension. According to his knowledge, a naturally born mirror dimension should probably not exist. However, it exists on the Cloud Continent. He also tried to analyze it, but he didn't get any results. The only thing he knew was that the existence of this kind of mirror dimension would not be regarded as strange or weird by the people here. Moreover, it exists all over the world, just like this mirror dimension that exists in Buyun Academy. Well, it might have existed since the beginning. The illusory space of the Academy has existed since the very beginning. It is said that a very large space has been copied, and it is still expanding. The illusory beasts in it have grown from 3 or 4 species to over 1,000 species, and they are still recombining and increasing. All kinds of strange species can be seen in it, but it is a pity that those things can't be counted as real life. Nature can't give birth to such strange life. But some of the things found from the illusory beasts can come in handy. After all, they were pieced together by parts of real creatures, so it is possible to just take the piece parts. Yun Nuoshing. No. I think there must be a big problem in this. Is this thing really not a product of distorted, abnormal laws? The little angel shrugged. How would I know? Just by listening to this part of the content. I can only judge that the people of the Cloud Continent seem to have formed a kind of mutually beneficial relationship with this kind of mirror dimension that exists all over the world. The origin of the psychedelic dimension is unknown. As long as there is energy, it can always remain in the space of the real world. When it is formed, the things that exist in it will be branded by the rules of the psychedelic dimension itself. Is there anything else? That's all I know for now. Yun Nuoshing had a strange expression. Then, according to the normal theory, everything in the psychedelic dimension was actually a creation of the rules. However, the body of the creation of the rules was destroyed, and part of it was cut off. What else could it be used for? He didn't understand this point. He could only think of it as a kind of strange law that came with this strange dimension. psychedelic dimension? Is it the mirror dimension that we saw before? He asked Hui and the others about this question. The group also showed a strong interest in the soul transmission. This kind of strange thing was also worth studying for them. As for the results of the research, whether it would be helpful or not, let's not talk about this first. The main point was that their thirst for knowledge was unlimited. If you are interested, you can go and touch it. I just happened to come across a psychedelic dimension that seems to be quite old. Anyway, I will go and touch it first. Well, you can do as you please. Listening to the series of chattering sounds in his soul, Yun Nuoxing closed the soul transmission with a smile on his face. The series of buzzing sounds in his mind disappeared. In an instant, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes, this group of people would also appear to be more fanatical than him. This momentum, he was afraid that this group of people who could split the sun and moon and shake the void would destroy the cloud continent. So he prayed first, hoping that the cloud continent would be fine. Amitabha Jing Yung poked Yun Nuoxing's face that suddenly became sacred and muttered, "Little brother, what strange things are you thinking about again?" Cough, cough. Nothing. I was just thinking about this psychedelic dimension. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. Seeing the little girl's increasingly strange gaze, he quickly looked at the little black snake. Then, is there anything special about this psychedelic dimension compared to the ones outside? If you ask like this, then it's hard to say. The little black snake scratched his head. The dimension is bigger, the energy is richer, more complex, and the psychedelic beasts are stronger. I guess that's it. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. This was nonsense. Then there was nothing special about it. Well, if you want to know more, there is nothing faster than going there yourself. The little black snake shrugged. His expression suddenly changed a few times within a few seconds, and then he said, I have something to do here, so I'll send you guys here first. You guys go have some fun first, and I'll look for you guys later. After sending off a certain black snake that was like the wind, Yun Nuoxing and Ji Shuyan looked at each other and turned to look at the gray-white building in front of them. There were many people coming and going around. Compared to the atmosphere at the Battle Experience Pavilion, this area had a unique and austere atmosphere that seemed to form an invisible domain. The door of the gray-white building was like a big mouth that swallowed all life that came and went. If there were fewer people, this atmosphere would be even more intense. However, this place was bustling with people coming and going, as if it was a public place. Even if there was any dignity, it was weakened quite a bit. As they walked through the energy barrier that enveloped the psychedelic space, Yun Nuoxing and Ji Shuyan's bodies lit up with a faint light. The source of the light seemed to be the mark on the back of their left hand. For safety reasons, this energy barrier prevented students who had not reached the passing standard from entering. However, the two of them were obviously not in this category. According to the little black snake, they were allowed to enter 90% of the Buyun Academy's facilities without restriction. As long as they did not mind being looked at by a group of people, it would not be a big problem even if they caused a big commotion. After walking through the energy barrier, Yun Nuoxing felt a strange feeling coming from the front before he actually entered the psychedelic space. This feeling of being stared at seemed to originate from the scene. It did not have any effect on him, but if it were a normal student who was not used to this feeling, they would feel a sense of oppression. Thinking of this, he could not help but tilt his head to look at Ji Shuyan. Ugh, there is a strange feeling. The little girl shook her head and mumbled, as if she was only slightly affected. This is much stronger than other psychedelic spaces. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed. What is the classification of this type of space? I don't know. It seems that no one has given a clear standard classification. The little girl shook her head and flipped her long hair. Then she smiled and moved her charming face closer to Yun Nuoshing. I thought little brother would know. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes at her. If he had lived here for 7 or 8 years, then he would know everything. Or if the concept layer of rules was not sealed, then he would know. Unfortunately, neither of these conditions could be met. How would he know about these things? There were not many things in the grayish-white building. There were a few facilities that were similar to the Battle Pavilion's East District. Then there was nothing else. The only thing left was a black hole that was 1,000 feet tall and 100 feet wide in the center of the building. It was spinning as if it was going to swallow anyone who came close. It was a daunting sight. At this moment, groups of 3, 5, and 7 people were walking into the space. There were also some who were like lone rangers. They took down a mission from the mission board at the side and turned around to enter the distorted space. Yun Nuoshing took the lead and observed the place for a while. He did not see any special restrictions. Then he felt relieved and pulled Ji Shuiyan towards the black hole. The 2 little girls who mixed in with the crowd were not particularly eye-catching. When people saw them, they did not pay too much attention. As he passed through the distorted hole, Yun Nuoshing once again felt the same uncomfortable feeling that he had felt when he had stepped into the illusory space, oppression. The oppressive feeling brought about by the atmosphere created by the dark purple space made him frown slightly, as expected. Even for someone of his level, he was still not used to this atmosphere. It was repulsive. Compared to the psychedelic space we saw, the energy and rules of this space seemed to be more violent and impatient. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered with the radiance of energy, a dark purple sky, an empty wilderness, and a dense forest. Looking in another direction, he could see the wilderness. He compared the corresponding terrain, not with the Buyun Academy, but with the ascending cloud city and the surrounding area. This illusory space has existed for even longer than the ascending cloud city. The surrounding area feels a bit like the outskirts of the ascending cloud city. Wow, this psychedelic space has a long history. Ji Shuiyan could not help but sigh. She had also been to some psychedelic spaces with her family, but it seemed that none of them had such a heavy feeling. It made her feel a little uncomfortable. The silhouettes that entered this space only stayed in their original positions for a while before they headed in the direction that they had thought of at the beginning or the direction that they had thought of at the last minute. They cut across the sky and headed towards various places in this space. After scanning the surroundings were empty. There were no hallucinatory beasts, nor did they sense any danger. Recently, we haven't even seen any psychedelic beasts on the first level. Looks like we have to go to the second or third level. There are only 3 of us. It's a bit difficult to go to the 3rd level, but we can give it a try. Let's give it a try. Seriously, why can't we see any psychedelic beasts on the 1st level? Maybe there are too many people here. Didn't a large batch of new students just arrive? If even 10% of the new students enter this space, they will get a lot of resources. That's why we see so few psychedelic beasts. I'll tell you on the way. Time is tight. Yun Nuoshing heard some interesting information from the scattered psychedelic beasts. It seemed like this empty and spacious wilderness was the so-called 1st level. Moreover, it seemed to be divided. He looked in 4 directions just now: the dense forest, the wilderness, the mountains, and there seemed to be an illusory void zone. These 4 places represented 4 regions. They were connected at the edge. However, as long as he did not take the initiative to cross the region, he would not see any psychedelic beasts from other regions. Moreover, each region had its own level. If he kept going inside, he would see a sparkling and translucent energy crystal layer. He had to use his own strength to break the crystal layer before he could go to the next level. 4 places. It seems like the psychedelic beasts in the 4 places are different. This is a little interesting. If I get tired of fighting, I can just change to another region and continue fighting. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but blush when he muttered. It was really like raising poisonous insects. Judging from the information he had heard so far, it was hard to tell how much this psychedelic space had expanded. Roughly speaking, it should not be as small as a city. It might be as big as 2 or 3 cities, or it might be even more spacious. After all, this was a very ancient space. If it was allowed to expand bit by bit, it might be as big as the Cloud Continent one day. Girl, where are we going? Yin Nuoshing turned his head and was stunned for a moment. Ji Shuiyan, that little girl, was nowhere to be seen. He didn't even know when his hands were empty. This made him stunned for a moment. Just when he was about to use his psychedelic beasts to look for her, the space in front of him flickered and gave him a fright. That naughty girl suddenly appeared in front of him. She giggled and dragged him forward. Let's go, little brother. I heard some very interesting information. Let's go, let's go. Yun Nuoshing. Somehow, he remembered the scene when he was dragged away by Chapter 16:19. The dark, purple sky shrouded the desolate land. The strange atmosphere was transmitted to the ground bit by bit as the strange color of the sky continued to press down. In the desolate wilderness where there were few people, dead wood, gravel, and unknown huge skeletons were casually displayed like set props. There was no sign of life as far as the eye could see, which made the dark world look even more strange. Coupled with the thunder-like roars caused by the energy in the sky, there was a sense of impatience amidst the strangeness. Boom! Bang! Suddenly, a dark red fireball exploded on the ground at the far end of the horizon. The heat wave and the shock wave visible to the naked, I rushed to the other end of the wilderness with a speed that could tear the rules apart. The gravel and dead trees on the ground were swept away by the shock wave and rolled around on the ground. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ground. Looking at the place where the dark red fireball was still expanding, they narrowed the distance. Around the huge fireball, there were thousands of ferocious hallucination beasts with huge bodies running wildly on the ground. The momentum of this 1,000-army charge was quite good. Moreover, the speed and strength of each hallucination beast were not weak. If the little ones at the initial god level saw this momentum of a marching army, they would probably turn around and run wildly. Wong! Boom! A thin thing like a slender silver needle suddenly rushed to the front of this wave from 100 miles away with an ear-piercing energy, whistling sound. The crimson eyes of those hallucination beasts flashed with a silver light, and the long needle rushed to their front and suddenly exploded without any warning. Dark red energy surged out crazily like a flood. In just a few seconds, it expanded into a dark red energy ball that was 10,000 feet in size, standing tall on the ground and leaving traces of destruction and destruction. The energy impact and shock wave visible to the naked, I swept across the land with a rumble. The originally desolate land was hit by such a strong energy impact and shock wave, and cracks as thick as an arm cracked open on the ground, making it look even more desolate. Little brother, if it's just you, then I won't have anything to do. 100 miles away, Ji Shuiyan, whose green dress swayed with the wind, looked at the dark red energy ball that was still releasing destructive energy in front of her and couldn't help but mumble. She reached out her small hand and patted the crystal on the person beside her, causing him to cry out in surprise. Don't suddenly take my crystal. Yin Nuoshing moved his right shoulder awkwardly. A 2-meter-long crystallized longbow floated in front of him. He listened to the little girl's words and fiddled with the bowstring of the longbow. The number of monsters on the third floor is only 2 to 3 times more than the number of monsters on the second floor. There's nothing to practice on, right? Well, that's how it is. The little girl tugged on Yun Nuoxing's arm and shook it. But from the first floor onwards, only Big Brother was messing around. I just watched from the side and occasionally hit the little monsters that I missed. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He didn't know what this girl was concerned about. Or was it because she couldn't sit still just watching from the sidelines? It wasn't as satisfying as fighting in person. They chose the wilderness among the 4 areas, but in fact, he was only dragged here by the little girl. Originally, he wanted to see what kind of place the so-called illusory sky was, but he didn't have a choice. Actually, the 4 areas didn't make much of a difference to him. They were all here to play. Well, just like what the little girl said, he was basically the only one messing around. 1 arrow was equivalent to 10,000 soldiers, and it was very efficient. It was just that the little girl wasn't satisfied with watching. He guessed that if he continued to use the peerless skill, the little girl might throw a tantrum. So he reached out and patted her head. "All right, I'll let you fight the next time we meet. I'll help to keep watch. Now, let's go and collect the energy." "Really? Really? There's no need for me to lie to you." After receiving his assurance, the little girl grinned and pulled Yun Nuoxing to the place where the energy dissipated. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and let the longbow float beside him. His soul subconsciously swept in all directions. After scanning the safe area and confirming that there were no traces of living creatures, he nodded in relief. White balls of energy that looked like fluorescent fireflies floated at the bottom of the bottomless pit formed by the arrow. They were only the size of a fist and floated a little restlessly at the bottom of the pit. However, no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't float more than half a meter out. They were moving at a speed comparable to a snail. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and took out a ball of energy that was also the size of a fist. It was actually the same thing as the white balls of energy in front of him. However, the ball of energy in his hand already had an orange color, and the energy waves it emitted were much more intense than the white balls of energy floating here. He waved his hand and blew a gust of wind, sucking all the energy balls at the bottom of the pit into the ball of energy in his hand. After thousands of white balls of energy were sucked into the ball of energy, the orange ball of energy's color darkened significantly. It had completely turned orange, and a little bit of yellow appeared at the center of the ball of energy. It had already started to change to the next level. The 7-colored energy crystal's change speed is so slow. Ji Shuiyin collected the energy on the other side and came to Yun Nuoxing's side. The ball of energy in her hand was also orange, but it wasn't as dark. The energy obtained was not enough to change to the next level. This 7-colored energy crystal was the special product of the psychedelic dimension. Well, Yun Nuoxing couldn't think of a good explanation for the time being. The various psychedelic beasts that were born in the psychedelic dimension were all synthesized with a large amount of energy and a little bit of the structural rules. Since they didn't have a soul, the amount of structural rules they carried was only the weight of an ordinary body. Anyway, it was very little. By defeating the psychedelic beasts, this ball of energy would be left behind. However, it seemed that because the amount of structural rules was too little, there was only pure energy in the ball of energy, and no rule power remained in it. The 7-colored energy crystal was divided into levels according to its color. From bottom to top, it was red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. Between each level, it was 10 times, about 10 times. Since the energy carried by the psychedelic beasts wasn't fixed at 1, it didn't mean that the energy obtained from killing the psychedelic beasts was directly equivalent to the energy obtained Anyway, that was the meaning. If you want a higher level of energy, you just have to kill it. There seemed to be some explanation for the changes of each level, but since it was just an illusion, he didn't have a deep understanding of it. He could only slowly explore it. Also, other than using the 7-colored energy crystal for himself, he could also sell it in exchange for a cloud ascension token. No wonder the little black snake said that battle maniacs and those idiots who only knew how to fight were gathered here. All of the above were formed by the psychedelic dimension itself. It seemed to be different from the psychedelic dimension that he saw before. He didn't know if it was because of the structural rules that it carried when it was formed, or because the psychedelic dimension that he saw before didn't grow to this scale. All in all, it was a strange mirror dimension that was a specialty of the Cloud Continent. It was no wonder that the Cloud Step Academy would leave this thing in their backyard. With this thing, they didn't have to worry about not being able to raise goo. No, they didn't have to worry about not being able to groom good students. However, this thing was just like raising goo. He wasn't wrong. Waving the 7-colored energy crystal in his hand, Yun Nuoxing passed it to Ji Shuiyan. Do you want it? Huh. The little girl was stunned for a moment. The orange and yellow 7-colored energy crystal is just right for your current realm. If you use it, there might be a lot of benefits. Yun Nuoxing said. He wasn't in a hurry to collect it. In any case, this thing was definitely the kind that would be collected faster the deeper he went. He didn't believe that when he reached a certain level, there wouldn't be a level where one psychedelic beast was equivalent to a yellow or green energy crystal. Ji Shuiyan looked at the 2 energy crystals and quickly shook her head. I'm not in a hurry to cultivate for a while. Isn't little brother going to the Star Step Pavilion to exchange for ancient relics? You can keep it and sell it. Looking straight into the little girl's green eyes, Yun Nuoxing nodded and kept the energy crystals. All right then, I'll save it for now and continue to go deeper. The little girl giggled and nodded her head. Speaking of cultivation, she was not in a hurry. Controlling too much power when one was still young would not be good for one's future growth. Yes, this was what her father had said. Although she did not quite understand the reasoning behind it, whatever her father had said, it should be true. The land of the wilderness was, of course, very desolate. The thousands or tens of thousands of students that came in previously were nowhere to be seen. They might be in other areas at this time, or they might be very deep inside. According to Yun Nuoxing's prediction, the 1st to 3rd levels were suitable for the 3 lower realms of the God stage. However, it shouldn't be too big of a problem to form a team to go to the 4th level. Combat strength, and so on usually didn't match one's realm. This was very normal. The 3rd level seems to be very spacious. Ji Shuiyan pulled Yun Nuoxing's arm and flew rapidly in the sky. Looking at the desolate land below, she couldn't help but say, and it seems that there are very few hallucinatory beasts here. Other than the 2 groups we saw just now, we didn't see any other hallucinatory beasts. Yun Nuoxing nodded. They had been flying here for more than half an hour and had probably crossed half of the 3rd level. So far, they had only seen the 2 groups of hallucinatory beasts. Now that he thought about it, there were very few hallucinatory beasts on the 1st and 2nd levels. According to the students, it seemed that they had been wiped out too cleanly. However, Yun Nuoxing had seen the regeneration ability of the hallucinatory space. Logically speaking, as long as there weren't any problems with the energy and rules of heaven and earth, there shouldn't be any extermination. After thinking for a while, he suddenly shuddered. He felt as if he had been secretly glared at by the little angel, and he had a feeling that he was going to die. The little angel sensed his thoughts and couldn't help but mutter, "How rude of you! You were the one who forced yourself to do the wrong thing. Why are you blaming me? Isn't it because you've been nagging?" The little angel snorted, and ignored the nagging observer. She continued to build the house in the spiritual world with Siyu and Dao Tian. Oh, that's not right. I heard that there are some special hallucinatory beasts with great power even on the first 3 levels. Ji Shuyan held it in for a while and felt bored again. She couldn't help but mutter, "Why can't I see anything? It's so boring, little brother." "Even if you say it's boring, I can't help it. I can't conjure a group of hallucinatory beasts for you to beat up." Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but smile bitterly. This little girl was even more noisy than you, although you, was noisy when she was with him, she wouldn't be so noisy with you and little purple soul around. Occasionally, they would be quiet for 2 or 3 hours. Ji Shuyan, on the other hand, was always noisy. However, it was indeed a bit boring here. The dark purple sky brought with it a twisted and gloomy atmosphere. If one stayed in this environment for a long time without someone to accompany them, they would go crazy from boredom. He could still bear it, but the little girl couldn't sit still. If he left her alone here for 2 minutes, she would probably start yelling. While rushing to the 4th level without triggering any events, he contacted Hui and reported his progress every day. "Hui, it's like no progress at all." "Xing, LV, difficult, difficult, difficult." It was very straightforward, and Yun Nuoshing could not help but smile bitterly. It was really too difficult to ask them about the origin relic. Without the origin energy, it was really difficult to find these things. He could only hope that they had already taken defensive measures for some places where people gathered. When the time came, when he used the origin energy to shake, it would not affect those places, and it would not let the origin relic bury those cities, towns, and villages in the yellow sand. "Little brother, we're at the entrance to the 4th level." Hearing Ji Shuyan's voice, Yun Nuoshing snapped back to reality. He looked at the sky ahead and nodded. The entrances between the levels were all the same. A giant crystalline wall formed from solidified aurora, flashing with the radiance of energy. It stood between heaven and earth, as if connecting the earth and the dark purple sky. If he kept flying upwards, he should be able to find a gap. Anyway, he didn't try. Why would he need to climb over such a fragile crystalline wall? He could make it recognize the wall with a slap. Grabbing the energy longbow in front of him, he casually pulled the bowstring. The energy was completely gathered in a moment. With a soft ding, an energy arrow that looked like a silver needle flew out of his sight. In a few seconds, it hit the giant crystalline wall in the distance. Amidst an earth-shattering bang, a large scorched hole was dug out of the crystalline wall. The center of the hole went straight through the wall, reflecting the scene behind. "Let's go." Yun Nuoshing let go of the longbow and pulled Ji Shuyan into the hole. As they quickly crossed the giant crystalline wall, an energy pressure that was stronger than before pressed down from the sky. The little girl's expression slightly trembled. Unlike Yun Nuoshing, she could clearly feel that the energy on this level was much stronger than the previous one. What a rich energy! Oh, just by cultivating here, it should be able to speed up a lot. Ji Shuyan's clear eyes flashed with a green light. But even the energy pressure is much stronger. It's already at the edge of what the lower 3 realms can withstand. If it's not someone special, they shouldn't be able to withstand it. However, an ordinary beginner god in the lower 3 realms wouldn't be able to break through the wall just now. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Just as he was about to continue forward, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Be careful! Ji Shuyan's slightly hurried scream rang in his ears. A strong force pulled him away from where he was standing just now. The moment Yun Nuoshing reacted, his soul rushed out. The longbow that wasn't in his hands automatically pulled the bowstring into a full moon. The energy surged, and formed a solid energy arrow in an instant, shooting towards the place where his soul sensed. At the same time, a wave of energy was rapidly approaching the two of them. Boom! The two waves of energy exploded at the same time. Two energy storms appeared at the place where they just stepped out of the giant crystalline wall, and at a place 10 miles away, the giant crystalline wall that was close to them was shaken by the aftermath of the two waves of energy, a wave of energy that could stabilize everything spread out from the energy storm. Yun Nuoshing and Ji Shuiyan's figures appeared behind the energy barrier. He frowned, slightly displeased. That's why it's troublesome to detect weak life forms. If we're not careful, we won't be able to see them. Ji Shuiyan bared her teeth at him. Big brother, you were the one who was careless. Well, both. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. He was indeed careless because he was thinking about other things. If it weren't for the little girl beside him, he wouldn't have needed to defend himself. With high defense and high HP, even if he just stood there and lay there for a whole day, these hallucination beasts wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Yun Nuoshing heaved a long sigh of relief. His soul quickly spread out. With a little girl beside me, I'd better monitor the whole place. The destructive energy storm caused by his attack slowly subsided. The two of them sneaked over and found two orange-colored energy balls at the bottom of the crater. They couldn't help but be surprised. The orange-colored ones appeared so quickly. Although Sui Xiong had expected that there would be stronger energy in the deeper space, he guessed that it would only be after the 7th, 8th, or 10th level. But then again, judging from the energy of the attack he had suffered at that moment, it should have been comparable to the energy attack of a god, and its destructive power was quite amazing in this realm. Ji Shuiyan ran over and collected the two energy balls. She smiled and said, "Good start. Maybe something happened when we opened the door." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Wherever the soul spread out, it detected a huge number of life forms. None of them were at the level of the two we just killed. On the desolate land, there were many traces of battle near the giant crystal wall. They were probably left behind by the students who had entered earlier. But then again, this giant crystal wall seemed to be more broken than the previous two walls. He found it strange that the psychedelic space was automatically divided into layers. It felt like there was no need to do this. Well, who knew what it was thinking? Perhaps it was because of a certain rule that it did this. Standing at the edge of the huge pit and looking into the distance, Yun Nuoshing gradually discovered something strange. The hallucinatory beasts in this wilderness that had been locked onto by his spirit seemed to all be gathering towards one place. If he expanded the range to 100,000 miles, he would be able to see more clearly. It was as if all the hallucinatory beasts in the entire 4th level were rapidly gathering towards one place. He thought for a while, and his spirit began to surge towards the place where the hallucinatory beasts were gathering. With the power that could penetrate the rules, it surged out explosively. When it had spread to a place close to 400,000 miles away, he finally saw something that made him slightly stunned. A beast tide. And this number, there are probably tens of millions of them. And this is just a baseline. What? Beast tide. Where? Go and fight. There's so much energy. Ji Shuiyan's eyes lit up as soon as she heard about the beast tide. Yun Nuoshing was still thinking when he felt a strong force coming on him. Before he could make a sound, the ground appeared in front of him. No, don't rush. Ow. Yun Nuoshing was knocked on the ground. He quickly straightened his body and flew forward with Ji Shuiyan. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why are you in such a hurry? His divine sense flipped through the beast tide and finally found something surrounded by hallucination beasts at a distance of 470,000 kilometers, a large group of students from the Buyun Academy. Moreover, it wasn't just the beast tied in front of them. Behind them, near the fifth floor, there was also a beast tied approaching them. With such a shocking number, even the fourth floor didn't have this many beast tides. Some psychedelic beasts seemed to be at the level of the first and second level. The little angel said softly, "If that's the case, they haven't been wiped out. They've been gathering on the fourth level for a long time." Yun Nuoshing nodded. He heard from the student that the number of psychedelic beasts on the first and second level had decreased greatly. Now, it seemed that it wasn't the case. They were all gathering in one place, and there are also psychedelic beasts from other areas. The psychedelic beasts in the wilderness are all the same. Now, there are 4 different kinds of psychedelic beasts there. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but click his tongue. What kind of trouble was this? The psychedelic beasts on the first, second, and third levels of the psychedelic space were all gathered here. Oh, not only that, but there were also psychedelic beasts on the fifth level. He wondered if there were psychedelic beasts on the sixth level. His soul personally witnessed the psychedelic beasts passing through the crystal wall without any obstruction. A large group of odd-looking beasts and strange beasts were crawling on the ground with 4, 5, 6, or 7 legs. There were also some flying in the sky. They all looked like rotting meat with a pair of wings. "I see it! I see it!" Ji Shuyan excitedly stretched out her little finger in his arms and pointed into the distance. Yun Nuoshing looked up at the horizon. The dark purple sky was burning red at the place where the psychedelic beasts were gathering. In the depths of the psychedelic space, huge bursts of energy were about to shake the entire area into an abyss. Anyway, Yun Nuoshing drew his bow and moved horizontally in the air. He gathered energy crazily. Let's shoot it first. Chapter 16:20. The sky was dark, gloomy, and distorted. Blazing flames burned fiercely in the sky. The rain of fire carried heavy meteorites across the sky and landed on the ground. Moving their line of sight along with the flames of the meteorite's explosion, they saw a wall formed by countless gigantic beasts. It was an airtight wall that surrounded them from all directions and pressed down on them. Frenzied roars could be heard incessantly. The blood of their companions and those of the hallucination beasts mixed together and splashed onto the ground. The blood that splashed onto their bodies gradually turned cold and solidified. The malicious intent that came from countless directions once again tore apart their defensive line. They had already forgotten what made them struggle so bitterly and persevere. Roar! Roar! Violent energy waves exploded from behind them, turning into energy phenomena. Energy light balls rushed out of the encirclement and splashed a huge energy storm in the hallucination beasts' horde. In the blink of an eye, all the hallucination beasts within a range of 1,000 feet were shaken into nothingness. The huge bodies of the hallucination beasts that were affected exploded, spraying countless amounts of blood onto their companions. This made them even more agitated. With red eyes, they pushed and shoved at the back. They stepped on the corpses of their companions and pounced toward the group of sheep that were trapped in a corner. Their figures were as heavy as Mount Tai. Before they could even get close, they were torn into pieces by the energy waves. Continue to maintain the formation. Everyone, stay where you are. All vanguards, line up according to the array glyphs. Rear guards, take this opportunity to retrieve the energy crystals. Gather all the people who need to replenish their energy in the middle. Cover the rear guards, who have rushed out of the formation with firepower. Use it freely. The energy crystals are limitless. Black shadows rushed out from the huge circular formation and turned into blades that annihilated the enemy. They reaped the lives of all the hallucination beasts in their path. Countless energy explosions beside the black shadows opened up a path for them. The dozens of black shadows quickly collected all the white energy balls that were scattered all over the ground into the formation and threw them together at the center of the formation. There was a group of injured and semi-unconscious people lying on the ground. As the huge energy filled the surrounding space, their injuries were healing at a visible rate. The people around them, who were already exhausted, took this opportunity to recover their energy and continued to launch energy attacks at the beast horde. It was a team with tacit understanding and cooperation, but most of them were not familiar with each other. They might not have spoken much before they fell into this situation, even if they were all from the Buyun Academy. Some of them might have had grudges against each other and did not see eye to eye with each other. However, none of them cared about the past in the face of a great calamity. They cooperated, supported, and encouraged each other, gritting their teeth and persevering, killing and advancing without stopping. In the beginning, the team had far more people, and they did not become like this all of a sudden. The 50% of the familiar faces that had disappeared in exchange for their seamless cooperation at this moment. If there was a shred of hope in their hearts, it would be to survive and lead everyone out of this hell together. Roar! All the vanguards that were lined up according to the array glyphs released a huge amount of energy. Together, they formed an impenetrable energy barrier that resisted the attacks of all the hallucination beasts that surrounded the barrier. There were not many of those colossal beasts that could use energy attacks, and only a portion of them could touch the barrier. The rest were pushing and shoving at the back, or even killing each other. If it were not for the energy crystals that the people behind them gave them to recover, the vanguards would not have held on for so long. Ha! Ling Hao waved the gigantic black hammer that was twice as big as his body in his hand. The heavy hammer smashed onto the ground fiercely, turning into a straight line of shock wave that sent the entire string of hallucination beasts in front of him flying. His inner strength shook them into pools of dirty blood. The formation that had just been torn apart was filled up again in less than 2 seconds. He glanced at it, clenched his teeth tightly, and waved his hand to retrieve the energy crystals that were left behind by the dozens of hallucination beasts that had just died. He planted the hammer heavily on the ground with both hands and strengthened the defense even more by returning it to the array glyphs. Feeling the energy in his body being depleted bit by bit, he stuffed all the energy crystals in his hand into his mouth. At this time, he did not care about letting the energy crystals devour each other to increase his level. His priority was to ensure the output of the defensive energy. If their front line fell, then they would be done for. Ling Hao, save your energy to maintain the defense. Don't be rash. Seeing that he had smashed the hammer in anger, someone beside him immediately reminded him. I know, Ling Hao nodded. No matter how rash he was, it was impossible for him to be rash at this time. After all, they were a group of beginner god-level fighters who had also gone through many battles to climb to this position. The more they were in this kind of situation, the more they could not be impatient. Once they took a wrong step, there would be irreversible and disastrous consequences. He looked at the gigantic hallucination beast in front of him that was 5 to 6 meters tall like a city wall. After he forcefully suppressed his anger, some confusion appeared in his eyes. 7 days ago, until now, he still could not figure out what had happened 7 days ago. Perhaps everyone who was bitterly defending this place also could not figure it out. Or perhaps they did not even have the energy to think about it. He only remembered that he had a fierce battle with everyone on the 5th level that day. He only remembered that there seemed to be an earthquake at that time. He was not clear about the specifics. When they came to their senses, they had already seen a line dyed, with crazy colors appear on the horizon. It was as if a tsunami was about to engulf the entire land. That was the beginning of this escape. If it were not for the fact that this was an illusory space, if it were not for the fact that these hallucination beasts would turn into energy crystals when they died, they might have already been defeated in this battle long ago and turned into a pool of blood or a pile of feces. The earth-shattering roar brought Ling Hao back to his senses from his short memories. He held the handle of his hammer with both hands and said in a deep voice, "How's the situation at the back?" The hallucination beasts from the 6th level are still gathering. They have already come into contact with the tail end of the beast tide. However, the hallucination beasts from the 4th and 5th levels are blocking their way. It will still take some time for them to reach us. As for the normal hallucination beasts from the 5th level, we have already come into contact with a portion of them. Damn it! There are quite a few big fellows on the 6th level. It takes us a lot of effort to deal with them normally. No problem. Ling Hao let out a long sigh. His eyes were as gloomy as a dark well. As long as those beast kings don't come together, we still have hope. Seize the time to recover. We can't stay here forever. All long-range attacks, gather a big one, and use me as your target. Listen to my command and attack straight ahead. Kill your way out. Rear guard, bring along all those who can't move. We will maintain our formation and advance a certain distance in one breath. Those who could still move all responded angrily. They swallowed a dozen or so white or red energy crystals and used their own methods to gather energy. The dozens of black shadows from earlier appeared and supported the injured and recovering people in the middle of the team. Sorry, don't talk. Use some energy to assist me. Let's charge out together. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Ling Hao suddenly raised his heavy hammer. The energy applied to the defensive glyph array slightly weakened. Seeing this, everyone else's expression turned serious. Looking at the dimmed energy barrier around them, they were all somewhat nervous. Even though they had already seen this scene a few times, they were still nervous and uneasy. Attack with all your might. Following Ling Hao's angry roar, several hundred figures suddenly soared into the sky, burning with energy from the thousands of people in the team. At this moment, all of them unleashed all their energy at once, fusing into an unusually wide energy torrent. It surged forward over the heads of Ling Hao and the others. The crimson sky seemed to have the fire of the sun falling, and the sky and earth changed color. Countless hallucination beasts were annihilated by this mighty joint attack. At the same time, following Ling Hao's loud roar, everyone mustered all their strength and charged forward, tearing open a gap of several hundred kilometers in front of them. Those who were free along the way did not forget to collect all the energy crystals that numbered in the tens of thousands into their hands. Continue forward. Don't stop. After advancing rapidly for about 10 li, the gap that was opened up was once again filled up by the hallucination beasts. During this period of time, there were already huge hallucination beasts that were several hundred zhang in front of the group. Everyone who was proficient in long-range attacks started to attack without needing any orders. They worked together and blasted the hallucination beasts that were charging at them into bloody flowers. Bang! The rapid advance continued until Ling Hao and the others once again raised the energy barrier. It was difficult for them to continue advancing. Everyone very tacitly stopped in an instant and switched to advancing slowly. Advance in an orderly manner. Be careful of the pursuit from behind. Open up a path in front. Behind. Ling Hao's loud roar as he turned back came to an abrupt stop. He suddenly widened his eyes. In the distance behind them, perhaps hundreds or thousands of kilometers away, a billowing cloud of dust had been stirred up without them noticing. The image of the energy disturbance was like the shadow of a flame being reflected on the wall. Howls and howls could be heard coming from that huge cloud of dust. A huge object that was over 10,000 meters in size slowly appeared from the cloud of dust with earth-shaking steps. It was a huge monster that only had the body of an ox, the tail of a snake, and the wings of a dragon. Beast King. This is the Beast King that is guarding the crystal wall between the 6th and 7th level. Why would it appear here? Ling Hao's voice that had abruptly stopped attracted the attention of many people. Seeing his frightened expression, everyone also turned their heads and widened their eyes. It was also at this moment that the monster with the body of an ox suddenly raised its head. The howls were mixed with the sound waves of an ox's cry. Energy frantically gathered towards it. Everyone, stop attacking. Defend with all your might. Ling Hao's roar was exceptionally sharp. Everyone trembled and was startled by this roar. They snapped back to their senses and subconsciously used all their energy to construct the strongest defense possible. The defensive array glyphs that were arranged in a row lit up with a dazzling light in an instant. There were even array glyphs that were desperately throwing out glyphs to reinforce the defense. A bluish-black energy torrent that was over 10 meters in size rushed over from thousands of kilometers away. It directly fell onto the bright defensive array glyphs. The whistling energy carried a violent impact that swept away the ground that was being guarded. All the hallucination beasts within a radius of 10 kilometers were shaken into nothingness by this attack. The impact, mixed with the sound waves, came and went quickly. In just a few seconds, the trembling of the entire world had stopped. Ling Hao hurriedly opened his eyes. The defensive array glyphs were still there. Although everyone's energy could withstand the impact of the Beast King, it was absolutely impossible for it to hold on forever. 3 more times, and the array glyphs would definitely collapse. Full speed ahead, widen the distance. The Beast King's attack range is limited. Vanguards at the front, open up a path. Everyone else, make sure to defend against the incoming hallucination beasts from the left and right. Ling Hao roared angrily. Just as he was about to charge out, he saw everyone's dumbfounded gazes and was slightly startled. You all, Ling Hao, look to your left. The person beside him pointed forward while trembling. Ling Hao's gaze followed and was stunned. He thought that everyone had lost their will to fight when they saw the Beast King. Everyone was indeed a little dazed from the impact and had lost their will to fight. However, he didn't know if it was because of the Beast King. In front of him to the left, at the same distance as the Beast King, there was a mountain-like figure that towered into the clouds. It was like a mountain peak that reached into the clouds, slowly revealing its figure in the rolling dust. It was an indomitable giant whose entire body was a stitched monster that was pieced together from the bodies of various different behemoths. Ling Hao alone could recognize the characteristics of at least 300 different creatures. The Beast King that's blocking the path to the 11th crystal wall. Why would it be here? We're done for. Is this the end? Beside Ling Hao, a young man who was holding a big stick and a big shield sneered and sat down dejectedly. That thing is an existence at the peak of the Emperor God level. Even those few monsters in the academy have to form a team before they dare to fight it head-on. Furthermore, it can command all the hallucination beasts within its sight. Once it sees us, we basically can't hide or escape. There's also another Beast King. That's even more. Ling Hao opened his mouth several times, wanting to shout something. However, he clenched his teeth and couldn't open his mouth to make a sound. We're done for. Such a feeling arose in his heart for no reason. It had exceeded the limit that they could bear and the distance that they could reach by working hard. This wasn't something that could be achieved by working hard. If it were only two normal beast kings that appeared, they could still put up a fight. However, the two that came were neither normal nor were they people that they could deal with at their level. Give up? Of course not. However, I completely can't think of what to do. Ling Hao muttered to himself and smiled bitterly. He had risked everything for the past 7 days, yet in the end, he had fallen into the abyss at this place. He was really unwilling to accept this. It was really… Ling Hao raised his head and looked around. He was slightly stunned. That's strange. Why didn't the hallucination beast surround us? Hearing his voice, everyone who had more or less given up on the idea was also stunned. They raised their heads and looked around. Those hallucination beasts didn't surround them. Instead, they surged towards the path that they had originally retreated to. There were also waves of strange movements coming from there. It was as if there was something at the end of the world. Oh, you're done fighting? You can't hold on any longer? A slightly immature voice suddenly sounded in the minds of Ling, Hao, and the others, causing them to be stunned. However, you guys fought well. If those two big guys didn't appear, you should be able to return to a safe place successfully. Now, stand still and don't move. Wong. The sharp sound of energy whistling was unusually ear-piercing. Ling Hao and the others felt goosebumps all over their bodies when they heard it. 2 silver lights flashed in their vision, rushing towards the back at a speed that far exceeded the speed of sound. He quickly turned his head and looked behind him. Those 2 streaks of energy that tore through space tore apart all the hallucination beasts along the way. They slaughtered their way through and reached the place where the 2 beast kings were. Then a dazzling light flashed. A terrifying dark red energy storm suddenly soared into the sky, stirring up a storm that could engulf the entire world. The whistling gales swept out from thousands of miles away, without any delay, messing up everyone's emotions. The figures of the 2 beast kings were instantly drowned in the storm. It was as if they could see the scene of them being shredded into pieces in the storm. Bang! 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 Rapid explosions suddenly sounded one after another. On the ground on both sides of them, rows of dark red energy balls suddenly exploded out of thin air. Each energy ball covered an area of thousands of feet and was approaching them from both sides. The rows of light balls lit up the sky, and the attack seemed to wash the ground, drowning the army of hallucination beasts in the dark red light. Ling Hao looked more closely. Every exploding light ball seemed to be an inconspicuous energy arrow. It was equivalent to a series of arrows raining down on the ground, causing an energy explosion. In an instant, there were only traces of the dazzling energy blooming on the ground. Other than that, there was nothing else. It was a magnificent and dazzling scene. Wherever the energy explosion passed, not a single hallucination beast was left behind. Everyone was stunned. They searched their minds for a long time, but could not think of anyone in the academy who would use such an attack. Perhaps it was not a student, but an elder. Had the news of what happened here finally spread? The mighty energy impact lasted for a whole 5 minutes before it stopped. The countless hallucination beasts in their sight disappeared, and so did the 2 beast kings. Sensing an aura approaching, Ling Hao turned his head abruptly and looked forward. Then he was dumbfounded. In midair, there were 2 little Lolas about 2 meters tall, coming over hand in hand. One of them was even strangely covered in energy crystals. If he did not see a longbow floating beside them, he would have thought that he had mistaken them for someone else. Who are you? Ling Hao asked in a daze. Yun Nuoxing pulled Ji Shuiyan down from midair. After watching the show and paddling for half a day, they finally arrived. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the skinny youth who was carrying a huge hammer and said casually, "Nobody, just a new student. Everyone was speechless. Who was she trying to fool? Which new student could be unparalleled in a beast tide that numbered in the millions and even exterminated? However, they really seemed to be new students. The Academy token could sense that their tokens appeared and connected for one day. Everyone was dumbfounded and did not know what was going on. Little brother, you guys chat first. I'll go and collect the energy crystals. Yun Nuoshing sensed that there were no hallucination beasts around. Judging that the situation was safe, she waved her hand and said, "Oh, go ahead." As they watched the little girl leave, Ling Hao and the rest were still in the state of being petrified into statues in the wind. After a while, they felt Yun Nuoshing's gaze and regained their senses. "Then, which one of you can come out and say something?" Ling Hao looked around and realized that no one intended to speak. He walked forward with a bitter smile and clasped his hands awkwardly at the big loli in front of him. "I'm Ling Hao. Thank you, for saving me." He hesitated for a long time and did not know whether to call her senior or some other ghost. Thus, he just blurted it out. "Leader?" Yun Nuoshing raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. "Barely." Ling Hao smiled bitterly. "Oh, which way to the 5th level?" Ling Hao was stunned for a moment and turned to point in a direction. Yun Nuoshing nodded and turned around. "Thanks, I'll leave first." Everyone was speechless. No, she left just like that. She did not have anything to ask after seeing the abnormal situation. She just left after asking for directions. It seemed that she intended to continue running to the deeper level. Ling Hao was a little confused, and his head was still a little dizzy. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing really turned around and was about to fly forward, he quickly shouted, "That! Please wait a moment." Yun Nuoshing turned around. "The road ahead is unobstructed. With your strength, you should be able to return safely. Don't worry." No, I'm not talking about this. There's something abnormal in the hallucination space. The deeper level might, glancing at Ji Shuyan, who was still running around happily in the vast wilderness, Yun Nuoshing turned around and floated in front of him. "Tell me, what might have happened?" Ling Hao grinned and looked at the young man who was holding a big stick and shield. "Senior, you came from the deeper level. Didn't you say that you saw something abnormal?" The young man's face trembled slightly. "Yes, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. I've been fighting here for 7 days. I'm a little confused, but I can't tell what it is. I only saw something from afar. Then..." The young man scratched his head and stood up. "To be precise, it's probably a black fog. There should be people who went to the 10th level before the beast tide erupted. You should have seen it too." "I did see it, but I'm not sure what happened there," a woman answered. She raised her head slightly and recalled, "I remember that the black fog was only on the ground at first. Then it floated into the air and turned into clouds. Then all the hallucination beasts went on a rampage. In other areas, the hallucination beasts of other levels ran towards places that they didn't belong to. It seemed like they were feeling uneasy, or maybe they were just running around." Black fog. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while. He stretched out his right hand and gathered energy. Non-order energy turned into a black shadow and gushed out from his palm. "The black fog you're talking about, is it like this?" "Yes, it's this. It makes people feel uneasy. It's hard to breathe. It's like they'll lose their lives if they get close." The woman nodded and said with lingering fear. Yun Nuoshing pondered. Non-order energy had already rushed into the hallucination space. The situation of the Buyun Academy's seal was probably worse than he thought. He turned his head to look at Ling Hao and said, "You guys go out and find that snake called Sure Something, or go to the Battle Experience Pavilion and find that bear. Tell them that the seal is broken and the energy is leaking. I'll go deeper to investigate. Just do it. Leave quickly." After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. Ling, Hao, and the others looked at each other blankly. They were a little confused. That snake. And it was called Sure. TSK. It couldn't be Elder Sure, right? And the bear in the battle experience pavilion, could it be Elder Xionggang? This guy's token said that he was really a freshman, but to say that he was a freshman was simply absurd. Chapter 16:21. After bidding farewell to the two strange new students, Ling Hao and the others galloped towards the exit of the illusory space without stopping. There was still some distance between the fourth floor and the exit, but just as the new student had said, with the strength of their group, it wasn't a problem to deal with a little bit of trouble. The only trouble that still existed on the way was the reborn illusory beasts. Previously, the illusory beasts on the first, second, and third floors had all gathered towards their location, so there weren't many of them. Now that they had all been cleared in one go, they all returned to their original areas. Furthermore, there were no more cases of madness this time. They were just some normal illusory beasts, and with everyone's strength, they could get rid of them without much effort. After galloping for 2 hours in the illusory space, everyone finally saw the teleportation area that had nothing but an ordinary appearance. After leaving the dangerous area, they all heaved a huge sigh of relief. "We're finally back." Ling Hao heaved a long sigh of relief. He wanted to shout loudly, but due to the exhaustion from the continuous battles, no one was able to shout at the top of their lungs. Only when he saw the other students gathering at the exit did he completely relax. Oh, it's not the time to really relax yet. Ling Hao knocked his head in distress and looked at the young man with the big stick beside him. "Next, we have to report this matter to the elder." The young man replied lazily and scratched his head in confusion. But what did that sentence mean? The seal is broken and the energy is leaking. Could it be that something abnormal happened in the illusory space? Who knows what happened? Anyway, what we experienced these past few days wasn't anything normal to begin with. Ling Hao smiled bitterly. The events of these past few days were very abnormal in themselves. Looking at how she was in a hurry, perhaps there really was something wrong in the depths of the illusory space. Although things have come to an end, we can't be sure that it's really over. However, we can indeed rest for a while now. Ling Hao turned around and said to the group of people who were filled with the aura of death. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw their weak and limp appearance in the teleportation area. He looked back and exchanged glances with the young man, and both of them nodded. The two of them said something to their companions beside them and left the illusory space together, heading towards the Experience Battle Pavilion. Elder Sure appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Previously, they had heard that he was hibernating in the Endless Mountains, so it would be difficult to find him for a while. However, Elder Xionggang was in the Experience Battle Pavilion, so it would be much faster to find him directly. After casually resting for a while to at least cover up their sorry state, Ling Hao and the other man arrived at the rarely visited corridor of the Battle Experience Pavilion and found Elder Xiongang's room. The two of them looked at each other, took a deep breath, and raised their hands to gently knock on the door. "Come in." As soon as Ling Hao knocked on the door, Elder Xiongang's faint, suppressed voice sounded from inside. The two of them looked at each other again, then pushed the door open and entered. Before they really entered the room, they saw that there were several people in the room, and they even saw Elder Sure with his long, metallic hair. On the sofa opposite the table, there were two women, one big and one small, sitting. Thinking back, they remembered that they had seen these two when school started, but they didn't know who they were at all. As soon as the two of them entered the room, for pairs of eyes simultaneously turned towards them. elder Xionggang looked at him with a faint smile, and the two of them seemed to be acquaintances. "What's wrong, Ling Hao? What strange thing are you planning to do again?" "Strange." Ling Hao smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to speak, the little black snake beat him to it. "Oh, this is the little fellow you were talking about. He looks quite interesting." The little black snake's gaze swept over Ling Hao's body, and he couldn't help but nod. On the first day of school, he sent a senior who had been in school for 2 years to the Endless Mountains. The next month, he accepted a mission to subdue a magical beast at the Experience Battle Pavilion, but in the end, he found the wrong target to complete the mission beyond his level. He stayed in the psychedelic space all alone for half a year and disappeared without a trace, causing people to mistakenly think that something had happened to him. They had no choice but to send out elders to search for him, and when they found him, they found that he was cultivating in seclusion in the illusory space domain. Elder Xionggang stared at Ling Hao as he spoke. With every incident that he mentioned, the bitter smile on the latter's face became even more pronounced, and he tried his best to shrink his head. "Tell me, is it fun to talk about these things?" TSK. He can even cultivate in seclusion in the psychedelic space. That's a new low. Interesting, it's really interesting. The little black snake couldn't help but praise. Elders, please don't make fun of me." Ling Hao smiled bitterly and hurriedly cupped his hands. "Elder Shi is here too. I have something to say." Xionggang waved his hand and said, "Speak. You don't come here for no reason. What trouble are you going to cause this time? You want to inform us in advance, don't you?" "Actually, something happened in the psychedelic space." Ling Hao shook his head. After pondering for a moment, he roughly explained what had happened in the psychedelic space for the past few days, and finally told them what she had told him. "The seal is broken, and the energy is leaking out." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the entire room changed. Ling Hao and the other elders shrunk their necks and didn't know what had happened. They only saw that the expressions of the 4 people in front of them had become exceptionally solemn, as if the sky had collapsed. The little black snake's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ling Hao, its expression solemn. "Is what you said true? Did she tell you this personally?" "Yes, she only asked me to come back and report to Elder Shi and Elder Xionggang. After that, she went deeper into the psychedelic space by herself. Based on her ability, she should have reached the 12th or 13th level by now." Ling Hao hurriedly nodded. The little black snake turned around and looked at Xionggang and the other 2, communicating with their eyes. Since she said so, then it shouldn't be wrong. The frenzy of the psychedelic beast that Ling Hao mentioned just now also seems to be a situation of being infected by that energy, but in reality, I didn't see that black aura on the psychedelic beast. These 2 children also said, "So just now, if that's really the case, then the seal beneath the academy has already collapsed to a certain extent and even penetrated through the rules of space and entered the psychedelic space. But there's no news from the dean's side. Perhaps he didn't notice it, or perhaps he didn't see any flaws in the seal at all. After all, this seal has existed for so many years." The little black snake's eyes flickered. He tilted his head to look at the 2 beauties and said, "Let's go to the psychedelic space to take a look. Lao Xiong, go and inform the dean, and the rest to see what's the situation there." The little black snake disappeared in a flash after saying that. The 2 girls followed suit. Xionggang was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly roared, "You bunch of bastards are making me run errands again. Bring these 2 brats along. You haven't entered the psychedelic space before. Do you know the way?" That's right. The little black snake's figure returned and grabbed the 2 dumbfounded Ling Hao and Lao Xionggang. In a flash, he disappeared. "Go, go, go. We're in a hurry. Ling Hao?" He went like the wind and left like the wind. Before he could react, He only saw the blue sky and white clouds flowing in the sky. The sky was a clear blue. Xionggang looked at the room that was messed up by the little black snake and couldn't help but exhale heavily, shaking his head. He said, "This fellow, he's messed up my room again." Phew, those students' funerals do need to be taken care of. So many students died at once. It's not easy to deal with. Let the dean deal with it himself. In just 2 minutes, Ling Hao and Lao Xionggang landed in front of the door of the psychedelic space. The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had just left this place 10 minutes ago, and now they were back again. Furthermore, there were 3 ancient guards of the academy beside them. This time, they might have to run deeper into the psychedelic space. Just the thought of it made their liver tremble. At this time, the black teleportation gate leading to the illusory space fluctuated greatly, and a group of exhausted figures walked out from it. The heavy aura they carried caused the people here to be startled, and they retreated one after another. This group of people had a strong smell of blood on them, as if they had been soaking in a blood pool for 7 or 8 days. That dispirited appearance. Only God knew what they had experienced. Ling Hao, why are you back again? Someone in the group was stunned to see Ling Hao and Lao Xionggang return. It's a long story. You guys go back and have a good rest first. I still have to go in. Ling Hao could not help but smile bitterly. He followed the little black snake and the other 2 into the psychedelic space again under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. That person just now seems to be Elder Sher, right? Yes, yes. The 2 beside him are the ancient guards of the academy that we saw at the opening ceremony. They have quite a high status. It seems that something has happened to the psychedelic space. Ling Hao has been brought in. Poor lad, he has to work so hard. Everyone looked at each other and sighed. They still remembered that Ling Hao had been instructed by that strange new student to spread the word. From the looks of it now, things were not over even after he had spread the word. He still had to run inside and take a look. The psychedelic space, as far as its body was concerned, should be considered a living creation of rules. It was not too much of an issue to call it a living being. However, in terms of its characteristics, it was not suitable to call it a real living being. It could not move, nor did it have a soul or spiritual intelligence to speak of. It could be considered a half-finished creation. It could only follow the instincts endowed by the rules of its structure and constantly act. It kept expanding, absorbing energy, and like a trap, it kept creating psychedelic beasts to attract other living beings. From this point of view, it was quite strange. Therefore, the psychedelic space itself would not have such a degree of mania and chaos. Such a situation would only occur when an external object affects it. The little black snake answered Ling Hao and Lao Xiongang's questions on the way. After fighting endlessly in the psychedelic space for 7 days, it was normal for the 2 lads to have some doubts in their hearts now that they had calmed down. Ling Hao nodded after listening, but he was still a little confused. He still could not fully understand what the so-called psychedelic space was. It was like a living being, but not a living being. So the psychedelic beasts would riot because the black gas affected the psychedelic space. Based on the information we have so far, that seems to be the case. The little black snake nodded and glanced at Ling Hao, who was in charge of leading the way. Logically speaking, there are some things that shouldn't be known to you students. After all, it's too dangerous. However, you'll be going deep into the psychedelic space with us, after all. There's no harm in knowing some things in advance. To put it simply, that surge of energy is very dangerous. Only a small part of it has entered the psychedelic space, and it has already caused such a degree of abnormal change. What you've seen is only the tip of the iceberg. Ling Hao's expression became rather unnatural. No wonder the ancient guards had such a serious look on their faces. So that was a rather deadly thing. Ling Hao suddenly felt that it had not been easy for them to hide here for so many days. That was really a narrow escape from death, repeatedly jumping on the edge of death, who knew how many times. Ling Hao, we seem to have already passed the 11th level, right? The young man who had been brought along touched Ling Hao and smiled bitterly. The last time I came here, I seemed to have entered by mistake. I saw that someone had killed the Beast King guarding the pass. So I curiously followed to take a look. I was almost killed by the psychedelic beast on the 12th level. The weakest psychedelic beast on the 12th level is at the level of a high-level god. You still dared to go there. Ling Hao stared at him with his eyes wide open. This fellow was also crazy. It was a miracle that he could come back alive. The young girl in the red dress suddenly opened her eyes. Her pair of fiery red eyes were like two pieces of burning black stone. She pointed to the front left. There are traces left behind by a battle. The aftermath of the energy hasn't dissipated yet. Aftermath of the energy. The little black snake's expression changed slightly. He led the group in a different direction and crossed over a piece of wilderness. What appeared in front of them was a bottomless abyss. The length and width of the abyss could be calculated by thousands of miles. Just one look at it made him dizzy. He's going to tear down the psychedelic space. As long as the core rules of the psychedelic space don't collapse, it won't collapse. The young girl closed her eyes and shook her head lightly. There are no aftermath of the energy in the abyss. It's only on the surface. Do you know what level he is at? I don't know. Anyway, he's higher than me. The little black snake shook his head and pointed at his head. Although my eyes were blinded by the energy at that time, to be able to punch me into a state where I can't take care of myself. Ouch, speaking of this, I feel that my head still hurts a little. Which of you can do that? The two girls shook their heads hard. The four of them were at the same level. That stupid bear should be stronger, but it was impossible for him to punch this stinky snake into a state where he had cerebral palsy, high-level origin. No, it should be in the peak. The tall woman in the black robe said softly. She tilted her head and looked at the little black snake. You didn't say that such a person came to the academy. TSK. I didn't have time to tell you about what happened today. I was about to tell you when these two brats ran in. The little black snake pointed at Ling Hao and the young girl with his mouth. After crossing the abyss, they continued to head towards the 13th level. Ling Hao and the young girl didn't know where to go. They only knew the specific directions of the 13th and 14th levels from their seniors who had already entered the rebirth state. Speaking of which, we haven't seen anyone after the 6th level. The young girl and Ling Hao looked at each other and frowned. They felt that something was wrong. What? Do you feel anything special? After all, you are the victims. Maybe you feel more clearly. Tell me, the little black snake said. I felt it before. The young girl scratched her head. The young man scratched his head. 7 days ago, we arrived at the 7th floor, very smoothly, the kind that was countless times smoother than before. Be it the 6th floor or the 7th floor, we didn't see many hallucinatory beasts, just like here. Occasionally we would see hallucinatory beasts, but only one or two, or at most 1 or 2 groups. Furthermore, the seniors that we used to see here in the past have all disappeared. I saw them walk into the hallucinatory space with my own eyes that day, so they shouldn't have come out yet. Could it be? As he spoke, his face turned pale. Ling Hao patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. We haven't seen anything yet. Maybe the situation isn't as bad as you think. Then Ling Hao asked the little black snake, Eldersher, did that strange energy appear from the deeper parts of the hallucinatory space? I'm not sure. It's our first time encountering such a situation. The little black snake shook his head. Before Ling Hao came to report, they didn't discover such a situation. They had been watching over the academy for millions of years, sending off generations of people, but they had never heard of such a fatal situation in the hallucinatory space. If such a thing really happened, it was impossible for them not to know. If that energy spread out from the deeper parts of the hallucinatory space, the young girl opened her eyes that were like fireballs again. We might have to give up on the hallucinatory space. Ling Hao trembled. Give up means tear it down. We can't keep it. The little black snake sighed deeply. That energy will seize all energy and split itself. It will constantly multiply and grow. If it didn't come in from outside by accident, but accidentally slipped out from the deeper parts of the hallucinatory space, it means that there are already countless in the deeper parts of the hallucinatory space. Rumble, a low rumble that was like thunder breaking down the horizon, slowly sounded in their ears, causing their expressions to suddenly change. The sound waves vibrating in their ears became louder and louder, more and more terrifying. The world in front of them became foggy, as if there was a downpour. However, it was the scene of the space being shaken by the sound waves. At this moment, it was as if they had charged into a place where the sound waves vibrated and the rain poured down. What swept through their bodies and destroyed their eardrums was a destructive sound wave. The destructive sound wave lasted for about 10 seconds before it disappeared. Then, a storm that contained endless destructive energy suddenly appeared at the end of the world. It crossed all obstacles and was reflected in the eyes of the few people. The dark red energy that soared into the sky froze in midair, and like a downpour of meteors, it gave the entire land an endless destructive power. This movement doesn't look good. It used a rather large amount of energy. The little black snake couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. Seeing and feeling that energy from so far away made his heart palpitate. It looked like it was definitely a peak origin. The little black snake and the other two looked at each other and instantly increased their speed by several levels. Because they had a road sign to guide them, it didn't take them more than 2 minutes to cross the 15th, 16th, or 17th level of the crystal wall. It was empty all along the way. The dark purple sky brought with it an extremely gloomy atmosphere that suppressed the entire world. There was an uncomfortable aura floating in the air, like the residual fluctuations left behind after two types of natural enemies collided. It caused the air to become thick and heavy, and when it entered their lungs, it felt like they were choking on a mouthful of glue. That aura, as expected, it spread out from the deepest parts of the space. The young girl waved her arm, and a scarlet ring of fire surrounded them, dispersing that strange energy remnant. It's over, it's over. This time, it looks like we're really going to tear down the illusory space. It's going to be another big movement. The little black snake's face was twisted with pain and hatred. It was so easy to say that they were going to tear down this space. It had already taken root here and expanded itself for so many years. Only God knew how big its territory was now, but they suddenly said that they were going to tear it down. But they didn't even know where the energy core of the illusory space was. Furthermore, Yun Nuoxing had used such a degree of violent energy. It was likely that there were very troublesome enemies in the depths of this space. The soaring energy road sign had yet to fade. Gradually, they heard more and more sounds of energy destruction. It seemed like it had been delayed for a long time before it just happened to reach here for them to hear. And along the way, the ground was flat, and they couldn't see any traces of destruction. Furthermore, when they crossed the crystal wall, they didn't see the beast king that Ling, Hao, and the others had mentioned. This made the little black snake and the others even more uneasy. If everything was peaceful along the way, didn't that mean that there were even more powerful illusory beasts gathered in the deeper parts of the illusory space? We're here, we're here. We can directly see them. After crossing over to the 30th level, in an instant, they could already feel the aura of the violent energy wantonly leaking out ahead. The little black snake, and the others hurriedly slowed down. When they came closer and saw the scene that they saw, even the three of them couldn't help but gasp. Under the cover of the dark purple sky, there was a group of twisted and deformed monsters that were more than 100 kilometers in size, struggling and roaring in a sea of flames. They were like the ugly images of the dark side of the world, the twisted monsters in their nightmares. They seemed like illusory beasts, but they didn't seem like them. Their bodies were dyed with an abnormally dense black aura. It was the aura that made them feel uneasy. Millions of twisted and deformed monsters were struggling in the sea of flames, charging, roaring, and howling. It was like countless evil spirits in hell were struggling in the sea of flames, a horrifying scene where they would never be reincarnated. In the sky, there were huge deformed creatures with wings flying everywhere. Their rotten flesh was dyed with a black aura. As their bodies moved, mud and debris fell on the ground, corroding the ground and creating a deep pit. The black aura steamed and turned the fallen mud into a ferocious monster that was about 100 feet in size. It charged towards the sea of flames. Chaos creatures. Inexplicably, a voice sounded in their minds. No, it wasn't a voice. It was like a jumbled sentence that they muttered in their hearts. They directly knew these 4 words, but they didn't know what they meant. They only felt that it was referring to those illusory beasts that were wrapped in the black aura. They seemed to have turned into something else, something even more terrifying and destructive. I'm going to throw up all the food I ate last year. The little black snake made a retching gesture, especially when he saw the rotten flesh that fell from the strange black bird in the sky turn into an even more rotten monster. His face turned green. There's no need to hibernate this year. They're over there. The girl in the red dress pointed forward. The little black snake took a look and quickly ran over with his people. He was floating in the sky. Beside him was a group of unknown blue circular things. They looked like runic arrays, but they were completely different. They were flashing with an energy light that they couldn't understand. 2 to 3 meters behind him was a group of students who were wrapped in an energy barrier. There were a lot of them. It seemed that they were in the same situation as Ling Hao and the others, or even worse. They were chased into a deeper part of the illusory space. Fortunately, they were saved by him. So annoying. Why don't we just clean this place up? Looking at the countless non-order life forms in front of him, Yun Nuoxing felt a shadow in his heart. He recalled the tide of darkness that happened 100 million years ago, just as he was considering whether he should use void. Infinite chaos to sweep this place clean. He suddenly felt the movement of other life forms rapidly approaching. He gently turned his head and saw the scene of the little black snake leading a group of people to rush over with all their might. "Oh, it's you." Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and looked forward. The energy crystals on her body were shining with a dazzling light. In front of her was an unknown number of terrifying creatures. "Come and help." Chapter 16:22. Sharp energy whistles swept across the sky and earth with visible shock waves, just like a signal. After a delay of 2 to 3 seconds, wherever the arrows passed, violent energy storms would explode one after another. Countless explosive impacts filled the entire sky and earth. Only the sound of the whistles and energy explosions could be heard. Wherever one's line of sight was covered, one could only see the scene of a huge energy ball sweeping across the sky. Yun Nuoxing raised her hand and drew her bow. Dozens of energy arrows condensed on the bowstring and in the space around her in an instant. After that, they shot toward the place where the energy rumbled. The space that was already filled with destructive energy once again vibrated with destructive energy. The continuous saturated bombardment caused the land to tremble so much that it was about to collapse. The pitch-black non-order energy was completely annihilated by the destructive storm that was accompanied by the aura of origin. The aura of discomfort in the sky and land dissipated instantly. The energy storm that stood between heaven and earth was suddenly torn in half by a pair of giant black hands that resembled demonic claws. A humanoid monster that was at least 100 miles long and was almost purely condensed from non-order energy strode out of the storm. It raised its head and bellowed at the world. Wherever the dark sound wave passed, the energy phenomenon caused by order energy was suppressed. The little black snake and the others' expressions changed. They immediately gave up on the disturbed energy and rushed forward to fight the other chaos beings with their bare hands. Ugh, that sound is so unpleasant. Ji Shuiyan, who was hiding behind an energy barrier, covered her ears with all her might. The roar penetrated Yun Nuoxing's barrier and directly affected them. Even their life aura was gradually weakened by the impact of the roar, and their souls dimmed. Cloud Piercer. Yun Nuoxing drew her longbow into a full moon and aimed it at the humanoid monster that was still roaring at the sky. With a soft groan, she released the energy arrow that she had been gathering for a while. The energy sword that was sharp as if it was about to explode in an instant roared and swept out violently. Rings of energy turned into shock waves that suddenly exploded. The arrow that was countless times faster than light left a visible energy trail in the air and instantly pierced through the head of the humanoid monster. The massive energy shredded half of the monster's body while the other half was dragged by a tremendous force into the depths and disappeared from sight. In the distant depths, an earth-shattering energy burst into the sky. The dark red energy was like a rising sun that illuminated the entire dark purple space. The dark energy waves disappeared, and everything returned to normal for a moment. A few seconds later, more and larger hallucinatory beasts appeared. Perhaps it would be better to call them non-order life forms. These hallucinatory beasts were simple creatures with no brains, but they were still creatures of order that were condensed from the energy of order. Although they were very strange in structure, their current form had nothing to do with order at all. They carried the imprint of non-order energy from the inside out, turning into their cradles, becoming a part of them, and continuing to do evil for them. The energy arrows that were shot out one after another tore the boundary between space and void. The backflow of void energy was wrapped by the origin energy and pasted on the faces of the non-order life forms, turning them into dust. In an instant, Yun Nuoxing felt his consciousness becoming a little blurry. He seemed to have remembered something that he had put aside. Although the scene was not the same, it seemed to be the same scene in front of him. The scene of countless chaos life forms gushing out of the stars was discovered in the space where Jing Yun and the others were trapped for 11 eras. At that time, they were also dealing with countless chaos life forms just like today. He still remembered the dazzling light rain of the gods' fall that suddenly appeared in the great circle of chaos life forms. It was the same for the group of people that he had to deal with when he broke into that space. Were they some kind of normal life forms that were contaminated by the non-order energy but still retained their intelligence? What he encountered then was also non-order energy. Perhaps it was of a higher level than the non-order energy now, but it might be a little weaker than the annihilation energy. But why did he suddenly remember this matter now and neglect it back then? Hey, big brother, don't get distracted. Ji Shuiyan's panicked cry pulled Yun Nuoxing back. When he looked up, he saw a giant hand that had turned into a huge blade and was like a pillar that held up the sky, smashing down on his energy barrier. There was a series of clanging sounds, but it did not leave a single scratch on his energy barrier. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. If he continued to think, he would fall into chaos again. At this time, his mind was not very clear. After he came back to his senses, he casually pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow at the huge non-order life form that was right in front of him. Boom! Boom! The energy explosion that bloomed in front of him made the group of little ones behind him feel that the space was shaking violently as if it was about to disappear. When the energy flames in front of them completely disappeared, the sea of fire that continued to spread appeared in their sight again. Yun Nuoshing's tiny figure stood straight in the space, unaffected. Phew! After letting out a long sigh, Yun Nuoshing turned around and went into the energy barrier. He said to everyone, "I didn't remember. How many levels are there now? Do you know how many more levels there are? Now should be the 45th level." A young girl looked at him and whispered. Her clear eyes swept across the space, and she could not help but smile bitterly. "We have never been so deep. I don't know where it ends." Tisk! Ji Shuyan saw something and went to Yun Nuoshing's side. Under the surprised gazes of the others, she used her hand to compare their heights. She exclaimed, "Big brother, why are you shrinking?" Earlier, he was at the same height as her. Now, he could not even reach 2 meters. His body was getting smaller and smaller. And not only that, she seemed to see that his arms and clothes were showing signs of becoming transparent. "I don't have enough energy. I don't have enough energy to maintain the existence of my body." Yun Nuoshing raised his left hand that was holding the longbow. He looked at the transparent part and could not help but frown slightly. "I haven't recovered at all. I can't even use 1/10,000th of my strength. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing when I came here. If it was just to deal with the hallucinatory beasts, it would not be a problem even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 times more of them in his current state. However, they were all infected with non-order energy. Moreover, the non-order energy that they encountered this time was the kind that was relatively high on the ladder. It was inevitable that he would need to use a few main types of energy to deal with them. His body had not recovered in the first place. After a while, he had shrunk into a little lowly. "Senior, I have the energy crystals that I have accumulated here." The young girl quickly took out a cloth bag and handed it to Ji Shuyan. The little girl opened it and saw that it was a green energy crystal that contained a considerable amount of energy. Seeing that she had taken the lead, the others quickly reacted. When they were about to take the energy crystals that they had kept, Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and waved his hand. He returned the energy crystals to the girl. "These are not much. Even if there are 1,000 times more, it can't compare to my slow recovery speed." Everyone smiled bitterly. This was a giant, a proper giant. The energy capacity in his body was a true bottomless pit. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. The main thing was that the origin relic was hindering his recovery. His reserve energy world was full of energy. Even if he released the energy to recover, the origin relic would take away a considerable part of it. The loss was not worth it. Well, he could just pour out the energy and use it directly, but it was not stable. Without him as a transfer station to process the energy, the loss of power was not controllable. In fact, it was equivalent to throwing out the energy world as a weapon. Well, the almighty little star will always be punished when something happens to the origin relic. The little star is always being punished. Poor thing. Everything has its vanquisher. The whispers of the little angel, Siyu and Feng Qinghuang, were very clear in his mind. His head twitched. When he was about to reply, Qin Yu's smiling voice came. "Stop laughing. Give him a hand." The girls nodded with a smile. Their figures flashed and returned to the mansion in the spiritual world in an instant. They each found a place to sit down and instilled their own power into Yun Nuoshing, using their souls as a bridge. The figure of the little angel dissipated into a ball of light and merged with his soul. "Idiot, don't you know how to tell me?" Yun Nuoshing was speechless. "Well, I don't have enough energy. Your energy capacity is not as much as mine. Even so, I can only hold on for a while. You are really an idiot." Her soft voice echoed in his soul. "I am connected to you. Let us deal with the energy in the spiritual world. You can do the rest, idiot." Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. "It's over." The lack of energy and the torment of the origin energy made him a little petrified. He had suffered a blow to his intelligence. However, it was more likely that he did not feel nervous, so he could not think of so many things at once. Anyway, he had found the method, so he did not have to worry about those strange things. Silver-white light bloomed from Yun Nuoshing's body and enveloped him. It was as if he was being reconstructed. Everyone was stunned. Ji Shuiyin guessed something and could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh, Big Brother is back." The dazzling light dissipated, and a tall woman with long, silver-white hair appeared in his line of sight. Particles of light circled around her, as if the afterglow of the setting sun had been captured by tiny energy particles. Her sparkling golden eyes gave off a holy and demonic aura, and there were still energy crystals on her body. Compared to before, not only had she grown up, she had become even more beautiful, and then her hair was dyed, and she even wore contact lenses. "Big Brother, if you continue to change, you will become Big Sister one day." Ji Shuiyin could not help but mumble, Yun Nuoshing. Anyway, he had already looked like this when he fused with the little angel. He could not do anything about it. He was already thankful that he still had his original clothes and did not get a snow-white dress. Sensing the astonished and strange gazes around him, Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. He turned around and returned to his position in front of him. He gently waved his arm in front of his eyes, and groups of formations kept flashing behind him at the speed he waved his arm. Tens of millions of formations covered the entire world densely, and they had already filled up the place. The restless energy movement startled the little black snake and the others. They turned around and saw the ridiculous number of arrays. They could not help but exclaim, "Holy shit, what is this?" It looks like a talisman array, but the structure is not quite the same. The eyes of the girl in the red dress flashed. She swept her long sleeves and swept a bunch of chaotic beings into nothingness. She flashed to the side of the black-robed woman and grabbed her. She shouted at the little black snake, "Let's retreat. We are in the attack range." Let's stop for a moment. We will continue fighting after I get out of here." The three of them did not stop and dashed toward the back of the array. They even brought along a large group of customers who were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Yun Nuoshing waved his arm lightly. Tens of thousands of arrays were filled with excessive energy. The moment they crossed the attack range, the arrays suddenly exploded. A torrent of energy covered the sky and earth. It carried countless types of energy attacks. With absolute power and attack range, it wiped out everything in sight. When the countless rays of light dissipated, only a few wisps of green smoke and a ground full of energy crystals of various colors were left. "Let's go. We will continue to go deeper. We will reach the deepest place." Yun Nuoshing let out a long breath. The feeling of returning to her original form was really comfortable, although most of the energy was controlled by the soul of the little angel. She could not use those kinds of deadly methods. However, just using the arrays to crush everything was not a problem. Everyone did not know what kind of expression to put on when they looked at this girl. She was as holy as an angel and had monstrous power. This power that could wipe out everything was daunting and frightening. The little black snake and the others felt a toothache when they saw her. This girl was really one of the top heavenly gods of origin. There were not many people in the Cloud Continent who had this kind of destructive power. Just as they flew forward for a distance, Yun Nuoshing quickly stopped. She tilted her head and said, "By the way, which way should we go?" Everyone was speechless. This girl's temperament should be more in line with the state of the little lowly a few minutes ago. Temporarily restoring her power to the pseudo-peak state, it would not be a problem for her to wipe out the psychedelic space behind her. In addition, with the help of the little angel's pseudo-holy power and the origin energy, she would be quite powerful against non-order energy. It was definitely much better than when she first came here and had to calculate every bit of energy. She had to tremble in fear when she used Peerless. In the next part of the journey, everyone finally saw what was the real violence of violence. However, most of the time, they could only see her unleashing her attacks. They could not see any trace of the enemy at all. They had been wiped out before they could see anything. How many levels does this psychedelic space have? Once, thousands of cannons were fired at the same time, shattering the walls of the well into dust. Yun Nuoshing led a group of people and stepped into the 60th. No one knew exactly how many levels there were. She looked at the dark purple sky and the dark gray ground. She could not help but let out a long sigh. They had been chasing the traces of non-order energy all the way here. Along the way, they had been fighting with the beings of chaos without stopping for a moment. In the end, Ji Shuiyin wanted to vomit when she saw them. It was difficult to calculate the time in this dark place. She did not know how much time had passed. Buzz, the dazzling golden energy beam, swept across the land. The violent, destructive energy soared into the sky and lifted the entire land as if it was a stepping board. The dazzling golden flames turned into a sea of fire and devoured all the non-order energy that came into contact with it. I have never been here before. I don't know how deep it is, but according to the time it has existed, it should be at least 70 or 80 levels. As Yun Nuoshing was unparalleled in the outside world, the little black snake and the others felt that they were in the way, so they simply hid inside the barrier and did not go out to cause trouble. These crystal walls are generated by the psychedelic space itself. It is a little, like a prison or something. Yun Nuoshing heard that and paused for a moment. These walls will not stop the psychedelic beasts. They are only used to deal with intruders like us, including the Beast King guarding the pass. Don't you think that each of these areas is like a military camp? Every area will produce a specific psychedelic beast according to a specific energy and a specific set of rules. Everyone shuddered when they heard that. It really sounded like it. There were 4 big areas and countless levels. It was equivalent to countless military camps. The psychedelic space created so many soldiers. Could it be that in the end, the psychedelic space wanted to let the psychedelic beasts rush out from the exit and fight with the outside world? That shouldn't be the case, right? In the end, I don't think that this so-called psychedelic space is a gift to the Cloud Continent. Many people seem to agree with this saying, but I only think that it is just a special existence in this world that we have yet to understand. It is a living, strange creation that was born from the distortion of the rules. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. If you guys had not been clearing out the psychedelic beasts, they would have overflowed one day, and then, well, Even if this part is not there when the psychedelic beasts are strong enough to be born in the depths of the psychedelic space, the entire army would probably attack, just like what we are seeing now. The surging waves of energy, with earth-shattering power slammed on the ground, shattering the earth and the void. The chaos beings that were hiding under the ground were forced to reveal themselves. They let out a sharp roar at Yun Nuoshing and the others. Before the sound waves could travel far, a huge energy beam that was thousands of miles wide descended from the sky, crushing them together with the sound waves in the void. Yun Nuoshing turned to look at everyone and asked the students who were training in the area, "The further we go, the more chaotic the types of psychedelic beasts are." Although I have not seen what the other 3 areas look like from what you guys just said, it seems that all the psychedelic beasts have shown up, right? Everyone quickly nodded. Yun Nuoshing then looked at the little black snake and the others. "So, what do you guys plan to do? Do you want to clear out this dark energy and be done with it? Or, anyway, clear it out first and confirm the situation of the seal?" The little black snake's eyes flickered. "We have to find the place where the seal is broken first. It should be in the depths of the psychedelic space, but where exactly is it? I am not too sure about that." Yun Nuoshing shrugged. "In the worst-case scenario, we might have to sweep through all 4 areas. But since I am here, we might not have to." The little black snake. Question mark. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." He waved his hands to control the tens of thousands of arrays and unleashed a barrage of attacks toward the sky and earth in the distance. At least for now, he could completely suppress this area. Boom! The sound of energy waves with a huge buzzing sound suddenly erupted from a distant place. Rolling black, aura-like clouds and mist erupted from an unknown place. In a short time, it condensed into a black cloud in the sky, replacing the dark purple sky. The entire space rumbled and shook. Pieces of space fragments fell from the sky, as if it would collapse at any time. TSK, this energy, could it be that it really found the right place in one go? The little black snake's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly stood up and walked to the front to erect an energy barrier to defend against the non-order energy. If it was just a few heavenly origin gods, there was no need to be afraid. However, there was a large group of students who had been implicated here. The dark energy had an extremely powerful penetrative ability. Sometimes just a glance at it would cause one's soul to dim. It's hard to say. That might be the case. Yun Nuoshing nodded with a strange expression. In any case, he was the great Yuan realm's prime minister. Wherever he went, he was a trigger. Wherever he went, there would be destruction. Wherever he went, there would be trouble. Furthermore, it was not just him who was in trouble. A group of people would be in trouble as well. Originally, he wanted to let this group of kids go back first. However, when he found them, they were already at the 13th level. This group of people had exhausted all their energy and everything. They could not even walk far. So how could he expect them to crawl out on their own? He did not like to go back and run around, so he could only bring them along. In this area, he brought them to the 60th or 70th level, the illusory space. It's afraid. We've stepped into a place that no one has ever been before. The tall woman in the black dress eyes flashed. She seemed to know something. Its fear is just right for this energy to enter. Tisk, you're always giving me unnecessary things. Yun Nuoshing smacked his lips. Stand firm. If you fall, lie down and don't move. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Just as they exerted force with their feet, the scene in front of them whistled and turned into blurry lines. The entire space seemed to be smashing into their faces. Fortunately, the energy barrier blocked the wind outside. Otherwise, their faces would have been stretched by at least 2 to 3 centimeters. Thousands of formations changed their formations and surrounded Yun Nuoxing in a cylindrical shape. They launched destructive attacks at the groups of chaotic beings that appeared at the end of their line of sight. While clearing the path, they brought the group of people and rushed across countless distances in a flash towards the place where the black clouds soared into the sky. Just as they were about to touch the wall of the well, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the space in front of them. The first to appear was a huge skull. Its eyes were spewing out pitch-black energy. A sharp roar that pierced the soul erupted in an instant. "Get out of my way, you hindrance!" Yun Nuoxing let out a soft cry, and the palm that he pushed forward gathered a formation. A black energy ball suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand, and he threw it forward with a punch. Creation of the void, chaos falling star. The black ball, with endless devouring energy and indescribable destructive power, expanded to the size of a planet in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed the black shadow in front of it and rolled across the entire land like a bowling ball into the deepest part of the illusory space. That non-order energy. Little star, it seems to be entangled with something. The shocked voice of the little angel rang in Yun Nuoxing's mind. His vision passed through the planet-sized black hole in an instant and saw the scene behind it. With just one glance, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The thing that was confirmed by his vision caused a movement in a certain part of his body. A faint energy light burst out from his body, making the mark exceptionally hot. Yun Nuoxing exhaled a breath of divine air. His entire person instantly became 10,000 times more haggard. "I knew it! Torture is endless. This origin is really the king of torture. Even after coming to this place, it still won't let me go." The little angel did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Well, it's better to go over first. You can cry later." Yun Nuoxing wanted to cry but had no tears. Boo-hoo. Chapter 16:23. The whistling non-order energy was like a gigantic, dark tornado erected right in front of them. It was as if one side of the tornado was erected right in front of them. It was unknown how many miles wide it was. Even the details of the tornado could be seen clearly. The dark energy that casually spread out was enough to make the world dim and lose its vitality. Another type of energy that was completely incompatible with the dark tornado came from within. That type of energy was gushing and bursting out with endless energy. The dazzling golden light was like golden lightning rushing through the tornado, penetrating and illuminating a corner of the tornado from time to time. Just by looking at this scene alone, it was indeed very shocking, to the point that it was somewhat frightening The giant sphere that was rumbling from afar, like a black hole, suddenly stopped in front of the dark tornado. The terrifying energy that was brewing inside rolled and was discharged into the void bit by bit. The second part of the destructive energy was forcibly stopped, and its body also dissipated with a series of violent energy bursts in a dozen seconds. Only a very wide shovel mark on the ground was left to tell everyone that an energy cluster that should have exploded into a new energy star had self-destructed. But then again, the gathering of this energy storm is really big. With so much energy accumulated, I'm afraid a little crack has appeared on the seal a long time ago. Plus, the speed of its self-replication is getting faster and faster. That's why there is so much energy here. Yun Nuoxing looked up at the dark tornado that went straight into the sky and formed a huge dark tornado that was big enough to stuff a bunch of giant planets into its stomach. He could not help but whistle. The other energy that erupted inside is its natural enemy. The two stimulated each other and caused such a huge commotion. Perhaps the non-order energy was so scared when it sensed the origin energy that it caused such a commotion. That's right, the origin energy. There was an origin relic in the stomach of the dark tornado. That was something he never expected. He thought that he would find the candlestick in the Bu Xing Pavilion when he came to the Bu Yun Academy. He did not expect to see another origin relic in the illusory space. But this origin relic, Yunhua Star could not tell if this relic of origin had been here from the very beginning. It was included in the illusory space when it first unfolded, or if it came in by itself later. Since the non-order energy that leaked from the seal could enter this space, the relic of origin could naturally do so as well. Another kind of energy inside. The little black snake could not help but be startled when he heard this. He scratched his head and looked at the raging energy storm with a blank expression. Why don't I feel the other energy? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. You can see it just by looking at it. Look, it's the golden energy that's constantly shining in those places. That's the energy that's constantly releasing energy from the stomach of the dark energy, constantly resisting and suppressing it. The little black snake narrowed its eyes as it stared at the golden energy. A few seconds later, its black snake eyes flashed fiercely. A message flashed through its mind, causing it to shiver and break out in cold sweat. That is the energy of an ancient artifact. There's an ancient artifact in that storm. Oh, you recognized it. Yun Nuoxing shrugged at him with a calm expression. The little black snake smiled bitterly. No matter what, he was still an Empyrean god of origin. The aura of an ancient artifact was too special. Moreover, he had also experienced that very chaotic period where ancient artifacts flew all over the world, so of course he knew. It was just that he did not think in this direction at first. He did not expect that there would be an ancient artifact hidden in the depths of the illusory space. Moreover, it seemed that the ancient artifact was already in a state of releasing energy, resisting the dark storm. Any one of these two energies could blast the illusory space to ashes. An ancient artifact. Ling Hao could not help but look at the dark storm curiously. This is the first time I've seen. The first time I've been so close to it. If that energy is released, it won't be good, right? I heard that the ancient artifact once caused a very big disaster on the Cloud Continent. The girl in the red dress glanced at him. It's not just bad. If it only erupts in the illusory space, it's fine. We can just abandon this space. However, looking at the current situation, there might be a crack that connects to the outside space somewhere in the illusory space. If the ancient artifact's energy erupts, half of the Bu Yun Academy might sink into the ground. Ling Hao and the group of onlookers all gasped. The little black snake lowered his head and pulled his bangs. The situation is indeed not good. If I had known earlier, I would have asked the stupid bear to call some people over. Right now, there's no way to contact people outside using ordinary methods in the illusory space. Yun Nuoxing slightly raised her head. Speaking of which, after coming to this space, he felt that the connection between the soul seeds had slightly weakened. It seemed that this space had a shielding and isolating effect. However, it could not completely prevent him from using the soul seeds to contact Hui and the others, but it was just enough to cut off the connection between the little black snake and the others. The little angel had an idea. How about we crash in? You want all the origin energy to go berserk, right? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. With more than 100 kinds of origin energy in his hands, he was already a living bomb. Now, he could easily use more than 70 kinds of origin energy. He was no longer in a state of indifference like before. In addition, order and chaos were natural opposites. If he just rushed into the storm of non-order energy, the 70 kinds of origin energy would raise this place to the ground in a matter of minutes. The above were all probabilities. There was also a possibility that nothing would happen. However, it was not a good bet. If he removed the non-order energy, the origin energy that had accumulated for a long time would also rush out like a flood. He should be able to barely withstand it. However, the group behind him would not be able to do so. The position behind referred to the entire illusory space. If there was no effective way to stop the origin energy from erupting, it would ignore space and laws and affect the entire illusory space at the same time. If we leave it alone, these two types of energy will play around on their own. Something big will happen. The non-order energy is in a state of panic. However, there is still the backup energy of the entire bottom of the continent behind it. These energies have no one to control them at the moment. They will not back down. The little angel smiled bitterly. In short, although the non-order energy was suppressed by the more powerful origin energy, and because of the group of people who came to kill them, they were completely fearless because of the endless power behind them. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment. He was in a daze as he lowered his head and pondered the little black snake, and the other two were also torturing their minds to think of a solution. However, they were not mentally prepared for this sudden situation. They could not come up with a solution in a short time. Coo, coo, coo. Suddenly, a thick black fog appeared out of thin air in front of them. It rolled and spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the black fog had spread hundreds of miles away. The non-order energy that spread out caused the atmosphere of the world to change instantly. The black fog that was wrapped around the ground suddenly turned into a quagmire. A huge white bone claw shot up into the sky and landed on the ground, creating a crack. A huge skull also emerged from the quagmire. A huge figure quickly appeared and was about to stand up completely from the quagmire. The aura that disturbed the order of the world had already rolled out from the quagmire. Most of the people present felt an extreme chill in their souls. It was extremely uncomfortable. The sudden movement made the little black snake and the other two slightly shocked. They quickly turned their heads and their expressions changed. This is because they felt an abnormal pressure and gathered all the energy together. This aura, the strength of the skeleton, is at least high in the origin bang. The dark red energy of destruction surged out like an earth-shattering wave. The wave was tens of thousands of miles tall, and it almost covered the entire sky. The mighty sound wave of destruction reverberated on the ground. After a while, the wave quietly dissipated, leaving behind only a bottomless abyss. There were no skeletons at all. The appearance was not over yet, and a perfectly good skeleton was gone just like that. Let's go. Waving her hand, Yun Nuoshing had the Netherruin sword float to the side. She pulled everyone and quickly flashed forward, flying around the side of the dark storm. Yun Nuoshing raised her hand, causing a part of the formation hidden in the void to appear. She waved her hand, causing the formations to line up in front of the dark storm, forming a huge formation ring. The tens of thousands of formations formed the ring at the same time, trapping the dark storm and the origin relic in a hexagonal space. Transparent cubes constantly appeared on each side of the huge transparent barrier, flickering and disappearing. The moment the sealed space was formed, the frightening and disgusting feeling disappeared in an instant. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The little black snake hurriedly asked Yun Nuoshing, "What are you planning to do?" "Seal the space. Find the part of the seal that squeezed into the illusory space, and find the place where the crack appeared." Yun Nuoshing glanced sideways at the dark storm, searching for the pressure coming from the barrier that sealed the space from the outside. That should be the power that came in contact with the chaotic energy storm when it connected with the seal outside. After circling the dark storm up and down twice, they found a weak energy pressure originating from the outside in the middle of the barrier. Yun Nuo followed the weak energy coming from this place and pursued it all the way, but it continued to go deeper into the illusory space. However, it didn't go too far. After traveling more than 10,000 miles, they found the source of the non-order energy in a mountain range. We've crossed over to the next area. It seems that the energy was not generated in the same place. Ling Hao looked into the distance. Even though they were more than 10,000 miles away, the dark storm was still vast and boundless. He could not help but gulp. The more he looked up at the storm, the more he felt that he was insignificant. There was a feeling that there was a primordial beast in the storm that was scanning the wilderness and mountains. It made his scalp tingle. He wanted to go after it, but he could not find any trace of it. Yun Nuoxing quickly found the place where the illusory space was connected to the outer space. At the bottom of the mountain range, she found the existence that seemed to be a crack. For the time being, it was a crack. A part of the structure that seemed to be part of a magic circle was forcefully pushed into this space from the outside. It was so crowded that some parts of the space were deformed. At the edge of the space, where the seal of the magic circle connected with the space, flashes of energy could be seen. At the bottom of the mountain range, there was a layer of faint black energy mist. The unpleasant atmosphere had returned in an instant. This is the part of the seal that squeezed in. Looking at the seal rune formation that was tens of thousands of feet in size, but was still just the tip of the iceberg, she could not help but exclaim. She really did not know what happened to make this rune formation forcefully squeeze into the illusory space. More than 1,000 transparent cracks could be seen on the seal rune formation. It was like an energy crystal that was about to shatter, and transparent spiderwebs were spreading to all parts of the seal rune formation. The black energy was squeezing in little by little through the cracks. Little Black Snake and the other two women circled the seal rune formation a few times. Little Black Snake finally could not help but mutter, "How did this thing squeeze in?" There are residual auras of concept interference and law destruction in it. I'm afraid that the original illusory space and the space where Buyun Academy is located are quite close in terms of concept and law. Then, either there was a destruction of the law of space in the outer space, or the law of space in this place in the illusory space happened to be destroyed, and when the law of space repaired itself, it got on the wrong line. Yun Nuoxing gave a rough explanation. If the mirror space and the real world were not shielded by a layer of law and concept, there was a certain probability of this kind of situation happening. Things in the two spaces would randomly enter each other, but the overall probability was very low. This illusory space that was born as a companion creature in the cloud continent probably did not have the ability to defend against the law of space. Yun Nuoxing suddenly narrowed her eyes. She turned around abruptly, took out her crystal longbow, and shot an arrow into the sky. A few seconds later, the sky suddenly lit up. The scene of the energy explosion was blocked by the mountain range, but they could still see the energy light soaring into the sky. This scene was like the rising sun, dyeing the horizon into a different color. Boom! The dull sound of destruction, accompanied by the shock wave, came a little late. A gust of wind swept across, blowing away the rolling stones and dust on the ground. The little Black Snake looked at the horizon. From afar, he could only see a large crater that had been blasted open. What happened? The main body has been found, and the derivatives are in chaos. They know that they are no match for us, but they still want to send troops to fight. Yun Nuoxing slowly drew her bow and turned to look at them. You should be able to deal with the seal, right? How long will it take? That half an hour, no, about 20 minutes. The little Black Snake was sweating profusely. All right, half an hour it is. The little Black Snake did not know whether to laugh or cry. But 20 minutes, Yun Nuoxing ignored his words and let out a long sigh of relief. The figure that floated off the ground slowly rose into the air, and a strange movement appeared in the space. The energy that originated from the illusory space was controlled by a will that possessed absolute power, and it was rushing towards this place with a loud rumble. Because of this, the world reverberated with the sound of the gathering of storms and the rushing of tides. The destination of the gathering of endless energy seemed to be the figure that floated in the air, the little black snake, and the girl in the red dress looked at each other. They both focused their attention on the seal array that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. They poured their own energy into it and began to repair it. The energy that flowed out of her body turned into a faint layer of silver-white light that enveloped her body. Yun Nuoshing came to a mountain peak not far away. The origin energy crystal on her body was also flowing with energy as if it had heard her call, and it was madly accumulating energy. Just by standing there, the energy in the world seemed to have fallen into a bottomless pit. All of it deviated from its normal flow and gathered toward her. An intermittent energy vortex was formed about 1,000 feet away from her body, and waves of energy were constantly being used from afar. Boom, boom. The movement of the energy gathering was accompanied by the low rumbling of thunder. Yun Nuoshing raised her longbow several times, and her eyes that flickered with golden and silver-white light narrowed a few times. Then she put down the longbow again, closed her eyes, and accelerated the gathering of the energy. Her floating figure was blown by the wind of the energy gathering, and her silver-white hair and robe were whistling. "Senior, big brother, what's the situation here?" Two sudden calls made Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitch. He turned his head and saw Ji Shuiyan, the little girl, running toward him. Beside her was a group of students from the Buyun Academy. Other than Ling Hao and his good friend, the others were people who had just entered the rebirth state. He did not know why they were running up here. "What are you doing up here?" Yun Nuoshing was speechless. The little girl jumped to his side and said with a smile, "The atmosphere at the bottom of the mountain is a bit bad. It's not safe, so we came up. It doesn't look safe here either." Ling Hao and the others ran to the top of the mountain and looked down. Their cheeks twitched fiercely, and a series of gasps made the others gnash their teeth. On the flat land of the wilderness, a large group of human figures, ghost figures, demon figures, and demonic figures, who were all over 100 miles tall and were entirely made of black energy, formed into a murky army and marched towards the mountain range where they were. The army of tens of thousands of people was exceptionally powerful. With every step they took, the entire land would shake like surfing waves. "I'm afraid there are millions of them." Ling Hao felt a toothache when he saw this. Those were all monsters of the rebirth state. They were not things that a little guy like him could deal with. Don't worry." Ji Shuiyan looked up at him. Her green eyes were clear and transparent, and with an indelible confidence, she said, "Big brother will defeat them." Yun Nuoshing was speechless. She said that in front of him. It made him feel a bit awkward. The energy echoed in his body. Yun Nuoshing lowered his head and looked at the origin energy that was more excited than him. He could not help but sigh. It was probably because they felt that the non-order energy was rapidly approaching. It was the first time he saw them so excited. He did not know if it was because they had recently come into contact with the relic of origin that made them more flexible. "Little girl, can you hold on?" "For the time being. If it's just once, it should be fine. But do we really have to use that kind of attack?" The little angel used his senses to look down at the area. He seemed to have felt something and was slightly stunned. He seemed to have understood. "Oh, you felt it." Because of the fusion of their souls, Yun Nuoshing instantly knew what she had discovered and was shocked. This space was heavily contaminated by the non-order energy. The mountains, the land, and the sky all had the imprint of the non-order energy mixed in the rules and concepts. It was useless to just defeat the tide in front of him. As long as the imprints that covered the entire space were still there, they could appear again and attack him a second time, a third time, or even a fourth time until all the imprints of the non-order energy were exhausted. Well, the only reason he could discover this was because he had been fighting the abyssal death mist spawn for a long time. Every battle had to be cleaned up in a timely manner to remove the traces left behind by these non-order energies, so as to prevent them from being used a second or third time. If that happened, the battle would be endless. The chaotic energy aura that soared into the sky turned into a rolling tide, like an overturned sea that was about to fall. The chaotic aura that came rushing at them made the faces of the little ones who had never seen a war between order and chaos turn pale. Who? Yun Nuoshing spat out a blazing breath for the third time, his eyes burning with gold and silver light. He took a step forward, and a silver white energy ring was released from his feet. In an instant, it surrounded the entire space and gave the group of little brats who were watching the show a sufficient amount of energy barrier. Stay away from me, little brats. Get into a horse stance, and if you roll down the mountain, I won't care. Huh. Ling Hao and the others were stunned for a moment. They tilted their heads and looked at the surge of energy in Hao Ren's body. They could not help but gulp and quickly retreated a distance. They looked at the energy barrier again and felt that this place was more dangerous than the place under the mountain where the terrible aura was pervading. The focused storm had reached the critical point, and the surging tide of darkness had also reached the critical point of their attack. Surprisingly, not a single phantom let out the earth-shattering roar. Huff, it's almost there. Come on, I'm ready. A young man who was clearly getting carried away waved his fists in the air. His face was filled with excitement and impatience. The two divine halos behind him shone brightly, attracting everyone's attention. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at him for a moment before slowly looking forward. He picked up the Netherworld Ruin Sword and walked forward. The crazily gathering energy around him suddenly dissipated. You'll be sucked into the impact and spiral into the sky. Huh. The hot-blooded young man was stunned. Everyone could not hold back their laughter. While they were busy laughing, they quickly moved to the side to put some distance between them. Ling Hao also pulled Ji Shuiyan back, opening up a large space. The tumbling stopped, and all of them madly gathered around the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Yun Nuoshing's dual-colored eyes reflected the countless roaring phantoms that were about to charge at him. He raised the Netherworld Ruin Sword in his right hand, and a silver-white and golden light soared into the sky. He stabbed the sword into the ground. Void, Order of Origin. A golden-silver halo of energy exploded from Yun Nuoshing's body and spread to the ends of the world at an unimaginable speed. It was as if the sea of stars was flowing in reverse, or a 1,000-kilometer waterfall was gushing into the sky. The surging shock waves, with boundless origin energy, dyed the entire world white. As soon as Ling Hao turned his head, he saw a halo coming straight at him. He was stunned, and his mind went blank. Then, a shock wave blasted against the energy barrier outside his body, pushing him out of the range of the mountain peak. His body flew out and rolled down the mountain like a rolling stone on the slope. In his chaotic vision, he clearly saw that he was not the only one rolling down the mountain. He immediately felt much better. Chapter 16:24. It was like standing in the center of the sun and watching the sun suddenly erupt and spew out an incalculable amount of energy. That was the most suitable scene that Ling Hao thought of as he kept rolling around. When the indiscriminate energy finally stopped, the energy barrier around his body slowly dissipated. He was dizzy when he got up from the ground. It was as if he had been cut into dozens of pieces by something, and the dozens of souls were still beating each other as if they were torturing themselves. There was still a large group of people halfway up the mountain who were in a semi-conscious state with their eyes rolled back. It looked like they had been blasted down by the indiscriminate energy just now. Fortunately, there were more shrubs and small plants on this mountain, which prevented them from rolling directly to the foot of the mountain. There were less than 30 people still standing on the mountain peak. If they were to be compared, they would have been completely wiped out. Ling Hao climbed back up the mountain peak and shook his head as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked down and saw that the wilderness below was completely clean. Even the sky had returned to its normal dark purple color in the psychedelic space. His face twitched involuntarily. "It's really clean." Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at him. "Oh, you can still get up. Not bad." Ling Hao smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Seniors are still standing here. I'll just roll down." "Oh, take a closer look." Yun Nuoxing casually flicked her sleeves. A gust of wind blew, and the 20-odd people who were standing on the mountain peak, like pillars, instantly fell to the ground. They fainted while standing. Ling Hao, the horse stance is not bad, but standing here and enduring the energy impact all the time, it would be strange if they didn't faint. Yun Nuoxing spread her hands and put on a regretful expression. "Ling Hao, so I was lucky to have escaped by rolling down?" That's right. The heavens and earth were clear and bright. The discomfort and haze that had been lingering in their hearts like a low pressure had completely dissipated this time. The group of people who had been knocked unconscious by their allies gradually regained consciousness. They looked around in a daze, not knowing where they were for a moment. So Dizzy, the long-haired beauty, who was rushing to give him the energy crystals, got up from the side. She was one of the people who had fainted on top of the mountain. Now that she heard the conversation between the two of them, she was slightly regretting that she had stubbornly stood her ground. Instead of choosing to retreat from the beginning, she got up from the ground and shook her head. First, she looked at the dark storm that was still raging in the distance. Then, she slowly withdrew her gaze and couldn't help but be startled. Is there something missing in the space? Oh, you can sense the energy imprint of the dark energy in the space. Yun Nuoxing turned his head with slight interest and looked at the girl who was dressed in green and had a tall body. Can you clearly see, or can you simply feel that something has disappeared? She didn't expect that her casual words would attract his attention, so she was a little nervous. She replied seriously and cautiously, "Yes, I feel it. I feel that this space seems to be a little less than before. It has existed here for a long time and can change some kind of structure, but I don't know the specific situation." It's not bad for a third-level rebirth realm to have such a feeling. Yun Nuoxing responded casually and turned to look at the others. Then, does anyone else have such a feeling? Everyone shook their heads vigorously. Ji Shuiyin jogged to his side and pulled his long hair. She giggled and said, "Big brother, what are you talking about?" "Some things that are hidden in the corner." Yun Nuoxing turned to look at the wilderness in front of them. That dark energy isn't the ordinary type of energy that you have seen in the past. It's not as easy to deal with as you think. Just like what this little girl said. What disappeared in the space is the imprint left behind by the dark energy. As long as the imprint exists, it will not be completely destroyed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used that kind of energy attack just now. It was just to wash away all the imprints in the space. It might be a little too early for you to know about this. That's not right. Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment. She pulled her bangs and thought for a moment. It's hard to say if it's too early or too late. Let the snake and the others tell you if the time is right. After all, I'm just a student. I shouldn't interfere too much. What kind of student are you? Which world students are like you? Everyone couldn't help but ridicule. Cough, cough. I'm a genuine student. I just came in for a day. Yin Nuoshing let out a dry cough and looked at the girl in green. What's your name? The girl was stunned again. She quickly reacted and bowed to Yin Nuoshing. My name is Tantai Wenshuan. Senior, do you have any instructions for me? Yin Nuoshing stared at her for a while and revealed a faint smile. No, I'm just a little interested in you. Interest? Tantai Wenshuan was slightly stunned, looking at Yun Nuoshing's clean smile. The strange feeling in her heart subsided a little. However, she was still a little puzzled. She didn't know why a senior of this level would be interested in her. This made her feel fear and trepidation. What she was most afraid of was this kind of sudden gaze that she couldn't understand. As Yun Nuoshing said this, he also shifted his gaze to Ling Hao. When the latter reacted, he turned his head and looked at Yun Nuoshing. Just one look at the pair of golden and silver heterochromatic eyes made him feel as if he had been completely seen through. Goosebumps appeared on his skin. Am I also within the scope of interest? Ling Hao trembled and then shook his head vigorously. It shouldn't be so. He was just a small middle-level god, and was still a little bit away from becoming a high-level god. It wasn't to the extent that he would be interested in. Well, the entanglement of rules, it doesn't seem to have reached that level. However, there are indeed quite a number of rules entangled around the two of them. The little angel said quietly. She touched Yun Nuoshing's soul. You can always pay attention to these things that you wouldn't be able to see if you didn't pay attention. I can't help it. I have nothing to do when I'm guarding, so I can only look for things to look at. Yin Nuoshing stuck out his tongue. Well, anyway, I do feel that they are a little interesting. They are at the third level of the rebirth state and have not yet reached the stage where they can begin to understand things like order. There is someone here who is at a higher level than her, but only she can feel the imprints left behind by non-order energy. Mei Mao, the little angel, turned around and suddenly said, not only are you peeping, but you are also eavesdropping on other people's thoughts. Ahem, how can the matters of the heavenly god of origin be called peeping? It's called looking openly. Yin Nuoshing laughed dryly, and once again used his great technique to change the topic. Well, based on the entanglement of rules between the two of them, they should be considered the chosen ones of the cloud continent. He paused and thought for a moment. But they are still a little too weak. No matter how chosen ones are, one is at the third level of the rebirth state, and the other is about to become a high-level god. They can't be considered to be of any use. Ouch! The little angel knocked on his head and couldn't help but shake her head. You don't keep thinking about these things. We still have to deal with the relic of origin later. Just focus on recovering your strength. I can't withstand the impact of the origin energy. You can do it. Hey, you, after saying this, Yun Nuoshing hurriedly slipped out. He didn't dare to look back, even though the little angel was staring at him with hidden bitterness. He really couldn't recover at this moment. If the little angel really slipped away, he could only give up on the idea of subduing the relic of origin in front of him. He could only come back another day. Of course, although he had to force her a little this time, he wouldn't really force her too much. He would still bear the main pressure himself, and she would just help to output the energy. While waiting for the little black snake and the other two to repair the seal, Yun Nuoshing was bored and had nothing to do. He talked to Tantai Wensi, Ling Hao, and the others about cultivation. Although the rules used in the Cloud Continent were different from those in the God realm, the rules of the Void were all in common. Most of them were in common. Moreover, his words only served as a guide and wouldn't have any practical effect on them. Senior, what exactly is that dark energy? After knowing that this senior who liked to mess around was actually quite approachable, someone mustered up the courage to ask. It's essentially a type of energy. It's just that it's different in nature from all the energies you've seen in your life. As for more, well, I won't talk about more for now. You have to be mentally prepared to fight against that energy and the many chaos beings you've seen just now. Remember, this is unavoidable. It's just a matter of time for you. I'll tell you in advance. Yun Nuoshing was wandering around. Suddenly, he paused, and his eyes flickered. But from what I see, you might really fight against them in the near future. Just be prepared. Some things will happen suddenly when no one expects it. Don't be caught off guard. Hee. The important content was vaguely skipped, and the only thing that was clear was the word fight. However, just knowing this made everyone very nervous. Up until now, they were still a group of little ones who grew up leisurely in the academy. Suddenly being told that they would be fighting against those monsters, they couldn't breathe smoothly. Whenever they thought of the number and the terrifying aura, their hearts couldn't take it. They were considered to have known about the existence of these things in advance. If they suddenly appeared one day, like what the senior said, God knows how chaotic it would be. Seeing the slight changes in everyone's expression, Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment and continued. Let me give you another hint. To them, we are their natural enemies and are completely restrained. However, this is also the other way around. They are also completely restrained to us. The only thing that matters is which side is stronger. As soon as his voice trailed off, Yun Nuoshing felt the movement from the bottom of the mountain. He turned his head and said, Well, class is over. If there's anything else you want to say, you can talk to them, if they feel that it's time to tell you. Everyone collectively showed a look of disgust, which made Yun Nuoshing laugh even more sinisterly. As soon as the little black snake appeared, he looked so tired that he was about to spit out his tongue. At the bottom of the mountain, 2 women were pushing the exposed seal back from this space. Yun Nuoshing looked at the guy with the shiny metal hair and asked, Are you done? Finally, it went smoothly. The little black snake nodded and smiled at Yun Nuoshing. Thank you in advance. This is the second time. Thanks to you, everything went smoothly. Yun Nuoshing smiled casually and turned to walk out of the mountain. A blue array was left behind to protect everyone behind. Then I'll take care of the rest. Everyone was stunned. Only Ji Shuiyan knew what he was going to do. She quickly pulled him down and whispered in his ear, Big brother, remember to use the snowflake I gave you if you really can't handle it. Yun Nuoshing smiled and patted her head. Okay, I'll be back soon. The wind is blowing and the water is cold. As soon as he left the mountain, Yun Nuoshing was caught off guard by the recitation of a poem in his soul. The veins on his forehead were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and found Feng Qinghuang's soul seed. Girl, pin see you on the ground and beat her up. I'll bring you out to play after you're done. The entire world became quiet. As for the screams and pleas in the soul world, he couldn't hear them. He was deaf. He couldn't hear them at all. Although it was indeed a little strenuous for him to face both order and non-order energies at the same time in his current state, Siyu's tone when she spoke as if he was about to give up his life made him heartbroken. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but sigh as he looked up at the huge dark energy storm. Sure enough, the god-destroying storm was more beautiful, although the latter was beautiful and deadly at the same time. That couldn't stop it from being beautiful. His thoughts began to drift. The formation rings that had been prepared around the storm began to operate under Yun Nuoshing's command. Streams of origin energy surged out from his body, each occupying a formation. The formations shot out beams of energy into the storm, causing the gigantic object that stood between the heavens and the earth to tremble. He could clearly feel that it was emitting an emotion of fear. Existence analysis. Remove erosion. Stop it. The moment the fragments fell, the storm instantly shattered under the interference of the origin energy, turning into black energy fragments that scattered all over the sky. At the same time, the origin energy that burst out from within seemed to have the tendency to turn into a new energy storm. The origin energy that burst out in an instant caused the energy barrier on Yunhua planet and the other side of the mountain range to light up with a defensive energy light. Before the storm could form, the ground had already been lifted layer by layer. Well, you're not the only one who feels guilty. I feel a little guilty too. Yun Nuashing muttered, leaving the little angel speechless. The two of them looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and rushed into the origin energy that was about to form. One of the origin marks in their bodies also emitted a dazzling light in an instant. When the origin relic that was already in a riot sensed the familiar energy approaching, the energy that burst out increased by several times. Yun Nuashing aimed at the center of the energy storm and locked on to his target. He rushed into the center, like a beam of light, and grabbed the sun-like thing in his hand. He thought that the origin relic would stop there, but he didn't know if it was because it resisted the non-order energy, but when he touched the latter, the light it released was much brighter. The surging energy could be said to be a little irritable, just like Siyu, who was pressed to the ground, could not help but scream when she sensed the movement. Wow, it's going to explode. Blue Phoenix, beat her up. These were the last words Yun Nuashing left before she was swallowed by the light. On the other side of the mountain range, Ji Shuyan and the others watched as Yun Nuashing rushed out without looking back. After a while, they saw the storm disintegrate, and then the energy barrier lit up with the brightest light. In the distance, an unusually dazzling golden star slowly climbed into the sky, dyeing the dark purple sky into a scene of golden light. It was exceptionally gorgeous. The sky further away had turned white. The star was shaking more and more unsteadily, and the sound of the whole world seemed to have disappeared at this moment. Sensing the strange scene, the little black snake's breathing became sluggish. It turned around and shouted at the two girls, putting up the strongest defense it could muster in its life in front of it. The aurora from the golden star that had leaped into the sky tore the world into pieces. The pitch-black cracks passed through it mercilessly, and the entire line of sight seemed to have been cut into a spider web. The space was divided into hundreds of parts, and everything in the world was rapidly distorted. A vast and mighty energy vortex appeared in the distance, quickly covering the entire distorted sky. It then rolled up vertically into the shape of a twisted towel. The colors of everything in the world suddenly faded, and the world became grayish-white. Then, without any warning, the golden star shattered in an instant. The halo of light spread out like a halo, illuminating the ends of the line of sight. Billions of rays of light rapidly gathered from the endless distance, converging towards the center of the star's original location. In less than a second, the entire sky exploded. A violent movement that was many times more violent than the creation of the world swept past, and the gathered energy was multiplied by millions of times. Then it was released in reverse. The brilliant energy that was like an energy nebula instantly washed the entire illusory space clean at an infinite speed. The energy crystal wall, countless illusory beasts, the dense forest, the wilderness, and the mountains were all submerged by the brilliant energy nebula. This was the only energy left in this space. Outside the illusory space, Elder Xionggang, who had informed the dean of the academy and helped the students evacuate from the illusory space when Yun Nuashing and the others were causing trouble, had just brought the last batch of people out of the illusory space and was about to strengthen the defense of the illusory space. Suddenly, as if there was an earthquake, the entire ground and space shook violently, startling him. A wave of energy that made his heart palpitate, and he could sense that death was rapidly approaching, appeared in his senses. He was so frightened that he hurriedly rolled out of this area and lay on the ground. Boom! An enormous golden energy beam of light that was thousands of miles long soared into the sky. The energy, nebula-like energy, nebula surrounded the golden energy beam, projecting the light to an even more distant place. It pierced a large hole in the top floor of the Buyun Academy, exposing it to the outside sky. The energy beam that erupted at an infinite speed pierced through the sky, allowing the people in the surrounding areas to see it clearly. As long as they raised their heads in the northern sky, they could clearly see the nebula-like golden energy beam that soared straight into the sky. Oh my God, what the hell is that stinky snake doing in the illusory space? Xiong Gang was lying on the ground, looking at the golden energy beams that filled his field of vision. He was sweating profusely. He noticed that the energy was coming from the psychedelic space, and instantly thought of the few people who were still inside. It's exploding, exploding, exploding again. Wherever he goes, it explodes. Foam really knows how to cause trouble. He can't even stop for a moment. I originally wanted him to go to the academy to give him some peace and quiet. Hui, who was quite a distance away from the Buyun Academy, calmly clapped his hands the moment he saw the light erupt. Then he shouted in the soul transmission, "Come, place your bets. This time, let's guess what that life-risking Sir Observer has done to himself. Place your bets and leave. Jing Yuanji, Sir Hui, Sir Foam will really beat you up when he comes out. TCH, don't talk about him beating me up. Look at what he's doing. I don't believe that he has the strength to beat me up when he comes out of the Buyun Academy." Hui couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He looked at the energy beam and sighed. "But didn't I hear that the origin relic in the academy is very quiet? Could it be that our previous speculation was wrong? I don't know." Everyone responded together. No one really dared to place their bets. If Sir Feng knew about it, he would definitely suffer. Only Sir Hui dared to say a few words. They just prayed for Sir Feng in their hearts. This commotion, it won't blow up the Buyun Academy, right? Jing Yuanji replied, "Sir Hui, I'm in Ascending Cloud City. Currently, the Buyun Academy is fine. It's just that the space has been pierced through. There shouldn't be any big problems." She looked at the countless combatants floating in the sky and couldn't help but say, "But it has attracted a lot of attention. Something that happened in the academy, no one should dare to break in. Let's not worry about that for now." Hui let out a long sigh. "Now, we have confirmed that there are 6 origin relic points. Everyone, report the progress. If there's nothing else, let's disperse. Jing Yuanji, go check on that idiot. I can't even sense the state of his soul. He must have gone too far." Jing Yuanji smiled bitterly and quickly nodded. She looked at the combatants who were watching the Buyun Academy from the sky and sighed. She left a few words for Lei Qing and the other combatants and then disappeared into the space, heading towards the Buyun Academy. Chapter 1625. The golden energy nova was like a passing tsunami, mixing everything into a pot of soup. Then it quickly swept everything away. After all, it was just passing through. It came quickly and left even faster. Not much was left behind. This was a perfect origin energy nova. It almost wiped out the entire psychedelic space, along with the space laws of the Buyun Academy, into the void. As for why it did not happen, vast clouds of energy and dazzling nebulae filled the entire illusory space. The entire space had suffered an unimaginable catastrophe. The surface and sky had been refreshed, and 99% of the space had been declared useless. Those hallucinatory beasts probably wouldn't be able to come out for a period of time. The only thing the illusory space could do now was to gather energy to repair itself. Other than that, there was nothing else it could do. Even if it repaired itself a little slower, it would probably collapse because it couldn't withstand the leakage of energy and loss. The reason why it did not shatter on the spot when it was swept into the origin energy nova was because the energy did not directly hit the core. The second reason was that 80% of the energy had pierced into the sky like a beacon, illuminating the sky outside with a golden light. The nearby lands could clearly feel the movement here. In other words, if the energy directly exploded, these lands would fall together. If it did not explode in the psychedelic space, but directly on the cloud continent, well, the cloud continent would be set off as fireworks. Therefore, the existence of the origin relic was a disaster rather than a blessing for the cloud continent. Yun Nuashing and Hui did not expect the origin relic, which was entangled with non-order energy, to be so violent that it could not be suppressed. Of course, it was also because of the unreliable observer who forced himself to do so. It was just a little accident. He was good at setting off fireworks. It was just a matter of where to set it off. The psychedelic space that was on the verge of collapse was blooming with terrifying, huge spatial cracks everywhere. Chaotic energy surged in the entire space, causing large and small energy explosions from time to time. It was like the endless explosions of New Year's fireworks. The whole world was crackling and rumbling nonstop. However, these were just the aftermath. The energy release of the origin energy nova had completely ended in 5 seconds. A wave came, swept everything away, and then rushed forward without stopping. That was roughly what it meant. So now, the series of strange phenomena in the psychedelic space was just the tragic scene left behind by the passing tsunami. The above was a partial reconstruction of the current situation that Ling Hao, the little black snake, and the others had discovered through their own eyes, as well as part of their imaginations. As for why they only discovered the ebbing tide and could only use their imaginations, of course, it was because at the instant the energy nova exploded, the instant the wave swept over, they had already turned grayish-white and faded into meaningless nothingness along with the scene. No one had any memories of those 5 seconds, and some had even lost their memories of those few minutes. To describe the complete scene of the encounter, it was as follows. Golden stars flickered violently. Incomparable dazzling splendor lit up the entire world, dyeing the entire world in a dazzling golden color. Gone, broken. At present, watching the energy cloud that was thousands of miles in front of him rolling past at a violent speed, Ling Hao stood on the mountain peak and exhaled a long breath, his face sacred and brilliant. I've already ascended. You're almost dead, and you're still ascending. The little black snake rolled its eyes fiercely and turned to scan the mountaintop. Not a single person was missing, and there were no casualties. It was just that they had collectively lost 5 seconds to 5 minutes of memory. Overall, they could be considered safe and sound. Reaching out, he gently touched the huge magic circle before him. It was as if he had touched a piece of stretched silk, and there was a taut, tactile feeling. With a little force, he removed a palm-sized fragment and studied the magic circle fragment in his palm. It was an energy form that he could not analyze, and even if there had been something before, it was now completely destroyed. In that origin energy nova, this magic circle had also exhausted its energy. Crash! The little black snake removed a piece from a corner of the magic circle, and the huge magic circle that stood between heaven and earth had a chain reaction. Tiny cracks suddenly bloomed at a speed of a few thousand meters per second, rapidly spreading to every corner. Then the sand castle-like castle shook, and fell bit by bit, turning into a rain of fragments that fell from the sky. The useless energy that had already been scrapped slowly dissipated between heaven and earth like fireworks at the end of a curtain call. Ji Shuiyan hopped on the spot, nervously looking at the distant sky. The origin energy, Nova, had dissipated, but at the center of the explosion, there was still an extremely dazzling light and a huge amount of energy remaining. The surrounding starlight that surged wildly like clouds also carried a dangerous and chaotic aura. The entire psychedelic space could be said to be in a state of surging undercurrents. If something went wrong and it caused a chain reaction, it could cause a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth origin energy nova explosions in various places, one after another. The little girl hopped for a while, then hurriedly ran to the little black snake, tugged at his sleeve, and said anxiously, "Quickly go and find Big Brother." The little black snake suddenly recovered from the state of being confused by the origin energy nova and slapped his own face. That guy just took the full brunt of the origin energy nova at the center. Right now, there is still a huge amount of energy remaining in the psychedelic space. No one is allowed to leave without permission. This is a safe zone for now. The little black snake shouted at Ling Hao and the other students, then turned to the girl in the red dress and said in a deep voice, "I'll go and find that little brother. You guys take care of the children." After saying that, the little black snake brought Ji Shuiyan, who wanted to go no matter what, to the center of the origin energy nova. They went around the layers of flowing and chaotic energy anomalies, avoided the small-scale energy explosions, and followed the energy flow of the clouds to hitch a ride. 5 minutes later, the two of them successfully arrived at the area around the origin energy nova. When they got closer, they could clearly see that there was an extremely huge halo covering the entire area. The energy nebula covered by the halo had traces of impact left behind by the impact. They could see thin and long strips that were like water flowing from the inside to the outside. They were completely solidified here, separated from all the changes in the surroundings and turned into a relic, as if announcing that this place was a tomb that had slumbered in time. Standing at the edge of the nebula-like energy domain, there was still a very bright light in the center, and there was also a blazing heat spreading out. That level of light and heat seemed to be unable to be easily dealt with by the energy barrier. It could only shift a part of it and move forward against any abnormalities caused by the energy ripples coming from the front. After walking in, it instantly became much quieter. Even the sound of energy ripples flowing in the space can't be heard. The little black snake muttered to himself. Walking into this solidified nebula relic was like walking into a space that was isolated from the rest of the world. He couldn't hear the clamor of energy, and he couldn't hear the sounds of everything collapsing and exploding. It was as if they had also become a part of the solidified space. Withstanding the energy and light that penetrated the rules and came to the center of the nebula, the little black snake opened his eyes and stared hard at the ember 1,000 feet away. He only felt that his eyes were about to be blinded by the light. The sourness and heat caused his tears to flow uncontrollably, just like pouring water. In the center of the ember, he vaguely saw a blurry figure, a figure shrouded in the light. It was the figure of a young girl with beautiful silver-white hair. She wore a white dress with golden edges and a pair of long sleeves that were transparent like gauze. Her body emitted a faint golden light with a pure white halo, which miraculously blended together with the halo in this relic. Behind her, there seemed to be a pair of huge pure white wings. The edges of the wings were burning with a faint golden flame, and the surrounding space was sprinkled with the remnants of the setting sun. Seeing this figure in the nebula relic made the little black snake slightly stunned. The shock lasted for a few seconds, and after not seeing that familiar figure, he felt a little uneasy. He hurriedly brought Ji Shuyan forward and shouted, "You, the beautiful girl in front!" Hearing the voice from behind, the golden fragments that were sprinkling around the little angel paused. Her wings flapped, and she slowly turned around. Her golden eyes reflected the shocked expressions of the two people. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest, and there was a pure, white ball of light floating between her hands. From time to time, there would be dark red energy flowing out from the ball of light, circling around the surface of the ball of light, and then naturally sinking into the depths. It seemed that one could sense a weak life force from the ball of light, very, very weak. You are in a place here. No. The little black snake was stunned. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Did you see a very beautiful girl? She should be here." Although he knew that the fellow was a male, because no one would think of him as a male at first glance, it would be easier to recognize him as a female when he spoke now. The little angel slowly extended the pure, white ball of light that was clasped in front of her, as if indicating for them to see. Her soft, slightly trembling voice slowly came out. "He is here." The little black snake and Ji Shuyan were stunned. He has exhausted his energy, and his form has completely collapsed. He can no longer maintain his original form. The little angel said plainly. Her golden eyes that were staring at the ball of light had a touch of helplessness and headache. There was also a faint hint of resentment. He was already a candle in the wind, but at the critical moment of the explosion of the new energy, he used what little energy he had left to protect everyone except himself. The little black snake opened his mouth and was speechless. So, this was the reason why the illusory space did not collapse. This was the main reason why he could feel that the new energy could crush them together with this space into nothingness. But he was not hurt at all. This is two. The little black snake opened his mouth again, but found that he was still speechless. He could only change the topic. Why are you here? You are the person whose soul is bound to him." The little angel replied plainly. He looked at the two of them. "Don't mind me. I won't be out for too long. After all, there is a situation in another place that I need to do my best to deal with. Don't mind me." The little black snake and Ji Shuyan were confused. The little angel shook his head. Just as he was about to let them leave this restless space, he suddenly looked at Ji Shuyan. "By the way, little girl, thanks to your snowflake this time. It helped a lot." Ji Shuyan was at a loss from the beginning. When she heard this, she smiled happily. I am very powerful, right? In a way, you are." The little angel nodded. Her expression was a little strange. She looked at the space in the distance and saw that there were people coming here. She said, "The structure of the illusory space is badly damaged. We cannot stay here for too long. If there is anything, let's talk outside. Besides, with such a big commotion, there will be many people outside." The little black snake nodded. He also felt the commotion coming from behind. "Then let's talk outside." The few of them turned their heads and saw the girl in the red dress leading a group of people into the nebula ruins. She spoke first. "The energy turbulence is very strong. The illusory space may collapse at any time. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. Where is he?" The girl in the black dress looked around and did not see that figure. She could not help but think of something bad. The situation is complicated. Anyway, he is fine, probably fine. Let's get out of here first. After the little black snake said that, it pulled everyone and rushed toward the exit of the illusory space. They thought that there would be nothing to stop them after they encountered the new energy star. They should be able to get to the exit smoothly. However, although there were no more illusory beasts or crystal walls to stop them, the energy turbulence and the violent energy anomalies in the space also gave them a lot of trouble. They spent their return journey in fear and trepidation. Sometimes they would see a storm of tens of thousands of feet in front of them. Sometimes the space would collapse and a black hole would appear, swallowing everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. Spatial fragments would fall like rain. Their journey back was like walking through a battlefield of bullets. It was much more exciting than being chased by a horde of illusory beasts. After a lot of effort, they finally saw the exit of the illusory space. The group of people ran like crazy. The girl in the red dress led the students and left first, the little black snake, and the little black snake brought up the rear. The remaining energy was affected by the commotion just now. It may develop into a second energy storm with a large range. The little angel looked into the depths of the space. At this moment, the illusory space was filled with a huge amount of origin energy that would not dissipate so easily. The balance of the space had already collapsed. Under the influence of the commotion, just now, the energy was showing signs of gathering again. It was already in the stage of gathering a storm. They could see that the sky in the distance was dark and gloomy. The light of energy explosions constantly appeared, and it would sweep over in a short while. Fortunately, we ran fast. If we delayed a little longer, well, without the little brother here, we would have died. The little black snake looked at the gathering storm in the distance. His face was covered in cold sweat. Let's go. It seems that this space will be closed for a while. The little angel nodded. After waiting for the students to leave, she led Ji Shuiyan into the exit. The little black snake took one last look and left a strong energy barrier at the exit. Although he was not sure how long this level of energy barrier could last in the storm, he left one first. After that, he left the place. Elder Xionggang, who was waiting outside the illusory space, was in a state of anxiety after the golden energy flood passed. He had been walking in circles for a long time. In a nearby open space, there was also a group of people waiting anxiously. Among them, the most eye-catching person was an old man in a black robe who stood in front of Xionggang. The old man had a head of white hair that was slightly trimmed. His black robe was formal and neat. There was no trace of sloppiness in his appearance. His pair of cold black eyes had a hint of sharpness. His gaze was like a knife, and he had a calmness that would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. His slightly serious expression made him look like a scholar. Just by standing in front of him, he naturally exuded an aura that calmed the hearts of the people around him, except for Elder Xionggang, who was still anxious and angry. The grayish-white building had already turned into a bubble. After the energy nova passed, there was not a single piece of rock left. The surrounding ground had been plowed, and at this moment, only a black hole of a teleportation gate remained. After Elder Xionggang walked in circles for a few hundred times, he suddenly stopped and stared at the teleportation gate. The entire desolate place fell into a deathly silence. The teleportation gate that had been silent for half an hour was now gathering the power of space, and waves of energy waves were emitted from it. Not long after the teleportation gate rippled, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed. Figures ran out quickly from it. Finally, under the gaze of the people present, they ran for a distance before stopping in a daze. They're out. They're finally out. After the teleportation gate rippled, it did not stop. At this moment, it was still spitting out students. Groups of people kept walking out from it, causing a commotion in the crowd. Some people hurriedly went up to welcome the students who ran out from the illusory space. Many people even cheered on the spot. The girl in the red dress, who was slowly walking out of the teleportation gate, raised her head to look at the sun and found that she was shrouded by a shadow. She sighed speechlessly. Stupid bear, you're blocking my sunlight. Xiong Gang laughed dryly, rubbing his hands together as he watched the students dashing out of the door one by one, their faces still in a state of shock. He couldn't help but ask what exactly happened inside. Is everyone okay? We walked a few rounds in front of Hell's Gate. The girl in the black dress walked to the side to welcome the sunlight. She let out a long sigh of relief. Everyone is fine. It was scary, but not dangerous. Well, you can't say that. Let them deal with their matters. Since they said that, it should be inconvenient for us to intervene. The girl in the red dress responded faintly. She looked at the group of little fellows who ran out from the gate and ran around happily, letting go of themselves. There were also a few who were hugging their masters and mentors and vomiting, or simply crying to vent the pressure that had accumulated in there. Not to mention the things that happened in the last period of time. Counting before that, they were all people who had been missing for at least 7 days in the illusory space. In short, it's fine as long as they're alive. But when I think about how I have to report to the dean later, my head hurts. The girl in the black dress rubbed her forehead helplessly. She looked at the black-robed elder, who was talking to the students and elders in front of her, and could not help but sigh. She was still in shock and did not know how to explain what happened in the illusory space. The little black snake and the little angel, who were walking at the back, saw the drama played out before them. The former could not help but sigh softly. Only then did he remember that they first went to the illusory space to confirm the situation and rescue people. It was just that they encountered a series of high-energy incidents that made him forget what he was originally doing. Now that he saw the scenes of brief parting and reunion, he could not help but sigh. They saved quite a lot of people, but there were also some students. What do you plan to do? The little black snake looked at the little angel and asked softly, "Find a place to let this idiot recuperate. Before he's completely recovered, I don't think we'll let him out to cause trouble." The little angel replied, "In that case, there's a rather safe place in the Endless Mountains." The little black snake muttered. He took out a token and handed it to the little angel. He explained, "This is a place for us to recuperate. The conditions there will be better. Oh, although I don't know how effective those conditions will be for you. It's fine as long as there's energy." The little angel took the token and nodded. She glanced at Ji Shuiyin, who was still grabbing onto her clothes, and thought for a while before bringing her along. "Then we'll go over first. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it another day." The little black snake nodded. He watched as the two of them turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. He let out a long sigh. Just as he was thinking about how to explain what happened in the illusory space to others and how to cover up the things that should be covered up, he suddenly saw the little girl in the green dress walking around in circles as if she was looking for something. He could not help but walk over. "Little girl, what are you looking for? Quickly go and rest." Tantai Wenhua quickly turned her head and cupped her hands towards the little black snake. "Elder Sure, I'm looking for that senior." She paused for a moment and slowly said, "Thank you. I feel that there's a need to say it. There's no conditions to say it in the illusory space, but I couldn't find him. You should go and rest first. You won't be able to see him for a period of time." The little black snake yawned and waved his hand. "When the conditions allow, I'll bring you to see him." All right." Tantai Wenhua hesitated for a moment. She then nodded and turned to leave. After dealing with Ling, Hao, who came with the same objective, the little black snake felt that everything had come to an end. He let out a long sigh of relief and walked towards the black-robed elder, who had been waiting at the same spot. He had to report this matter even if he had to brace himself. However, he was completely unprepared. What should he do? The dean was looking into the distance. Suddenly, he saw the little black snake walking over and raised his brows. "You're here." "Yes, I'm here." "Oh, they've already finished reporting." The little black snake was speechless. "In any case, go and rest first. There are some things that need to be dealt with, but it's not to the point where you can't recover." The black-robed elder nodded and revealed a comical smile. The little black snake was speechless. It turned out that the mental preparation he had done was in vain. Chapter 16:26. In a space filled with darkness and nothingness, a black flame suddenly appeared. The swaying black light spread the chaotic and disorderly aura in all directions. This space began to expand with the flame as the center. Wisps of dim starlight rapidly appeared, condensing into star clusters, large star clusters, vast galaxies, and finally evolved into an endless star field. Countless sparkling starlight shone in the endless dark space, but it made this place even darker and more chaotic. The black flame fluttered and swelled in a few breaths until it became the size of a small star before it gradually stopped. Faint information gushed out from the surrounding star clusters and rushed toward the former. "What's the matter?" A hollow and dull voice, with a certain majestic and low echo, resonated with the endless star field. "The energy all over the cloud continent is suppressed by a lot. The reason is unknown, but the well of remnant souls is not affected much." A young man's voice sounded in the starry sky. The voice seemed to fluctuate with the surging waves. The starry sky calmed down, and the black flame shone with a dark radiance. The light of a few star clusters suddenly dimmed and dissolved into the darkness. The aura of our old friends, their power has been activated. Such a long time has passed, and their obsession is the same as ours, eternal and indestructible. The hollow voice, with a hint of laughter, made this star field tremble. Is it caused by that anomaly? Their inheritor has finally appeared. We suspect that it has something to do with the strange phenomenon that happened on the cloud continent recently. No need, and there is no way to solve it. You just need to continue watching the well of remnant souls. No matter what the world is going to do, you don't need to pay attention to it. I understand. The young man's voice faded away, and the stars in the distance dimmed as well. Black flames flickered, and an endless aura of chaos surged in this place. The distant star regions and star clusters were engulfed in darkness one after another, melting and disintegrating in the void. It was as if they were witnessing the rapid disappearance of a starry sky in the reverse flow of time. When everything was annihilated, the black flame flickered in this dark and empty space for a moment before slowly dissipating. Plop! The pure white ball of energy suddenly expanded violently. The originally calm energy seemed to have been affected by something and began to surge. The dark red energy in the center erupted like a geyser, quickly filling the entire ball of energy and dyeing it into a flowing dark red gemstone crystal. As soon as the little angel placed the ball in place, she saw a sudden change in it. A dark red light rushed into her eyes, making May Mao's eyes flicker. She quickly shouted in the direction of the hall, "Cheers! Come here quickly. Little Star is—" Before he could finish his sentence, Jing Yuanji's figure rushed into the room with a flash of space. Little Angel was half a step slower and also hurried to the bedside. She stared at the Yun Nuwashing ball in Jing Yuanji's arms. It had expanded several times in just 10 seconds, and now it was the size of a head, which made her nervous. I don't understand. Jing Yuanji glanced into the ball, and a stream of information that was difficult to process and analyze directly crashed into her mind, making her dizzy. She decisively chose to give up, and instead planned to do something with her divine right and rule. Puff! Suddenly, there was a sound like a balloon leaking. The expanding ball of light suddenly shrank in less than 2 seconds. The dark red light quickly converged to the center, and then everything returned to normal. The ball of light returned to the size of a fist and returned to its pure white color. The two girls were stunned for a moment. This sudden trembling and then relaxing situation, why did it look a bit like, oh, a blowfish that was startled after being poked, but now it had regained its calmness? This, Jing Yuanji smiled bitterly. She held the Yun Nuashing ball and checked it for a while, but she was still a little worried. She told Master Hui what had just happened and let the latter judge. Feng Qiu, that guy hasn't been in such a mess for a long time. In a dense forest, surrounded by a group of huge behemoths, Hui stood under a tree that was probably thousands of years old. When he heard Jing Yuanji's report, he could not help but laugh. Oh, it's really hard for him. Ba, who asked him to play with his life every day. He knows that he can't turn into a little lowly and rest in peace for a few days, but he has to. Forget it, let's not talk about this. According to what you just said, he should have been stimulated by something. No, I'm not saying that the ball was stimulated. It should be the origin energy that was stimulated. Jing Yuanji and the little angel were stunned. Their souls spread around together and poured into the endless mountains. For a long time, nothing unusual happened. The place to rest and recuperate that the little black snake gave was a little remote, and it seemed to be an occupied territory. Other beasts and the like would not run here. They could only feel that the surroundings were quiet. Even if something happened there, it would not affect the origin energy. Hui sat on the roots behind him, his right foot swinging around in boredom. He casually smashed the shield in his hand like a brick, crushing a giant beast in front of him into ashes. He said calmly, "The only thing that can affect the origin energy is, well, the non-order energy hidden under the Cloud Continent. I heard from Feng Qiu that the Cloud Step Academy is located at the location of a seal. The non-order energy is under the seal. Maybe something happened just now. Should we go and have a look?" "Okay." The little angel sighed deeply. She flicked her finger at the pure white ball of light and could not help but complain. "You are such a troublemaker. Buzz." The Yun Nuashing ball suddenly shone and emitted a slight buzzing sound of energy as if it was resisting and muttering. "It's useless to complain. Before you return to your human form, just lie here for me." The little angel rolled her eyes at him and pulled Jing Yuanji out of the room. A certain ball of light saw this and floated up. Just as she was about to follow them out, she felt the energy approaching. She turned her head, and her pretty face suddenly sank. She pointed at the position on the bed and said coldly, "Go back and lie down." The Yun Nuashing ball shivered and turned around twice until she stared at it coldly. Only then did it obediently float back to the bed and obediently fall down. At the same time, it used the quilt to curl itself into a ball. Jing Yuanji witnessed the whole process and could not help but sigh and shake her head. Feng Qiu was too noisy. Sometimes she felt that he was like a child. He had already made himself look like this, but he still could not calm down and recover. Walking out of the room and closing the door, the little angel waved her hand and left an energy barrier around the entire room. She then turned her gaze to Jing Yuanji, which made her stunned. The latter hesitated for a while before slowly leaving an energy barrier to seal the room. "Feng Qiu, I'm sorry. This time you can rest at ease and recover." Jing Yuanji muttered in her heart. She was still a little resistant to this slightly offensive action. It made her feel like she was imprisoning Feng Qiu in the room. The cultivation and recuperation provided by the little black snake. No, it looked more like a place to live in seclusion in the mountains. This building was a miniature palace. The appearance of the palace was the size of an ordinary pavilion. There were many rune arrays around it that were used to disappear without a trace. They were hidden in the shallow space. Its function was probably similar to cognitive impairment and dispersing life. It was the effect of the order barrier in the 139th era of the celestial realm, but the effect was much weaker. Looking out of the window, one could see a tidy courtyard without any furnishings. It was full of weeds, no flowers, no potted plants, no ponds, and no trees. It was completely bare. There were some traces of preparation left in the courtyard, but it seemed like the next step did not come. Perhaps the little black snake rarely came here. Yin Nuashing Ball felt the two girls leaving. It carefully freed itself from the blanket and rolled around on the big bed. It was a really big bed. If it was the size of a normal person, it could fit 4 people side by side. There was still space left. From time to time, it would release a pure white light and gather energy. It jumped on the bed like a child who could not calm down. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Yin Nuashing Ball made a strange sound. Although it was not clear what it was muttering, it sounded like it was bored. It was drawing circles on the bed quickly. Its mind was full of tricks. It wanted him to lie down quietly and wait for him to recover. Wait for another 90 eras. Nothing could stop it. Bang! The white ball glowed red as it climbed onto the bed from under the bed. It sighed and muttered for a while. It then turned around and looked at the courtyard. The whole ball was melancholic. Ah, right, the origin relic that I just got. The thought flashed through the Yun Nuashing Ball's mind. The ball of light suddenly swelled, and then spat out a round cake from its stomach. It was a round cake of moderate size that was held in its hand. The whole thing looked like it was made of gold, but its luster was like the stars in the galaxy. Yun Nuashing Ball rolled over and touched the golden round cake. Energy light appeared on the surface of the round cake, according to a pattern. The energy light was then projected into the space half a foot high. It was the reflection of a spiral galaxy. It was unusually real. They could even feel the presence of the stars. It was very bright. Then there was no then. This thing seemed to be used to project the galaxy. It was just an ornament, but this ornament was a little more advanced. Coo, coo, coo. The white orb rolled around as if it was sighing. Then it rolled around the star-shaped disk 2 or 3 times, triggering the energy to dissipate the star system that it reflected. Then it rolled around and bumped into the disk a few times. When he first saw that it was different from the usual decorations, he was a little excited. He thought that there would be something different about it, but as it turned out, he was still too naive. The other origin relics in its stomach seemed to have some strange movements. Yun Nuashing Ball thought for a moment and spat them out. The jade carving, the wind chime, the potted plant, the incense burner, and the astrolabe were the 5 origin relics. When it collected the 4 origin relics, they were resonating and flashing with energy. Even the origin energy in its body was flashing together. This time, there was one more. Well, it seemed that the intensity of the resonance was a little higher, but it did not affect its recovery. The extracted energy flowed along the 5 origin relics to an unknown place. Now, he seemed to be able to vaguely feel the direction of the flow, but he could not pinpoint its destination. Buzz. The resonance of the origin relics started from the 4th one, and it seemed that the degree of resonance would get higher and higher. At that time, he should be able to find out what they had been using his energy for. Well, anyway, it should be related to the Cloud Continent. Speaking of which, when his destruction energy and the nirvana element resonated, he seemed to feel a strange feeling. The source seemed to be pointing downwards. If he was not mistaken, it should be the non-order energy. It was the non-order energy that caused his self-reaction. Maybe it was because he had completely returned to his energy form. Now, he could feel the movement of those energies more clearly. Wait a minute. The origin relics should not have anything to do with the non-order energy in the world, right? Ahaha. It shouldn't. It definitely shouldn't. Please tell him that it has nothing to do with it. It can't have anything to do with it. If it has anything to do with it, can he still live? Yun Nuoshing Ball, which had been quiet for 2 minutes, was now spinning rapidly on the bed. It was almost like a small tornado. 10 minutes later, the white ball had turned gray. It felt like life had come to an end. The life of the ball was boring. Gurgle, gurgle. If it really has something to do with the non-order energy, we have to make preparations immediately. It would be better to say that they had been targeting the non-order energy since the beginning. For example, they had taken down the June throne of the king's palace, smashed all of their energy wells, and now they had almost destroyed the king's palace. It was a pity that they could not find it yet. According to Xing LV, Gang UND, and the others had gone back and forth many times, but they still could not find any trace of the king's palace. The businesses left in the cities outside seemed to be just agents. The number of people belonging to the king's palace was pitifully small. The mobilization of people seemed to have started when they started to take down the king's palace's sub-palace, so Xing LV and the others did not find anything. It can't go on like this. He hated being in such a passive situation. They could lock onto the enemy's plan, 1/188, but they could only sit here and stare. This can't go on. This can't go on. This can't go on. Hui, who was in the dense forest, felt his soul tremble. He stopped what he was doing with a smirk and joked, "Hey, Feng, you still have the strength to chat with me? Haven't you been tied to the bed by Jing Yuanji? And you? I won't die. If there's an accident, help me up and continue fighting." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and threw him 3 consecutive punches. "Hey, look at you now. Do you think you have any persuasiveness?" Hui smacked his lips and shook his head, helplessly. In the space of soul communication, the soul that appeared in front of him now belonged to Yun Nuoshing was no longer that one, 8 meters tall. He was only left with a ball. His soul could not even maintain a human form, and he still said that he could get up and continue fighting. "I've heard about it from them. You just lie down this time." Hui let out a long breath. He wanted to tell him some good news, but seeing him like this, he decided not to. Don't stretch out your legs and stare at him before the good news is finished. At this moment, he could not judge whether the news of the origin relics was good news or scary news for him. Okay, I'll talk to you about something else." Yun Nuoshing forcibly changed the topic and told him what she had just said. As expected, Hui immediately showed an expression of so troublesome, no motivation, and "I'm going to die," which was even worse than Hao Ren's. Hao Ren did not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, that's the situation. It's just a guess at the moment. To give an accurate answer, I think there should be another 1 or 2 origin relics resonating together. "Hey, don't be impulsive. I won't move now." Hui stared suspiciously at the ball floating in front of him. He stopped his action of charging forward and waved his hand. "All right then. Leave the things here to us. Make as many layers of defense as possible. However, with such a huge amount of non-order energy, it's not something that can be dealt with in a day or 2. Moreover, without the help of your origin energy this time, it's estimated that it will take even longer." The ball of Yun Nuoshing turned around. "That's the only thing we can do. By the way, if you have nothing to do, go to the Wellspring Land and take a look." After a while, if you still can't find the king's palace, destroy. Huey's expression suddenly trembled. Hey, do we really have to go that far? He stared straight at the pure, white ball of light. After a moment, he laughed bitterly. This time, he could not see Mabel's expression. However, judging from the movement in the soul message, he should be serious. It was no wonder he would give such an order. The king's palace had done something big. It was related to the non-order energy, and the latter seemed to have something to do with the origin relics. Ignoring the error in the middle, rounding up, it indirectly meant that the king's palace was doing something that was contrary to the purpose of leaving the origin relics here. Although he did not know what it was, it should not be a good thing. The pure, white ball of light circled around Hui as if to confirm something. It made him feel even more helpless, but at the same time, it also confirmed the matter. Immediately, he roared to all the divine realm warriors in the cloud continent. Everyone prepare the energy towers and let them enter the charging phase. Now, everyone in the mountain origin continent carry out a one-time amount of law and concept reinforcement to all the living beings in the mountain origin continent. From now on, change to the standby mode of the destruction order. Everyone scattered across the cloud continent was stunned. After a moment, they did not hesitate to take out their energy towers, install energy crystals, and use their own methods to strengthen the energy of the energy towers. Xing Elvi looked at the other person in the same group as him in confusion. Seeing that the other person had decisively taken out an energy tower, he asked, "What is going on?" The other person was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that Xing Elvi still did not understand some things, so he began to explain the destroy order. Well, to put it simply, if there is no progress in the mission to search for the sovereign's palace in the Wellspring land, then just blow it up. From the root, from the laws, and from the concept, carry out a saturated and indiscriminate energy plowing to find them. Generally speaking, such an order would not be given easily unless— He narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. Unless Lord Hui has sensed something, and the situation is gradually getting serious, so he has no choice but to use such a method. Seeing the change in Xing Elvi's expression, he smiled faintly. Don't worry. Those unrelated to the mission will be protected as much as possible. Before the mission is carried out, Lord Hui will also personally inspect the Wellspring land before issuing the order. Furthermore, this is just the standby phase. It does not mean that the Wellspring land will be turned over immediately. If the sovereign's palace is found before the mission is carried out, then the destroy order will not be carried out. Hearing that, Xing Elvi breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the Wellspring land and could not help but scratch his head. Let's go to the Wellspring land. I will also try to find that guy who is hiding. The progress of searching for the origin relic is quite fast. At least the identification of the mark is quite fast. Hearing that, the other person pondered for a moment and nodded. That's good too. If they could find the sovereign's palace as soon as possible, they would not have to cause so much trouble. From now on, they would strengthen the defenses of the Wellspring land. Furthermore, Lord Hui would personally inspect the place in the end. However, there was no guarantee that there would not be any life left in the defenseless areas. If possible, it would be best not to use such a method. After ending the soul communication with Hui, Yun Nuoxing listened to the voices of the other people in her soul. She was also thinking, well, the destroy order was a very troublesome thing. Using the crudest explanation, it was kill 1 to save 100. That was right. It was such a simple and easy to understand principle. As for whether it was approved or not, whether it was feasible or not, and how it would affect after the event, it was none of his business. Sorry, he never cared about those things. He only knew that this was what he had to do. If the sovereign's palace really intended to use the non-order energy to do something, and they were already doing it, he just had to wait for them to slowly brew. In the end, the entire cloud continent would not be able to escape. If he could, he did not want to face such things. No matter what, from the perspective of righteousness, even from the height of the void, it was a wrong thing for one to do. However, it did not matter. He would bear the evil and dark part of this matter. All the sins would be borne by him. That was all. Killing one to save 100. He had never experienced it before. He also thought that he did not need to experience it. As long as the people involved in this matter were a little stronger, they would not step into this level of chaotic vortex. Sorry, he did not have enough power this time. He could not deal with the origin relic and ensure that he was completely unharmed before he went to save everyone. Phooey, to hell with saving everyone. Humans could only save themselves. They did not realize that they were in the middle of a chaotic vortex, and only realized it when they fell into the darkness. They wanted to be saved. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Furthermore, they were just a group of outsiders. Chirp, chirp. Yun Nuoxing shuddered. It left behind a ball of energy of the same size to disguise itself. Then it wrapped itself into the blanket and floated towards the window. The ball of energy gathered energy halfway and kept changing. When it floated to the window, it turned into a cute little person that was 3 inches tall. The origin crystals on its body also shrunk into a mini version. This time, there was an additional crystal on its left arm, which gave it a crystallized glove. It looked like a nouveau riche. Yun Nuoxing sealed its soul world so that the girls would not notice anything. Then, it carefully pushed the window with all its might. It used the nether void sword to release the origin energy that it had gathered. It carefully pushed open a hole in the barrier and slipped out. Amitba, this noble one. My Buddha, yeah, I'll be back soon. Yun Nuoxing muttered to itself while facing the window for a while. Then it turned and floated towards the direction of the Bu Yun Academy. Energy surged over its body. It disguised itself as a ball of energy and quickly disappeared. Chapter 16:27. He slipped out, but he did not slip out for long. Before he found the way, the avatar, left in the room, felt the little angel quietly push open the door and enter. Yun Nuoxing was so scared that he quickly changed positions with the avatar. As soon as he raised his head, he saw her staring at him through a layer of quilt. He felt uncomfortable all over and quickly lifted the quilt and rolled out of the bed. Grew. Little angel stretched out her hand and pressed on the ball a few times. Jing has returned to Ascending Cloud City. He will bring the 2 people here later. I'm here to see you. Gru GRU. Yun Nuoxing muttered in his heart. She's here for a surprise inspection. Luckily, I left a clone here to swap places with her. As for Yuan Ji, she probably wants to wait for me to recover. She probably has Huey's orders too. Little angel said a few words to him, then got up and left the room. Yun Nuoxing watched the girl leave and heaved a sigh of relief. This was great. There should be no way to act secretly in the short term. She could come once, and she would probably come again all of a sudden. Gru, I'll just lie down for a day and a half. As expected, on the 3rd hour after Yun Nuoxing decided to lie down and recuperate, the door was quietly pushed open again. He was a little dumbfounded. This time, it was Jing Yuanji who came in. She squatted by the bed and looked at him for a while. She seemed to think that he was sleeping. She did not make a sound from beginning to end. After being looked at for a while, she quietly went out of the room. Suddenly, he felt like a baby who was just born less than half a month ago. It would make people feel uneasy if they didn't look at him for a while. Did he look so uneasy? For the rest of the day, little angel. And Jing Yuanji would come to see him every once in a while, but the interval was getting longer and longer. They were probably relieved to see him being so well behaved. The two of them were in the living room, talking to Lei Hua and Lei Qing about the Cloud Continent. They seemed to be collecting and confirming information about the origin relic. Ji Shuiyan also came to see him for a while. The little girl was also very tired from running around in the psychedelic space, mainly because she was carried by him and was affected by his indiscriminate energy. She slept in the room for a whole day before waking up. The first thing she did when she woke up was to see him. She just lay on the side and looked at him very obediently. She did not make a sound. She lay on the side and fell asleep again. He even had to help cover her with the quilt. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. During this period, Little Black Snake also brought people here. They seemed to be here to check on the situation, but they did not enter the room. Then they talked for a while with Jing Yuanji and the others in the living room. They also mentioned the information about the origin relic. It seemed that they planned to bring some information the next time they came. After that, they left. Speaking of which, from the sound of her voice, Lei Qing, who had sought death the moment they met, seemed to have become a little more spirited. Although he could still feel that she was a little lifeless, even though they were separated by a few walls, at least she had the feeling of being alive. She was no longer like a walking corpse when they first met. This could be considered a good thing. With this sign, he should be able to find the motivation to live on. As for now, it was enough. On the third day, Yun Nuoxing confirmed that the little angel and the others thought that he had fallen asleep. Ji Shuiyan also did not come to disturb him from time to time. They would not poke or touch him from time to time. Then he moved to the endless mountains with ease. He stuffed his doppelganger into the bed and replaced him to lie on the bed. Then he flew quickly towards the Buyun Academy. Crossing mountains and forests, Yun Nuoxing flew past the areas guarded by powerful beasts. As he flew, he was stunned. He looked at the endless mountains and forests and was silent for a while. His godly soul could not find the way. He could not find the direction. He could not find the location. Damn it! Did he get lost in the endless mountains? He tried to spread his godly soul out a little. It reached the limit after spreading it out for about 10,000 feet. Unfortunately, there were only mountains, rivers, trees, and the like in this range. He could not find the exact location of the Buyun Academy. Gulp. It was not a big problem to get lost. In the worst case, he could directly return to his room and not really get lost. But then his plan would fail. Hey, he had experienced a little too many things recently. He really did not expect that a guy at the peak of the Source Realm like him would get lost one day. He tried to walk randomly for a distance, like a lost person trying his luck. He tried to find a familiar path or a path with directions. But unfortunately, he still could not run out of the endless mountains after 2 hours. The Yun Nuoxing ball let out a long sigh. He was a little dejected. Gray and pure white light kept flashing. Just as he was complaining and muttering, "Forget it, just go back and lie down. It's over," suddenly a godly soul aura that he was not familiar with but had at least seen before appeared in his senses. He flashed with light in surprise and turned to fly in the direction of the familiar aura. Soon, he arrived at the top of a mountain. There was a lithe figure in green clothes standing there. The outline of her face became even clearer under the direct sunlight. She was bright and beautiful. Her eyes were closed, and her aura flowed out naturally. It resonated with the energy of the world faintly, as if she was in a state of cultivation. Ding. This girl, I think she's that. Tantai Wenxian. Oh, right. I think that's her name. I wonder if I can ask her for a small favor and give me a ride. Hmm. Tantai Wenhuan, who was cultivating on the mountain peak, suddenly opened her eyes. A wisp of doubt flashed across her pretty face, and the aura of energy circulating around her body also dissipated. She turned her head and saw a round ball of pure, white light dragging a 3-meter-long rune of light behind it as it flew towards her with great effort. She was slightly stunned and was about to enter a state of alert, but she inexplicably felt a little familiar aura from the ball of light, causing her to be unable to raise her guard. The pure, white ball of light circled around her, and the light gradually dimmed. Tantai Waniing opened her eyes slightly and saw a figure that was only 3 inches tall appear in her sight. She could not help but exclaim, "Say, Senior?" Yun Nuoshing floated for a while and nodded at her. "Oh, good morning, little girl." Tantai Waniing opened her mouth. After a long time, she suppressed half of the shock in her heart and said in a daze, How did you become like this?" "Well, it's a long story." Yun Nuoshing swayed for a while and stopped in front of her. "In short, are you free now?" "I am. What do you want to do?" "I'm lost. I can't find the way to the Buyun Academy." Tantai Wenxian's pretty face stiffened. This has something to do with your current form? It's like this. If you're free, can you give me a ride?" Tantai Wenxian looked at the shrunken Yun Nuoshing and nodded without thinking much. She bowed to him. "Senior, you saved me in the illusory space, and I haven't had the time to thank you. If I can be of help to you, please feel free to order me around." "That was just a matter of convenience. It's not that serious." Yun Nuoshing quickly waved his hand. "The people of the Tantai clan won't be ungrateful. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Even if it was just a matter of convenience, to us, it was truly a new life," Tantai Wenxian said with a serious expression. Tantai Wenyao put on a serious face and said. This made it difficult for Yun Nuoshing to say anything else. He had already mentioned his family's name. If he said anything else, the meaning would rise to the level of his family. Yun Nuoshing nodded and sat on her shoulder. "I do have something to do now. If it's possible, bring me to the Buyun Academy first." "That's right. My name is Feng Ling. There's no need to call me Senior. Instead, I'll call you Wenxian. Is that okay?" Tantai Wenxian smiled sweetly. "Okay, Senior Feng." "No, that's why. I feel that it's more comfortable to call you that, Senior Feng." "Up to you then." Wenxian was indeed cultivating here. When she had just arrived, she seemed to be preparing to enter a deep state of cultivation. However, she was stopped because of his arrival. After resting here for a few minutes, Wenxian brought him to the Buyun Academy. This is the depths of the endless mountain range. It's already very deep into the mountain range. There will be ferocious beasts that are on par with our current realm. Why is Senior Feng here?" When Wenxian said this, she blinked her clear eyes and looked at Yun Nuoshing. This caused his face to twitch, and he smiled bitterly in his heart. This meant that he had run in the wrong direction. He originally wanted to head to the Buyun Academy, but he ended up going deeper and deeper into the mountain range. On the day I came out from the illusory space, I was arranged to recuperate in a quiet place in the mountain range. As I had something to do, I had to go to the academy. However, I couldn't find the way and could only run around randomly. If I hadn't met you, I might have to wander around the mountain range for half a day. When Yun Nuoshing said this, he noticed that Wenxian kept glancing at him curiously. She looked like she had something to say. "Are you very concerned about my current appearance?" Wenxian was stunned. She couldn't help but laugh dryly. A little, because I've never seen anyone become so small." It doesn't seem like you used a special method to transform. Even your aura has become so small. When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he shrugged. There was no harm in telling this girl. It wasn't something that he couldn't say at all. If something really happened, he could just slip away. It's nothing special. It's just that my life form is a little special. I became like this because I lack energy. I can't maintain my original body shape, so I can only become so small. As Wenxian listened, she felt that something was wrong. Even her flying speed slowed down, slightly. She asked in a probing tone, You didn't come out to work before you recovered, right? Hey, it's not a big problem. I won't die. Besides, I'm not going to do anything that will tire me out. Yun Nuoshing grinned and waved his hand carelessly. The meaning behind the sentence was very clear. Oh. Wenxian stared at Yun Nuoshing suspiciously. She continued to fly forward for a distance. She used the power of law to adjust the space slightly. After that, she said, You'll go back to recuperate after you're done, right? Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at her for a while. He smiled and nodded. Of course. Don't worry. Wenxian let out a sigh of relief after hearing this. She sped up a bit. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and stuck out his tongue. He said he would go back to recuperate after he was done, but he didn't say which task he was going to finish. He wasn't lying. It wasn't. If he could, he would like to lie down and empty his mind as soon as possible. However, in his current situation, there was no way he could relax and not think about anything. A few minutes later, Yun Nuoshing saw the enormous size of the cloud-dispelling platform again. The Green Mountain Elder stood at the edge of the cloud-dispelling platform with a watermelon in his hands and a pile of watermelon rinds by his feet. He kept staring at the space in front of him. There were a lot of reflections around him. Yun Nuoshing suddenly remembered something. It hadn't even been a month since the test of the 200 or so new students had ended, but he had already caused a ruckus in the Buyun Academy. Senior phone, where are you going? Wenxian finally remembered that she didn't ask him why he was going to the Buyun Academy from the cloud-dispelling platform. The Boxing Pavilion. I'm going there to look for something. It's a little crowded. Yun Nuoshing said. He looked around and saw that there were quite a lot of people. He grabbed Wenxian's long hair and used it to shield himself. This should do. Winning let out a hollow laugh. She identified the direction and headed toward the Boxing Pavilion, above the clouds and under the starry sky. The blue sky of the scorching sun faded bit by bit as Wen Ruo continued to climb into the sky. What replaced it was a sky filled with endless starlight. That wasn't the light of the real star domain. It was broad daylight right now, and the altitude they were at was still within the range of the cloud continent. However, they couldn't see the scene of thousands of stars descending into their eyes. This should be something set up by the Buyun Academy at this altitude. As long as one walked up to this place, they would be able to see this dreamy scene. She stepped on the clouds and was surrounded by the stars, the sun, and the moon. What appeared in front of her was an unusually vast hall. It had an ancient and historical aura. The fake starlight fell on the green building's main body and dyed it with starlight. It looked as if the building was made of stars. It looked very mysterious. The entrance of the main hall was close to the clouds. There was a staircase made of even stone slabs that was suspended in the air. It was placed at the entrance and extended towards the bottom of the sea of clouds. Yun Nuoshing's gaze followed the staircase until it could not be seen clearly. This place was still quite high. He did not know why the Boxing Pavilion was deliberately placed at such a place. Winning saw his gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. I suddenly remember the first time I went to the Boxing Pavilion. My cultivation wasn't high enough, so I had to walk up the stairs step by step. I was so tired. Ha! Yun Nuashing mumbled in response. She really had to walk up the stairs. The number of stairs should be at least 100,000. There's a total of 390,000 stairs. This place is very high. It's said that it's very close to the galaxy. As if she knew what he was thinking, Wen Ying immediately answered. She looked up at the starry sky above and couldn't help but say, "It's so beautiful, but I heard that the place beyond the sky is a place that we can't reach. Just looking up at the galaxy from here is already so gorgeous. I wonder what it would be like if I really went there." Yun Nuashing looked up at the fake galaxy and was speechless. Although it looked, just looking at it like this could be considered as pretty, damn it. He really didn't want to admit that this fake galaxy looked beautiful. They were already so close to it, but the aura from the galaxy was so thin that it was as if it didn't exist at all. It was purely a broken galaxy that was formed by a part of the laws and the structural laws of this world. There was no real thing in it. It was just a solidified image of the galaxy that would never change. The cloud continent itself was an imperfect world. It was like a small world, but it wasn't easy for it to evolve to such a scale. Its main body was missing from its structure. If it wanted to be perfected, at least it couldn't be done before touching the concept layer of laws. And the concept layer of laws was sealed by a powerful force at this moment. Rounding it up was tantamount to fart. "What's so good about this broken and fake galaxy?" Yun Nuashing murmured softly and looked away from the fake galaxy. Wen Ying was stunned. She turned to look at Yun Nuashing and asked, "Senior Feng, did you say something just now?" "Nothing." Yun Nuashing shook his head and looked at the star-step pavilion in front of them. He said, "Let's go in first." Wen Ying wrinkled her little nose and responded softly. She led him into the star-step pavilion's main hall. They had just stepped into the main hall, but a strong gust of wind formed by rich energy hit them in the face. Faintly, the fake power of the stars descended from the sky, making Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitch. This inferior fake power of the stars. I'm going to die. It's disgusting. Wen Ying, ? It's nothing. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and quickly stopped his dancing. He looked up and saw the fake galaxy outside. He was baffled. Logically speaking, this was a world created by the heavenly god of origin to preserve the relics of origin. Even if this galaxy was a fake and inferior product, it shouldn't have such a strange structure. Originally, the cloud continent was still passable, but suddenly such a strange galaxy appeared. This made him very curious. Well, now was not the time to be curious about other places. He didn't have time to go to this broken galaxy. He would go and explore it when he had the chance. The main hall seemed to be divided into several areas. Just the area on the first floor was already quite spacious. There were rows of cabinets neatly arranged in the main hall. Each of the cabinets contained a treasure wrapped in transparent energy. Many people were wandering around the displayed treasures, looking for something they liked. "Senior Feng, can you tell me what you're looking for?" Wen Ying whispered, "I've been to the star-pacing pavilion many times. Although I don't know where everything is, I know the general direction." "It's not that big of a deal." Yun Nuashing's gaze drifted across the main hall on the first floor. Then he whispered into Wen Ying's ear, "It's a candlestick. There's also a candle that can't be lit." Wen Ying, who was about to step forward, cried out in surprise. She was stunned. "Senior Feng, why are you looking for that candlestick?" "It's not convenient for me to tell you the details." Yun Nuashing shook his head. He paused for 2 seconds before continuing. The main thing is that I'm not completely sure if that's what I'm looking for, so I have to see it for myself. However, seeing Wen Ying's surprised expression, he immediately relaxed a little. She should know about the existence of that candlestick. So, do you know where it is? I do. I do know. Wen Ying's expression was strange. Her expression seemed to be saying something that was a little hidden. However, she didn't seem to be very clear about it, so she didn't say anything. She turned around and led Yun Nuoxing straight to the third floor. The candlestick was originally placed on the third floor. It shouldn't have changed, probably. The third floor looked brighter than the first floor. It had lost its dazzling appearance and was replaced with a sense of antiquity and heaviness from the passage of time. It was as if this space had existed for a longer time. As for the interior, there were still piles of treasures laid out one after another like cabbages. Wen Ying looked around the third floor for a while. She scratched her head, but couldn't find the familiar item. After thinking for a moment, she walked to the innermost part of the third floor. There was a stone platform that looked like it was cast from crystal at the bottom of the innermost wall. A young man sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Elder Wan, may I ask where the candlestick that used to be placed on the third floor has gone? Wen Ying stopped 2 meters away from the young man and cupped her hands respectfully. The young man opened his eyes and looked up at her. His expression became a little strange. That's strange. Hasn't that thing been gathering dust for a long time? Why do people keep asking about it recently? Wen Ying was stunned. Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. Just as Wen Ying was about to ask, the young man picked his ear and said, "The candlestick you're talking about was replaced half a month ago." Boom. It was as if a sudden clap of thunder had struck her heart. Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. Her face was ashen and dark. She was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's shocked and petrified expression, Wen Ying was also shocked. She smiled bitterly and quickly said respectfully, Elder Wan, do you still remember who was the one who replaced it?" You've stumped me." Elder Wan picked his ear and frowned as he tried hard to recall. The face is a little unfamiliar. The one who was replaced a month ago seemed to be a good-looking young man. I think it was a new student at the beginner god level, because he kept asking me about this, and that he seemed to be very interested in the candlestick. All the older students know about the candlestick. Why would he ask so many questions? Elder One smiled and patted his thigh. Suddenly, he was stunned and coughed dryly. Let's not talk about him first. Why are you looking for the candlestick? Actually, I'm not looking for the candlestick, so I'm not very clear about it. I'm just here to ask on behalf of someone else. Wen Ying smiled bitterly and quickly cupped her hands. Then this student will leave first. Thank you, Elder Wan. Go. Elder Wan waved his hand and watched Wen Ying leave the third floor. He then scratched his head and muttered to himself, Strange. It's fine that a curious new student replaced a broken candlestick, but the little girl from the Tantai clan also asked about it. Interesting. Whatever, it's not here anyway. Chapter 1628. When Ruo walked out of the star-pacing pavilion on the third floor and suddenly stopped at the stairs leading to the second floor, she carefully turned her head and saw that the little doll on her shoulder was so depressed that his entire body had turned gray. She couldn't help but look at his pitiful appearance. Yes, she managed to hold it in. However, she couldn't believe that a powerhouse of his level would show such an expression. Senior foam. When Ruo's soft voice caused Yun Nuoxing to raise his head, the gray color on his body immediately disappeared. He looked at her calmly and heard her say, Do you plan to? Yun Nuoxing calmly looked ahead and casually swung his legs. He looked at one or two people who occasionally walked past him. He casually glanced at them and then looked away. After remaining silent for 4 to 5 minutes, he let out a long sigh and asked, "Do you have a way to find that new student?" When Ruo seemed to have predicted that he would ask this question, she was already prepared and immediately replied, "Although there are many new students, Elder One just said that they are all novice God-tier new students. The scope of the search has been narrowed down. We can only investigate the rest one by one." After she finished speaking, she hesitated for a moment, as if she was thinking about whether she should say what was on her mind. Yun Nuoshing felt her hesitation and reached out to pat her shoulder, when Ruo smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Feng, there is a possibility. We can start looking for that new student now, but it has already been 65 days, or maybe even more. Even if we find him, he might already be, I know what you want to say. However, that situation will not happen at all." Yun Nuoshing calmly shook his head. That candlestick, based on the information I have obtained, if it is indeed what I think it is, it will only exist in 2 situations. First, it will become a meaningless decoration in the hands of others and can't be used. Second, it will explode and create a huge hole that can turn the entire cloud pacing pavilion into a huge pit. The endless energy storm will be able to engulf the surrounding lands. When Ruo was speechless, she didn't expect that candlestick to be such a dangerous thing. If that was the case, wouldn't the Cloud Pacing Academy have been hiding a time bomb in the Star Pacing Pavilion? Moreover, this ticking time bomb had fallen into the hands of a new God-level student who probably knew nothing about it. Yun Nuoshing patted her on the shoulder. "Calm down. In order for these 2 things to become reality, the condition of what I think must be first. If I'm wrong, the world is peaceful and nothing happens. At most, my trip here will be in vain. Moreover, even if that thing is real, to release its energy, to be honest, a novice deity does not have such power." When Huan smiled bitterly, she still hoped that the world would be peaceful, especially when this unstable time bomb still existed in the Buyun Academy. She begged that little freshman not to act recklessly. If he could activate the candlestick with a probability of 1 in a billion, 1 in a billion, 1 in a billion, 1 in a billion, she was afraid that there would be hundreds of millions of people who would go to the Yellow Springs with him. Thinking of this result, she felt a lingering fear. Her whole body trembled, and she quickly ran out of the Star Pacing Pavilion. She almost used the power of the natural order to shorten the distance. "Well, there's no need to rush. It's been a month. Since it's peaceful, as long as there are no accidents, the thing you think will not happen," Yun Nuoshing said, but he did not see when Huan slowed down. In the blink of an eye, she had already rushed out of the Star Pacing Pavilion. The starry sky was right in front of him. He shook his head helplessly, but he did not stop her. He was more than happy to be able to speed up. After all, he was still running out of the academy without telling them. He hoped that he could finish it safely in a short period of time. Well, although he would definitely be found out in the end, he could only delay his death if he pretended to be well. Perhaps she was shocked by the exaggerated level of destructiveness of the Relic of Origin, the oral version. When Xian arrived at the dormitory area where the beginner divine level students were staying in a few minutes, looking down at the area that was filled with youthful vigor, when Xian and Yun Nuoshing both expressed a slight headache at the same time. They did not know what the people looked like, and the only information they knew had now been used up. There was a sudden clap of thunder on the ground, and thousands of fireworks bloomed in the sky. Winning suddenly shuddered. She trembled and rubbed her palms. The sudden chill made her a little confused. After a while, she realized what Yun Nuoshing had just said. "Senior Feng, what did you just say?" "I was just talking to myself." "Don't mind it. Yun Nuoshing mumbled and shook his head. This thought was too scary. There was a large group of living creatures in the center of this area. Wen Huan rubbed her pretty face with both hands and descended from the sky. Walking in the vast novice deity area, she could not help but sigh even at this kind of tense moment. I also walked out of this place. So many years have passed without me noticing. The enrollment requirements of Buyun Academy had changed a lot compared to when she was still a novice deity. After many adjustments and changes, the requirements should be relaxed. There were more novice deity students than before. The number of Rebirth Realm students did not change much. There was basically no change in the number of novice deity students and above. Wen Huan walked slowly in the novice deity area. She compared the scene in her memory with the scene in front of her. She could still see some familiar structures in some places, but there were a few places that were completely gone. For example, there was a small courtyard surrounded by countless bright flowers. Now, it was occupied by a very old tree. The huge tree's shade turned this place into a forest in the garden. It was a quiet place, just as when Huan was about to think of a way to find that new student. A slightly surprised voice came from behind her. It made her stop in her tracks. "Senior Sister Tantai, why are you here?" It was a somewhat familiar voice. Because of a ridiculous accident, they had some interactions. They had greeted each other a few times and chatted casually. She still remembered the scene of this junior brother carrying a big hammer. It did not match his small body. Ling Hao. When Huan turned around and looked at the junior brother, who was also strolling in the novice deity area, she was about to turn around when she suddenly remembered that the person in front of her happened to be a novice deity. She stopped again, just in time. "I want to ask you something." "Me?" Ling Hao stopped in his tracks. After a moment, he smiled faintly. "If I know, I will tell you the truth." The tuft of hair on Wen Ruo's right shoulder suddenly fluttered without any wind, causing Ling Hao to be stunned. Just as he turned his attention, he saw a doll-like figure emerge from there and greet him. "Yo, have you woken up from your nightmare?" The sudden appearance of a doll, whose upper body was covered in crystals, stunned Ling Hao. "Say, Senior, how did you become like this?" After exclaiming in surprise, he saw Senior Sister Tantai's helpless expression. He could not help but laugh dryly and respond to Yun Nuoshing's words. "Well, I haven't changed much from before. People say that people who have escaped death should cherish life more. They hold on to their second life to do things that they did not dare to think of in the past and chase after higher ideals. However, I am just repeating my normal daily life as before. There doesn't seem to be any special changes." Yun Nuoshing said faintly, "Your state of mind is not called escaping death. It is called dying once. Moreover, it is after death that you no longer care about life and death. Every second you live is a second. It doesn't matter if you ascend to heaven in an instant. You are not far from my nature. It just shouldn't appear at a time like this." Ling Hao laughed dryly and scratched his head. Naturally, he changed the topic. "Senior, what are you planning to do here?" "We are looking for someone, a new student." Wei Ning sighed and summarized what had happened in Buxing Pavilion. She briefly mentioned the importance of the candlestick and indicated that this matter was very important and urgent. No. It is not urgent to the extent that the world is about to be destroyed. Don't be frightened by her." Yun Nuoshing pushed Wei Ning's pretty face and pushed her gaze to the side. She said to Ling Hao, whose face was full of leaks, "This is what it is. If it is urgent, it is because there is a hidden danger. Do you know that there is such a new student in the elementary god level?" Ling Hao continued to laugh dryly, although it was very rough and the omitted matter did not seem to be a big deal. He clearly felt from these words that it was beyond life and death. If this matter was not handled, well, Ling Hao shuddered and inexplicably rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. There are many new students in the elementary god level, but the range is still a little big. The Academy's management of the new students is not all concentrated in one place. After all, there are a lot of states included. There is no way to squeeze them all into one place. There is also no way to spread this matter. If possible, it should be done without alarming the Academy or other curious students. Wei Ning sighed. It was probably impossible for the person involved to come out voluntarily. If they were to look for him one by one, they did not know how long it would take. I think my words are really unclear. Ling Hao shook his head. Seeing Yun Nuoshing and Wei Ning lowering their heads and sighing together, he thought for a while and said, "But I can ask Song Qi. He may know more than me." Ling Hao finished his words and gestured to the two of them. Then he walked towards the elementary god level area. That guy came back alive from the rampage illusory space and bragged to others about what happened that day. And because he went to the 50th or 60th level thanks to you, he bragged even more. I saw that he was like a scholar telling stories. He did not cause any trouble, so I did not pay attention to him. Oh, the kid who carried the shield that day, right? After he mentioned it, Yun Nuoshing thought of the other guy who was brought along by the little black snake, Ling Hao's good friend. Well, it's normal for people who come back alive to have such changes. After surviving a disaster, there are a lot of things that they want to say. They can't even finish talking for a few days. It's normal, it's normal. If you let him talk for a few days, he'll feel bored and eventually return to the normal track. Maybe he's already tired of talking and is thinking about life. However, it's not normal for you to look like you have seen through life and death. Ling Hao laughed dryly. He could only laugh dryly at this topic. He knew that even if he had escaped a disaster, he did not have the feeling of instant death during the rampage. He did not know why. Oh no, he remembered now. There seemed to be a scene that made him feel 1,000,000 times more miserable than death. It was like when the golden news star exploded. He thought that the 1 or 2 minutes of memory would be gone, but he did not expect that it would leave him with that feeling. They passed by many buildings and came to a spacious square. Before they even stepped into the square, they heard hoarse shouts. It was so loud that it seemed like some kind of activity was being held. Among the shouts and shouts, they seemed to hear the turbulent sounds of energy colliding. There was a considerable amount of energy movement coming from the square. When did this place have an experienced battle platform? When Ruo looked at the square in front of her, there were several figures fighting in the center. There were a considerable number of students sitting around the square. Although there were a lot of people, it was far from being able to fill the entire square. Almost all of the students in the square were at the beginner god level. It has been a few years. The cloud licking platform is a little far from the beginner god level dormitory area. Moreover, it is only a battle between beginner god level students. Not every battle can use a place like the cloud licking platform. It is too much of a waste of resources. Thus, this experienced battle platform was created. As Ling Hao spoke, his gaze swept over the square and caught sight of a figure sitting alone in a corner with a contemplative expression, and he couldn't help but be stunned. It seems like Senior was right. He's actually just sitting here today, without saying a word. Song Qi was sitting as if he was squatting on the ground. His interlocked hands covered half of his face. His eyes were emotionless as he stared at the battle below. There was only emptiness in his eyes. It was as if he was not watching the exciting battle. He was simply watching without paying any attention to it. Song Qi, why aren't you continuing your bragging today? The approaching Ling, Hao, and the other two and their voices attracted his attention. However, he only raised his eyebrows slightly before replying in a deep voice. I am thinking about life. This endless life, this unchanging world. Weirdo, suddenly going into philosophy mode. Ling Hao laughed and scolded him. He slapped Song Qi's shoulder and sat down casually. I want to ask you a serious question. What is it? Don't tell me you suddenly want to tell me those things again. I am one of the people involved. I was there. Song Qi raised his hand to interrupt him. The fingers of his right hand opened wide as he pinched his own face. Only after Ling Hao finished speaking did he say in a low voice, over and over again, endless narration. I'm already tired of it. So unbearable, so lowly, it doesn't fit everything. Ling Hao, are you still asleep? The more I keep repeating it, the more I don't get tired of telling others about my legend. The more I feel that my power is limited. Song Qi stood up suddenly. His face was full of passion and generosity. An unruly and unrestrained smile was engraved on his face. He pointed to the sky and shouted, I am going to write my autobiography and tell the whole world. Yun, Nuoshing, Wenhuan, and Ling Hao, this child was probably hopeless. Fortunately, they were sitting in a relatively remote place. There were not many people. The cheers of the audience had drowned out his voice. The intense battle below the stage had attracted the attention of most people. Therefore, this sudden roar did not attract too much attention. Those who looked over only took a glance and continued to focus on the battle on the stage. If it was quiet all around, Yun Nuoshing did not doubt that they would have been pierced into sieves by thousands of pairs of eyes looking at them, as if they were idiots. Ling Hao slapped Song Qi's head. He coughed dryly and said, All right, Song, autobiography. Qi-jun, we are looking for you for something. Be serious. Hey. After ending his serious mode of thinking about life, Song Qi's face was suddenly filled with a simple and honest smile. He scratched his head and bowed to Wen Huan. Hello, Senior Tan Tai. How do you have time to come here today? Ling Hao said that you might know the person we are looking for, so we came to find you. When Huan recovered from her chaotic state of mind, she used a few more words to describe the newbie who had taken the candlestick. However, she did not mention the other things that were involved. If she said a few more words, this autobiography classmate might write about it. If he knew that he was involved in such a strange matter, he would have to write even more pages. Then he would have to spend the rest of his life writing autobiographies and not do anything else. Candlestick. Song Qi scratched his head with a troubled expression. This feature is too inconspicuous. Even if he really has this thing, I won't be able to see it if he keeps it somewhere else. Furthermore, this thing is really inconspicuous. Who still uses candlesticks these days? Everyone uses them. The words that were about to turn into meaningless chatter suddenly stopped with a dull voice. Wen Huan and Ling Hao were planning to ask someone else, but when they saw Song Qi's thoughtful expression, they stopped. Hiss. Candlestick. I think I've seen such a person before. Song Qi took a deep breath and scratched his head. He looked at the square and tried to recall. I remember seeing him in this scenario. That's about the same situation as now. 2 days ago, when I was telling you about my glorious deeds. I should call it the glorious biography now. I saw him. I caught a glimpse of him. That day, I was surrounded by a group of little newbies, just like a group of. Ling Hao pressed his shoulder and grinned. Get to the point. At that time, he was sitting about 10 meters away from me. Song Qi put on a serious face and pointed to his left. Because I was surrounded by a group of people, I saw him sitting there quietly and not paying attention to me. That's why I paid a little attention to him. Speaking of which, that was when Huan slapped Song Qi's head. The veins on her jade-like hand and arm bulged. Her pretty face was full of kindness. Junior, please don't stray from the topic. Okay. Song-Chi nodded while trembling. He coughed dryly and resumed his serious expression. At one point, I saw him take out something and fiddle with it. I only took a glance at it. I think it was about a foot tall. Basically, it was black in color, something with gold or red patterns. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. Ling Hao's face darkened. That kind of thing is everywhere. How do you know that it was a candlestick? Hey, he was holding a spiral golden red candle and gesturing on that long thing. How could I not see it? Song-Chi slapped his thigh and laughed. That's what I saw, but I'm not sure if that's what you're looking for. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at Wen Huan. She frowned slightly. I'm not sure if that's what the candlestick looks like. After all, it's just a symbol, a mascot. It's always placed on the 3rd floor of the Star Pacing Pavilion. Usually when I go there and see it, I'll just glance at it. I won't really look at it carefully and remember its appearance. Ling Hao also felt a little troubled. He had heard of the candlestick before. Indeed, he would not pay much attention to it. Suddenly, he had to look for something that he usually did not pay attention to but had clearly seen before. If he did not see it face to face, he would not be able to recognize it. Anyway, let's just assume that it is. You know where he is? Ling Hao shook his head and continued to ask. Oh, this. Song-Chi thought that it was over and showed a relaxed expression. But now, his face was piled up with a constipated expression. He grimaced and shook his face with a ferocious expression. He gasped for air and scratched his head. After 10 seconds, he suddenly became serious. I remember that one of my loyal listeners said a few words. Speaking of that listener, he's my first fan. Get to the point. Wen Huan and Ling Hao roared at the same time. Song-Chi was almost roared to the stage by the two voices. His whole body trembled. But that's the point. Well, you can continue. He's my first fan, a freshman. Half of what I know about this year's freshmen came from him. He said that he recognized all the freshmen in the God realm and talked to most of them. Then, when he talked about the guy who played with the candlestick, he said, weirdo, cultivation maniac, national enmity, and so on with a very strange expression. I'm not very clear about it, but I guess that's what he meant. He probably said that he was like a weirdo who cultivated every day as if he had a national enmity and a grudge that couldn't be tolerated by the heavens, something like that. Song-Chi shrugged. That's about it. My little fan's words should be correct. You should be able to find him if you go to the new students and take a look. Wen Huan and Ling Hao looked at each other. They raised their heads and looked at the sky at a 90-degree angle. Yun Nuoxing could not help but sigh. How troublesome was it to find someone running here? And there was like putting together a jigsaw puzzle. Wait a minute, putting together a jigsaw puzzle. Why did he think of the Valley of the Immortal King? Forget it. The past was unbearable to recall. After bidding farewell to Song-Chi, who had begun to prepare his biography, without any conversation, Yun Nuoxing and the other two looked at each other and sighed deeply. They rubbed their faces and pulled themselves together before leaving the square. It was not realistic to talk about things in such a noisy place. In a slightly quieter place, they caught a group of students who looked like newbies and fledglings. As soon as they saw each other, they threw the details of the Black Shadow Man to their faces. You're talking about Zheng Hanhai? Who? Wen Huan widened her eyes. Forget it, it's probably him. Where is he? Right now, he should be in the Endless Mountains. He could be in the Star Pacing Pavilion. The possibility of him appearing in the Battle Pavilion is not small. What about the Cloud Platform? when Juan and the other two face-bombed again. This was still a junior who was elusive. Moreover, apart from these places, was there no other place he would appear? Speaking of which, why did they use the word elusive? They made him sound like a ferocious beast. The new students discussed all at once. Suddenly, one of them whispered, "It's more likely that he's at the cloud platform now." Why? My intuition. Ling Hao and the other two continued to cover their faces. When Juan gritted her teeth for a while, she sighed and nodded. "Then I'll borrow your intuition. Let's go." Watching when Juan and Ling Hao leave, the new students looked at each other and could not help but whisper together, "I wonder why senior sister and senior brother are looking for that strange person. Maybe it's something fun, but it's probably not something we can join in on. That guy is a little strange, but he's one of the representatives of the new students. I hope he's fine." Chapter 16:29. He was more or less used to running all over the void. If he wasn't looking for things in the void, he was looking for people in the void. Occasionally, he would even find two enemies who would appear out of nowhere. When they met, they would fight until the void collapsed. When they were done, they would either be buried in a grave or sit down to chat. He was even more straightforward. When he was done, he would definitely lie down. I digress. Anyway, his ability to look for things in the void was already quite high. Even if he was hiding in the Cloud Continent looking for origin relics or hiding in the Bu-Yun Academy, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He would not run out of patience at all. Probably, at this moment, in the cloud nipping platform, a spacious area was opened up. There were large rows of seats on the platform. A large group of students, ranging from the initial celestial realm to the rebirth realm, gathered here. There were probably 10 to 20,000 people. The two people fighting on the platform were obviously two people who had just entered the rebirth realm. With just one divine ring, they would not attract so much attention. It was probably because they were more famous in the academy. Moreover, on the seats on the cloud nipping platform, there seemed to be two people who were facing each other from afar. They were shouting slogans and sending their most sincere greetings to each other, universal gestures in the void. However, there were not many people on either side. Most of them were just a bunch of people who were watching the show. The vast and surging energy contained a certain amount of divinity and a weak amount of divine authority. The two little fellows who had just entered the rebirth realm were having a great time fighting back and forth. They did not appear to be in too much of a sorry state for the time being, but they had already crushed the arena and space into smithereens. The dazzling energy impact, the heavy blows from their fists, and the blooming fireworks. These two fellows were setting off fireworks here. Is this a battle between rebirth realm experts? On the top floor of this battle platform, which was also the edge of the highest level of the ladder, a teenager who looked like he was only 18 or 19 years old was staring at the battle below with his light brown eyes. His medium-length light brown hair was tied into a ponytail, and there were a few strands of hair that slid down his cheeks and down his neck. They were swaying rapidly with the turbulent energy wind in the arena, and then quickly stopped. He was wearing a light green and light blue robe. Compared to ordinary robes, his sleeves were not too long, and he had simple gauntlets and leggings. It looked like some kind of training clothes that made it easier to move around. At a glance, he looked like an ordinary teenager of 18 or 19 years old who had just matured. Anyway, his appearance and age were strange. TCH, they're just two kids who have just entered the rebirth realm. They haven't even formed their divine power yet. They're just kids who have stabilized their divinity. They can't represent the rebirth realm. Hearing the teenager's weak murmur, A disdainful male voice suddenly sneered in his mind. You little brat, don't underestimate the rebirth realm. Hearing that, the teenager sighed softly. Even so, I can't understand the battle between the rebirth realm experts. It doesn't seem to be any different from the elementary gods. It's like everything is different. Everything I know is flawed. Of course, even if it's just two ants, it's still a battle between the rebirth realm experts. What it represents is not something a little brat like you can understand. You're still a million years too early to understand it. Ha ha ha. The insolent voice that rang in his mind without his permission laughed with disdain. Although the words were unpleasant to the ears, there was no malice in them. The young man knew that, and did not deliberately refute its words. He just casually nodded his head. The wind of energy blew the teenager's long hair and robes, inadvertently revealing the thing hidden under his clothes. It was a black necklace. The material of the necklace seemed to be ordinary, but the thing hanging on the necklace was a black, pillar-shaped object the size of a finger. There was also a golden-red pillar-shaped object hanging beside it. It seemed to be a set. The hand that brushed away the hair in front of his face inadvertently touched the necklace hanging on his neck. The teenager lowered his head and looked at it for a while. He took it out from his clothes and looked at it carefully. Elder you, is there really something special about this thing? Ha! You don't believe me? When did I lie to you? You lied to me the last time at the Missouri court. That's because you got the wrong information. It's not my fault. Besides, didn't I solve the problem? Don't be so calculative about the process. The teenager rolled his eyes and did not argue with it. If he continued arguing, this fellow would roll around and act shamelessly again. He took a silver waist tag from his waist and stuck it on the two things hanging on the necklace. He rubbed it gently. Then look at it and see what's so special about it. Ha 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 ha! Don't you use my face to rub this thing. Ouch! The silver waist tag instantly bloomed with light to resist the teenager's actions. When the two separated, the light of the waist tag dimmed slightly. The loud voice that had the effect of arrogance, and insufferably arrogant in his mind sounded again. There's nothing wrong with believing in me. This thing has a great origin. It's just that I can't use it now. One day, I'll be able to control this power. When that time comes, it won't be a problem to hold the entire world in the palm of my hand. I'm not interested. When the teenager heard this, he put away the necklace and put the waist tag back in its original position. I've only had one goal from the beginning. TSK, 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 TSK. Boring, boring, boring boy. Forget it. This is also an interesting part of you. You just have to follow the current trajectory. One day, you'll achieve your goal. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Elder you, how many times have I told you not to shout and laugh at the top of your lungs? Not only is it noisy, it's also a mental pollution. The teenager sighed, helplessly. Huh, you actually despise me, boy. Yes. I know your identity and position. You can rest for a while. Good boy, your wings have hardened. The waist tag muttered a few words. Seeing that the teenager wasn't in the mood to argue with it, it suddenly felt bored and simply didn't say anything. The people on the stage fought for more than 10. He wasn't clear on the specifics, but it ended after more than 10 minutes. After observing the entire battle that was far above his level, he felt that he had gained something, but it also felt like it was just his own misconception. He stood up and stretched his body. He let out a long breath. Next, I've recovered enough. Then, let's continue fighting. This time, I must successfully enter the Endless Mountains. I hope that place won't be discovered by others before I get there. Haha, let's continue fighting. Let's continue fighting. Let's continue to become stronger. Aha! Hmm. Elder Yu was laughing loudly when his voice suddenly stopped. This made the teenager startled. What's wrong? Oh. A consciousness locked onto me. What is this? I can't find any trace of it. I only know that you seem to have been marked by something. Oh, I can't find it. I can't see it. I can't find it at all. Elder Yu's unruly voice became serious and serious. The teenager knew that when Elder Yu's voice became like this, it meant that something really had happened. He immediately became alert. However, the other party didn't seem to have any intention of hiding. The teenager just subconsciously followed the direction of the other party. Soon, he found the other party on the other side of the stage. At this moment, the other party was slowly walking towards him. Ha, don't worry, boy. You've already been marked, so there's no point in running. I haven't found any hostility yet. Let's see what the other party wants to do first. That's exactly what I was thinking. When Huan and the other two left the elementary god area, on the way to the cloud platform, they hesitated for a while. However, since they didn't have a more accurate target, they decided to go to the cloud platform. But the cloud platform is always crowded with people. It's even more crowded than the practical battle stage. How are we going to find the other party with so many people? Ling Hao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could already feel the bustling scene even before he arrived at the cloud platform. It was really a headache. We don't even know who that person is. Zheng Hanhai. What does he look like? Distance. Yun Nuoxing raised her head and said softly, as long as we are close enough, we will have a vague resonance between us. We will be able to accurately guide each other. How close is it? Wening felt a little relieved after hearing this. It would be much easier if they could confirm the condition. Well, the condition was that the candlestick was the one they were looking for. Even this condition wasn't confirmed yet. There was another problem. The cloud platform covered a huge area. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a huge fan that covered a wide area. It's hard to say. I can't say for sure. It's more than 100 feet and less than 100 feet. I can't say for sure. It seems like there's another kind of influence in it. Yin Nuoxing yawned and said, anyway, let's go take a look first. The moment the three of them arrived at the cloud platform, they were almost knocked to the ground by the sound waves that rushed into their minds. When they raised their heads, they saw that the entire cloud platform was in a state of extreme fanaticism. A few of the practical battle stages had already started. On the largest battle stage, a group of rebirth realm cultivators were fighting each other. The spectators had already filled up the seats. What day is it today? Ling Hao looked at the black mass of people below and felt cold sweat dripping down his face. He scanned the surroundings and looked at Wenxian's shoulder. Senior, is there any reaction? Wenxian also turned her head and saw that Yun Nuoxing had closed her eyes and was seriously sensing something. She thought for a moment and felt that it would be more efficient to walk around the spectator stands on each battle stage. Thus, she chose a battle stage that was at the very edge. The two of them landed at the same time. Before they lifted their feet, Yun Nuoxing suddenly opened her eyes. A joyful smile suddenly appeared on her face. Found it! At this moment, a young man with long brown hair stood up and looked at Tantai when Xian and Ling Hao, who stopped 10 feet away from him. He took the initiative to politely greet them. Senior, greetings! When Xian and the other two stared at the young man for a while, they couldn't help but think to themselves, he looks like a very ordinary young man. He's quite handsome. There's nothing worth paying attention to. Ling Hao took a light breath and walked forward. He stared at the young man for a while and said, Are you Zheng Hanhai? The young man nodded gently. His brown eyes kept sizing up the two people who came here. May I know why seniors are looking for me. When Xian looked up at him and said softly, "We don't have any ill intentions. We're only here for one thing, the inconspicuous candlestick on the third floor of the Star Pacing Pavilion is with you. Am I right?" Zheng Hanhai was slightly stunned when he heard that. He frowned subconsciously and stared at the two people in front of him vigilantly. Although he didn't know where they got this information, they seemed to have come prepared. They didn't seem to allow him to lie, so he might as well just admit it. If there was a chance, there was a way to resolve it. "The candlestick is indeed with me." The young man nodded gently. "As far as I know, it's just a useless ornament. May, I know why seniors are looking for it. Since it's just a useless ornament, why don't you transfer it to us?" When Xian smiled gently, "We'll exchange it for twice the price you paid for the candlestick at the Star Pacing Pavilion. What do you think?" The young man stared at the girl in front of him. After a while, he slowly shook his head. Just as he was about to refuse, when Xian's expression suddenly changed. She put on a faint, evil smile and said unnaturally, "Well, I don't think you can make this decision. I'm afraid that even the idea of buying the candlestick wasn't your own idea. Am I right?" "You have. This isn't a good place to talk. Some things might be exposed. I think you don't want others to know." When Xian stiffly tilted her head and looked at the students who were still lingering on the cloud-dispelling platform, she smiled evilly at the young man. The youth's gaze, which was still warm just a moment ago, became deep and cold in just a second. Just a second ago, he was still an ordinary-looking youth. In just a second, his gaze and his carefree temperament had completely changed. He was like a lion that had just opened its eyes and discovered a hunter. Amidst the danger, there was a determination to fight to the death. "It seems like there's a reason why the new students call me a monster." Ling Hao was slightly surprised. However, he had the mentality of seeing death as nothing. It was nothing to him. When Xian continued to smile evilly, "Your gaze won't scare us." After she finished speaking, she jumped towards the edge of the cloud-dispelling platform. "Come over. Let's talk." Seeing Wen Xian and Ling Hao disappear from the other side of the cloud-dispelling platform and into the endless mountain range, the young man frowned. His face darkened, and his hands that were hanging by his side involuntarily clenched into fists. A faint, icy aura emanated from his heart, allowing him to maintain his calm. "Could it be that I've been discovered? How could Elder Yu's existence be discovered? Should he run?" He had never encountered such a situation before. He had no idea what would happen if he followed them. However, he felt a strange pressure coming from that woman. It was enough to make him tense up. If he relaxed for a moment, he felt that he wouldn't even be able to muster up his courage. Don't panic. Running away is useless." Elder Yu's calm voice stopped him from letting his imagination run wild. "Anyway, let's go over and take a look first. Even if there's a chance, I'm still here. The other party hasn't shown any hostility since the beginning. She should be someone we can talk to normally. But it seems like I've been discovered. This is the first time in history that someone has discovered my existence. Is it possible? Has she really discovered me? Is there really such a person? That little girl definitely can't do it, right? What a strange person. Zheng Hanhai, don't worry, young man. If there's a chance, I'll take you and run far away." Elder Yu comforted him. The young man took a deep breath. He lifted his feet and walked toward the endless mountains with a determined gaze. He muttered in his heart, "But on the other hand, if there's no way to save the situation, Elder Yu, please leave alone. After all, I don't have any attachments in this world." TSK, 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 TSK. You haven't even seen the other party's face, and you're already acting like you're going to die. I didn't teach you this. Elder Yu clicked his tongue in disdain. Let's go and meet them. 10,000 feet away from the cloud-dispelling platform, among the endless mountains, when Ruo and Ling Hao were waiting in a clearing in the forest. When Ruo's expression was slightly awkward, her expression changed as she whispered something. It seemed like she was talking to Ling Hao. However, their gazes weren't looking at each other. It felt like they were looking at the woman's back or side. It made the young man's hair stand on end. Let's just walk up to here. Seeing the young man slowly walking over, when Ruo quickly calmed down, she waved her hand, and a layer of energy barrier fell from the sky and enveloped the area. Don't worry, it's just a barrier to isolate sound. With your strength, you can easily break it. The young man glanced at the soundproof barrier and couldn't help but curse in his heart. The barrier's bottom line was set for rebirth state experts. What did she mean by, you can easily break it with your strength? That was definitely not meant for a little brat at the initial god realm. Then, let's have a serious talk. Where's your protector? When Ruo narrowed her eyes and looked at the young man with Mei Mao and said indifferently, looking at the girl who seemed to have everything in the palm of her hand, the young man's expression was still slightly gloomy. His hand gently stroked the silver waist tag hanging on his waist, and a faint light appeared. Then, a green energy flow gushed out from the waist tag and condensed beside the young man. A moment later, it turned into a slightly illusory figure that appeared here. Invisible energy rolled over and over, and actually caused an obscure energy storm in this place. Ha ha ha! I really didn't think that there would be a day when I would be discovered. The slightly transparent, illusory figure was the figure of a young man. He had a natural and evil face, and at this moment, he was laughing wildly. He looked down at Wenrui and said, "Not bad, little girl. Who are you?" 8th heavenly layer of origin, close to the peak of 9th heavenly layer. Not bad, but that was in the past. Right now, I'm afraid that using the power of an early origin is your limit. When Ruo's indifferent voice slowly came out, her beautiful face was covered in cold sweat, but she was still calm and composed. Elder Yu's face suddenly froze on that last evil smile. Half of his body turned gray. After a long time, he squeezed out a voice. Abnormal life structure rules, abnormal divinity, abnormal rules. I'm afraid that during the process of changing oneself from a material life form to an energy life form, it encountered an insurmountable problem. The process was stuck and caused the collapse of the rules. In the end, it became this half-finished product. When Ruo slowly raised her head, her clear Mei Mao seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Am I right, Elder Yu? Ga. The young man had been vigilant from the very beginning, but when he saw Elder Yu's comical expression, he was also stunned. As a pioneer, I'll praise you. When Ruo indifferently waved her hand, then let's get down to business. Elder Yu? Ga. Wait a minute. She had just dug out all of his secrets, and now she was going to talk about business without changing her expression? Was this some kind of special mental attack? To communicate with the enemy, one must first destroy the enemy's worldview? Since you were once at the peak of origin, then you should know what that candlestick is. When Ruo slowly paced back and forth, you know that you can't do it, but you still walk forward fearlessly. Do you want to send the cloud step land to the sky, or do you want to self-destruct? The young man was stunned. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Elder Yu, but he saw that he was completely stunned. Huh? Is that thing really that dangerous? I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me. When Ruo's graceful movement suddenly froze, she stared at Elder Yu with a strange expression and said with a strange tone, "Don't tell me that you don't actually know what that thing is, and that you only felt something and asked Zheng Hanhai to bring it out of curiosity. Elder Yu nodded blankly, which made Wen Ruo even more stunned. What happened? How much do you know about what happened 100 million years ago? I don't know anything. I fell asleep before that. Elder Yu helplessly shrugged. I slept and slept. Whoa. One day, I suddenly met a lost little guy, and then I got together with him. After that, I realized that at least 300 million years had passed. Ga ha ha ha, ha ha, ha. Don't look at me like that, okay? When Ruo looked at him with extreme disgust, as if she was looking at weeds on the side of the road. She really didn't know how that pretty face could maintain its original appearance after doing such a difficult action. Phew. After a while, when Ruo let out a long sigh, she helplessly shook her head and sighed with her hands covering her face. This made the young man and Elder Yu feel awkward. And they looked at each other. It was still awkward. 300 million years isn't that long, and it just so happens that we skipped that period of time, so we don't know much about it. However, this thing has existed on the Cloud Continent for a long time, so there's no reason for you not to know. When Ruo looked at Elder Yu suspiciously, you really don't know? This is that thing. Elder Yu was slightly stunned when he heard these words. He rubbed his chin and thought for a while. After a while, he screamed, "This is an ancient relic?" "Yes." Oh. Ha." After staring blankly for 2 seconds, he let out a shrill scream that shook the entire world. The vibrating sound waves startled all the birds in the forest, and they hurriedly flapped their wings and flew away. His entire body was twisted, and his face was full of shock and horror. What the F*** CK? Cloud Continent, Heavenly God of Origin, at Yin, percent, and Hanhai, hurry up and throw this thing away. He wasn't the only one who had a mental breakdown. The young man, Wen Ruo, and Ling Hao were all shocked and sweating profusely. Unlike this guy who slept for 300 million years and didn't care about anything else, the three of them knew about the disaster that started 100 million years ago and swept across the entire Cloud Continent. The main cause of the disaster was this so-called ancient relic. The disaster was only stopped in the recent tens of millions of years, and no one knew how big the disaster was. They only knew that it was very serious. When he thought about the thing he was wearing around his neck that could send a few pieces of land into the sky at any time, Zheng Hanhai felt nauseous and dizzy. Even his soul felt a little unstable. He did have an ideal goal of sending something flying, but he didn't plan to do something that would cause trillions of lives to die together. Yun Nuoshing, who had been using Wen Ruo's mouth to speak, couldn't help but sigh when she saw the crazy and stupid people in front of her. What kind of people are they? Can't they be a little more reliable? How many times do I have to tell you? Not only can curiosity kill people, it can also drive a origin god crazy. Why don't they listen? That's why, to hell with curiosity.